from deep.
Yeah, of course. I think we used to play alongside him, and he could deliver it from the halfway line with the accuracy to drop it on the club badge on your chest. He's got that kind of delivery, and he'll get up and down the line. And like, even the free kick he scored the other day, that's the other part of the game that he brings from right back position. And it doesn't surprise me that fan next to you said he couldn't believe we got him, because I thought when he was mentioned in January that he was a bit far-fetched, but he was a great signing for them.
George, do you think that this 500-page training dossier is going to make a difference? I know that you've been writing about this in The Athletic.
Oh, sorry about the noise. Yeah, I mean, I think it's kind of very easy when a new manager comes in that you look at what's been in the past, and there's always stories about fitness not being very good. But I think when you have an uncertain club, when defeats are coming in, you're not winning matches, that sort of infiltrates its way into players' legs, and it's not necessarily about them being. It's not about them being unprofessional, not trying as hard. It's not about them being as unfit. It's about the situation that's around them. And then when a new manager comes in, of course, there's a lift, because everybody, it gives everybody a boost and it gives everybody a break. And it's, I've talked to Alan Shearer about this. How when Ruud Gullit was manager and he wasn't fancied, he felt like a different kind of player. And he lost confidence, and so he felt heavier. He was a lesser player. He wasn't a lesser talent, but he was a lesser player. And then Sir Bobby comes in and reminds him of some very simple things, and he's electrified again. Eddie Howe has done that. But yeah, I mean, there was a kind of beautiful, nerdy moment when he signed at his first press conference. When what have you been doing when you've been out of the game, Eddie? Well, I've been transferring my training sessions onto online, been putting them online. So in other words, becoming digital. But there is that feeling of finally Newcastle entering the digital age, and he does have all of these training sessions. He's had to work very, very hard. They have had to do things. He's trying to change the way they play. That's incredibly difficult mid-season. You can't change everything you want at a time. But I do think we've seen, certainly in the last game or two, that they're moving a bit higher up the pitch. And I mean, in terms of the metrics and the stats, you talked about the piece that I did this week. It's only showing slight increases at the moment, but they are moving in the right direction. And he won for the first time for a very, very long time against Everton. You saw a Newcastle team causing another team problems, and I can't remember the last time that I've seen that, because it's been Newcastle having to respond.
George, we're going to let you go now, which is a shame for Stephen, because I think you could just listen to the music for the rest of the hour.
Yeah, what a song.
Thank you, George. Enjoy it today.
You're welcome, thank you.
Man. George Culkin, senior writer at The Athletic, of course, covers Newcastle United. We've got Stephen Warner with us on Premier League Sunday, and Sam Vokes. 85058 is the text number. We're on social media at 5Live Sport. The Manchester Derby's just got underway in the WSL. United 3 places and 5 points above their rivals. Maz Farouki's at the Academy Stadium.
Yeah, happy to say, Steve, that even with the rainy weather here in Manchester today, we do still have a pretty packed Academy Stadium here. Officially, it is the first sellout we've had in the WSL in the Manchester Derby. A statement the City boss, Gareth Taylor, says shows we're moving in the right direction. 0-0 in the early stages here, as you say. Approaching 3 minutes on the clock as Manchester United just have a free kick there that just goes wide of the right-hand post. Taylor makes 3 changes to his City team, which narrowly lost to Chelsea in the league last weekend. Ellen White comes in as captain, Alana Kennedy and Vicky Lasada too. Caroline Weir, Khadija Shaw and Ruby Mace all dropped to the bench. There's just the one change for United, and it's an enforced one following the league draw against Arsenal. Leah Goulton is injured. Vida Research starts in her place. And City, Steve, have always got the better of these fixtures historically in the WSL. But if they lose today, as you say, ambitions of qualifying for the Champions League would all be over. And clearly it will be a big moment for Manchester United as well. 0-0.
Thanks, Maz. That game is live right now on BBC 2. Quick reminder, on Premier League Sunday, we're bringing you 2 commentaries. Burnley-Liverpool from Turf Moor at 2 o'clock. We've got a special interview coming up with Sean Dyche. Then Leicester versus West Ham in full at 4:30. During the game at Burnley, we'll also keep you up to date with Newcastle against Villa and Tottenham against Wolves. But there are some brilliant stories away from the Premier League. We're going to be in Rome very shortly ahead of today's Six Nations action. Italy, of course, versus England. And then later tonight, Super Bowl 56, the LA Rams in their home stadium against the real Cinderella story, the Cincinnati Bengals. It's live on 5Live. It's live on BBC TV as well. If you haven't bought your chicken wings, your dips and your snacks, get down to the supermarket, but only, obviously, if you continue to listen to us via the BBC Sounds app. We'll have commentary from 11 p.m. tonight, Vernon Kay with Darren Fletcher, Greg Brady, and Arizona's defensive end Jack Crawford. All takes place in Inglewood, California, and Darren Fletcher is there for us.
Thanks, Steve. Welcome to SoFi Stadium, this magnificent stadium built by Stan Kroenke, the Arsenal owner, at more than $5 billion. It's an astonishing feat of engineering when you look at it. From the outside, you just see a silver roof, and then when you come in, if I look to my left, there are 8 tiers from top to bottom. The green turf field is down below us with the Rams end zone at one end, painted in blue, white and yellow, and then the black, orange and white of the Bengals at the other end, the NFL shield in red, white and blue, sits on the 50-yard line. There's a giant oval screen suspended below this glass ceiling, which has about 1 million scaffolding poles holding it in place. 80 million pixels make up the screen itself. That's an astonishing feat of engineering on its own. But the stadium that we sit in today is as good as anything in the world, and you know, this is going to be quite some scene. There's going to be quite some noise. It's going to be an unbelievable place to be come kickoff time for Super Bowl 56. I mean, this is magnificent, Greg.
Well, and for Los Angeles as well. It's the first Super Bowl in the LA area since 1993, and that was at the Rose Bowl, Cowboys against the Buffalo Bills. And you think about all the things that have come and gone from the city of Los Angeles there. I know you were out here in late 21 seeing a game here involving the LA Chargers, and there was just nothing like this. And there wasn't an NFL team here for well over a decade, with the Rams going to St. Louis and the Raiders going back to Oakland. So it's a state-of-the-art, beautiful venue, a real return to form to football here, and we could have predicted for the second year in a row a home team gets to play a home Super Bowl.
Yeah, it's astonishing. We're around probably 20 minutes on a normal day from downtown Los Angeles. The old Forum sits just behind the new stadium here. It's in Hollywood Park. It's on the site of the old Hollywood Park racetrack. But now everywhere seems to take 2 hours, 3 hours. LA has literally come to a standstill. I mean, when we look at the game we've got, I suppose we've got to start, Greg, by talking about the playoffs in general. This has been a playoff sequence for the ages. So many walk-off wins, so many surprise results, so many memorable moments. And I kind of think we've got a game here that's going to live up to that as well. Two teams that maybe weren't everybody's favourites at the start of the year, Cincinnati in particular. But, I mean, the playoffs in general have been fantastic.
To your point about the Bengals, it's been, heart in your throat moments in the last minute or two of every fourth quarter of every game. Even holding off the Las Vegas Raiders was close the first week. Going on the road to Tennessee with an interception and a field goal in the last minute. And obviously, Darren, what happened 2 weeks ago at Arrowhead Stadium, you and I had that game 2 weeks ago on 5 Live Sports Extra, and just unthinkable that the Bengals could have come back from where Kansas City was, just blowing them out for 2 quarters.
I mean, if you're unfamiliar with it, the Bengals' journey is quite astonishing. When you talk about magic carpet rides in sport, that is what they're on. 2 years ago, they were the worst team in the NFL. They got the first overall pick, and they took a player called Joe Burrow, who some people are starting to say might just be the best quarterback in the whole of the NFL now. To go from worst to first in 2 years is astonishing, even for a league that prides itself on parity. The Bengals have been the worst franchise in the whole of the NFL, a poorly run team, a team that didn't want to spend any money, perennial losers, and here they are on Super Bowl Sunday with as good a chance as the Rams, Greg, of winning the whole thing.
Well, I think you make a point there about the owners, and Paul Brown has been much maligned. There have been players that have held out, didn't want to play for them anymore. Carson Palmer said he'd rather quit than continue to be a Cincinnati Bengals quarterback. They're the team that drafted him first overall, similar to Joe Burrow. So they've been burned by the flame by getting a little too close to it before. But yeah, you've got Stan Kroenke, who you mentioned for the Rams, and Paul Brown for the Bengals. I think it looks around and goes, well, if one of these owners can win, surely our owner can lead us to the promised land. That's what the NFL is meant to do, is create a sense of belief, create a sense of parity. You shouldn't be more than a few years out of the playoffs, and the draft system that you mentioned ends up being able to get you to where you need to go if you make the right picks and build some infrastructure around those great players.
The Rams are completely different. They are all in. They're full of stars. This is a city full of stars. They call it Tinseltown, Hollywood. The stars are going to be out in force for the Super Bowl, buying the luxury boxes for more than $1 million a time. They've got some of the biggest names in the league in their team. They've put all their money in for this season. They want to become LA's team. They want to go past the Lakers and past the Dodgers. they want to become the team that everybody comes to Los Angeles to watch. And I kind of get the feeling, Greg, to do that, they've got to win Super Bowl 56.
There's a lot of pressure on them to do it. Matt Stafford is 33 years old. He looks, like a kid. He's sort of got those, if you stood him next to, now, admittedly, Joe Burrow doesn't look 23 years old. He looks 7. You wouldn't lend him your car, Darren. I might not even lend him mine. He doesn't look like he's old enough to drive. But Stafford at 33 toiled for a lot of years in Detroit. Odell Beckham has bounced around. We thought maybe could he connect with two-time Super Bowl winner Eli Manning? Could that team go anywhere? He goes to Cleveland. That doesn't work out. And Jalen Ramsey, who folks would have seen, come over with the Jaguars and playing in London on a couple of really good Jacksonville teams, like the one that went to the AFC title game. So they've all sort of, massed up here. And remember as well, Aaron Donald's been to the Super Bowl. Cooper Kupp's been to the Super Bowl. The Rams were just here with head coach Sean McVay 3 years ago playing the New England Patriots.
And we also have a situation where the two coaches, it's the youngest ever coaching matchup in a Super Bowl. One coach is 38, one coach is 36. Now just kind of think about that in Premier League terms, or a Champions League final if you had two managers of that age. More on the game in a moment, but first we're going to have BBC TV colleagues to give us their 3 things to watch at Super Bowl 56. So here's Jason Bell and two-time Super Bowl winner with the New York Giants, O.C. Umenyiora.
We are here in L.A. for Super Bowl 56. It's going to be a great game. Here are 3 things to look out for. Let us know, O.C.
Number 1, can Joe Burrow escape this ferocious Rams pass rush? Oh, my goodness. This is where the game is going to be won and lost. We know the Rams have some of the best edge rushers, best interior rushers in football. And Joe Burrow, he likes to stand in there in that pocket. So are the Rams going to get after him? And if they do, it's going to be a tough day for the Cincinnati Bengals.
He's going to be running for his life. And number 2, O.C.
Now, can we see, is this big gamble that the Los Angeles Rams did, trading away all their draft picks to acquire all these superstar players, is this gamble going to pay off for the Los Angeles Rams? I cannot wait to see it. If they don't win the Super Bowl, it was all for naught, J. Bell, because they've been to the Super Bowl before.
If it works out, people are going to build their team different than they did before. And number 3, O.C., give it to me.
I cannot wait to see this Super Bowl halftime show. This is the number 3 thing that people should be looking out for. Oh, we have all the stars coming out. I'm not even going to say their names. Well, actually, I am. Mary J. Blige, Snoop Dogg, Dr. Dre, Eminem, Kendrick Lamar, some of the biggest names in entertainment. Oh, I can't wait for this halftime show, J. Bell.
It's going to be rocking on the field with the players and the performance at halftime. Check it out.
Yeah, we're looking forward to the halftime show as well. It's going to be fantastic. Let's have a look, because they gave us the 3 things there. Joe Burrow gets a mention. What about the quarterback matchup tonight? Because it's so important in a Super Bowl. It's Joe Burrow against Matt Stafford. Matt Stafford is playing for the Rams for the first time this season. He's been on a load of really poor Detroit Lions teams. He's been up and down this season. He's made mistakes. He's been a hero. How do you think that matchup's going to go?
It really is a coin toss, and I think as the 2 weeks have gone by since the title games with Cincinnati winning in Kansas City, a lot more people talking, and maybe Joe Burrow, and he certainly did in his collegiate career, played in huge games, single elimination games, national championship games. He's probably played in more big games there than Matt Stafford has in the last few years, all told.
Yeah, Matt Stafford hadn't won a playoff game until this year. Joe Burrow's never lost a playoff game of any description, whether it be in college or the pros, so maybe you'd go along there. If you look at it then, Greg, I've got to kind of nail my colours to the mast. I'm a big romantic, and I don't think that magic carpet rides in sport tend to end until the team wins. I've got Cincinnati winning a close game. I don't think anything the Rams do will faze them, based on the fact they had to win in Tennessee, they've had to win in Kansas City. The challenge they've got against the Rams is arguably only as difficult as that. Joe Burrow's been outstanding. They've got that feel of a team of destiny, and I think they win a close Super Bowl by about 3.
I go the other way and think the Rams will get this done, but I will tell you, in the stands, we saw it coming into LAX airport. You see it on the streets of Los Angeles this weekend there. Cincinnati has traveled. They have really traveled for this game. It's been since 1989, January of 1989, since they've gotten to see their Bengals in the Super Bowl. And it's not L.A. There aren't the superstars there. It's cold in the winter. There's not much to do but cheer for the Bengals, win or lose. And they've done way more lose than win. So we've seen them at LAX when we landed. We've seen them walking around, downtown Los Angeles. There's no doubt about it that the Bengals are going to represent really well, though this game is a home game, in essence, for the Los Angeles Rams.
Make sure you join us, because it's going to be fantastic. We're live on 5 Live from 11 o'clock tonight. Greg Brady alongside me. Vernon Kay's going to lead the coverage. We've got Jack Crawford with us as well. Plays in the NFL. A Brit in the NFL. He's the longest serving British player in the National Football League, and we're delighted to have Jack with us on the commentary team tonight. Greg's got the Rams. I've got the Bengals. Cincinnati fans all over Los Angeles. It's a city of stars, and tonight, Steve, one of these two teams will sit atop the American football world.
Big thank you to Darren Fletcher and the team there. We've got Stephen Warnock with us on the studio, who is now a full NFL convert. Stephen, after your time in America?
Yeah, I watched my first 2 games. I watched the games leading up to the Super Bowl final, so...
It's the conference finals, although you describe them as the semis.
The
but
semis,
it's the same
yeah.
thing. Who's going to win then?
No idea.
Come on, just give me something.
I'm going to go for the Rams.
There you go, the Rams, the LA Rams. Stephen
Get your
Warnock
money
has
on.
spoken. Forget what our expert team have just told you. That's everything you need to know. We've also got Sam Vokes with us on the programme. We do have live football going on right now, so let's check in on the South Yorkshire derby in League One, just approaching half-time. Sheffield Wednesday, Rotherham United. Now's Prem G.
Tasty affair this. Sheffield Wednesday 0, Rotherham United 0. Wednesday dominating, and there's another chance for them. Nathaniel Mendes-Lang with a cross-come shot which Josh Vickers has just put out. Wednesday have really not let the league leaders have a kick in this. Ladapo and Smith very quiet. Mendes-Lang with numerous efforts. Barry Bannon with the best chance, and the ball was in the net through Jack Hunt, but the offside flag went up. Approaching half-time, Sheffield Wednesday 0, Rotherham United 0.
Rotherham United going 7 points clear at the top as it stands, albeit they've played 3 games more, or they will have done by full-time, than Wigan, who are in second. What about the Manchester derby in the WSL? Mas Faruqi.
Still goalless here as well, Steve, but I don't know how Lauren Hemp hasn't scored. The cross came in from the right, she was a couple of yards out and somehow blasted the shot over the bar when all she needed was the slightest of dinks on it for it to go in. Vicky Losada has also gone very close to City too. Her looping shot was just too high over the United crossbar. So City on top at the moment, but still goalless in this WSL Manchester derby.
Maz, thank you. In the Scottish Cup, Arbroath of the Scottish Championship lead Hibs by a 0-0, just 10 minutes gone in that game. Celtic play Wraith Rovers at 4 o'clock. There is a game in the Championship as well, which kicks off at 1 p.m, which is Swansea City against Bristol City. That'll be tasty as well. From a couple of derbies to the calm and mindfulness of the curling. Gigi Salmon.
It's very calm for Great Britain right now. They are 4 up over Denmark thanks to a steal of 2 points in the third, and Denmark had the hammer. You look to pick up points, but Great Britain stole 2 points. So Denmark retain the hammer, but Great Britain in control. 4 up after 3 ends.
We have full commentary coming of Burnley versus Liverpool from 2 o'clock, so in just under 15 minutes' time we will bring you the team news from Turf Moor with our correspondent John Murray. Let's talk Six Nations now. Italy and England meet in Rome this afternoon. Both sides coming off defeats in the opening round of fixtures. Kicks off at 3. We've got live commentary on Sports Extra. The build-up starts at 2:30. Let's speak to our team who'll be inside the Stadio Olimpico. Commentator Sarah Orchard, former England fly half Paul Grayson in Rome, guys. Come on.
Buongiorno.
Buongiorno. What's it like there, Sarah?
I can tell you now, Steve, it is gorgeous. I can't say it any other way. The sun is shining down. It feels like spring here. I appreciate it's still winter in the UK, but yeah, definitely here. There's a lot of t-shirts that are already out, and all of the England fans that have made the journey, they're definitely just in their white shirts with short sleeves. I can see a few of them at the moment. We're right at the top of the Stadio Olimpico, and there's a few of them just wandering around the outside. They're going to have a lovely day.
Yeah, it's pretty rank in Salford, I'll be honest with you, today, so appreciate that, Sarah. So what do we think then, Paul? I mean, we're going to talk about England, and we're going to talk about what happened with Scotland and Wales as well, but we're 2 weeks in, only one team can win a Grand Slam.
Yeah, and I think that's a positive sign for the tournament. You want everybody to be able to beat everyone. Every game competitive. You're never quite sure. And who knows? Maybe even Italy-England today is a game that you 100% can't nail down as absolutely England. So yeah, I don't think it's a bad thing. And also in terms of the emergence of this French team staying unbeaten so far, if they get to the last weekend against England and England can go and spoil their party, then what's not to like?
Yeah, France beat Ireland 30-24, Wales beat Scotland 2017. On France then, Sarah, I mean, there will be a lot of twists and turns. Would you say they've been ominous?
Do you know what? The biggest thing about this French team, as much as there's a lot of headlines that are stolen, everyone's talking about Antoine Dupont, World Player of the Year, their scrum half, their fly half, Romain Antipat being young players. For me, the biggest thing about this French side is how enormous and brilliant their forwards are, and that really seems to be the difference between them and a lot of the sides that they're facing at the moment. They're absolutely bulldozing to get that front foot ball. They dominated the rucks yesterday against Ireland, and Ireland, they're a physical pack. But there was just so much there with the likes of Gregory Aldrit, who was player of the match, they can't deal with. And as you say, 2023 World Cup in France, yes, looking ominous is a good word.
The other thing, Paul, that's been enormous and brilliant has been the atmospheres. So isn't it great that we've had so many close games now that we have fans in the stands to watch it?
Yeah, exciting home finishes where the crowd are, they're pivotal. I think the change in the records of away wins, you've seen it in the Premier League in football and in rugby union with no fans in the stadium. It doesn't mean anything really playing away from home when it's sterile, but once the fans are back, it entirely changes the energy. And there's almost 2 years of pent-up supportership to come out of everyone. So yeah, Paris was epic last week, this weekend, and I'm sure everyone will be in good voice today.
Right, we'll talk Italy-England in a second, but let's bring in the former Scotland centre, Pete Horn. Pete, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, thanks for having me on, guys.
Bit of a different chat than we would have been having this time last week. Scotland obviously losing to Wales in Cardiff. I mean, just when everyone was talking Scotland up as well, Pete.
Yeah, no, look, I think everyone in Scotland will be gutted with the result, no more so than the boys themselves, but you know, that's Test match rugby. It was a game with such fine margins. You know, I think Scotland will be disappointed. First half, they missed a few opportunities maybe to take the ball to a bit of width and you know, get the ball in guys like Darcy Graham and Duhan van der Merwe's hands, you know, just to cause Wales some more problems. But ultimately, you know, it was everything we expected from Wales. They came out, they showed massive reaction, you know, huge heart. They dominated the breakdown. To be honest, like, you know, the Welsh coaches will be delighted. They got their selection bang on, and yeah, look, it was a tough game.
How hard is it, Pete, to follow up an immense victory like that win over England? Because I sometimes think we see this in rugby more than other sports. When you put everything, heart and soul, into such an occasion like that and win, to then pick yourself up and go again.
Yeah, no, look, it's tough, but that's the beauty of professional sport. You have to, you know, and especially in a tournament like the Six Nations where every game's so competitive. You know, I think that's something that's vital if you're going to have any sort of success. So, look, the boys, you know, I guarantee they won't have rested on their laurels with that victory against England. But, you know, their focus would have flicked straight away on the Monday morning into how they're going to beat Wales. And, you know, I think they'll be disappointed because, you know, I was desperate to see them start well, come to the blocks, and not try and like weather a Welsh storm, but really take the game to Wales. And I felt they did that. You know, they showed some real enterprise at the start of the game. They looked dangerous. You know, I was at my seat thinking, here we go. This is exactly what you want as a Scottish fan. You know, and then kind of sadly, just as the game got tight, you know, I think there was a massive swing when Liam Williams kicked a really good 50-22. It led to that, you know, sustained pressure from Wales, and they ended up scoring the drive and maul try just before half-time, and then it almost got a little bit cagey, didn't it? The 20 minutes after half-time, Wales started getting the ball back on, you know, their kick strategy was on the money. I thought they never kicked it long and let guys like Stuart Hogg and Darcy and things come alive. They went to the air, and, you know, their boys, Liam Williams and co, you know, went after Scotland in the air, got a lot of balls back, and yeah, even the ones that Scotland won, you know, their back row were all over it, making a mess of it, and they just turned it into that real arm wrestle that, you know, as a Scotland fan, you really didn't want to see. So no, it was smart play by Wales.
Pete, Paul Grayson here. Just on the two fly halves yesterday, Dan Biggar's 100th cap for Wales, and almost, I don't know, I guess most of his Wales career would have played in games like that. It was slightly Warren ball, wasn't it, when they had to go to it? You just touched on the competitive kicking in the second half, and the flip side of that is Finn's had 2 yellows and a red in his last 6 or 7 Six Nations games. That's got to hurt Scotland, hasn't it? If that keeps being a regular thing.
Yeah, no, look, it was a massive point in the game. Like, you know, Finn's one of those players who thrives when the pressure really comes on. So to lose him with 15 minutes left, that would have unsettled the team a little bit. And, you know, he's someone that you want. You know, you want getting on the ball in those, like I said, those pressure circumstances. So, yeah, no, it definitely hurt the boys. But I did feel like the 10 minutes that he was in the bin, Scotland actually showed some real impetus. Thought like Blair Kinghorn came off the bench, he put some real pace on the ball, tried to get the attack going a little bit, where, to be honest, it had kind of stagnated, hadn't it? It went a bit, yeah, like we said, cagey. It was a bit of an arm wrestle. So, no, like, absolutely, like, the discipline in Test match rugby, discipline's massive. I think Scotland were about 13 penalties, so, you know, if you're only giving away 3 or 4, you're maybe not testing the rules and the referee enough. But when you're kind of getting over 10, it's pretty tough to win a game of Test match rugby with over 10 penalties. So that ultimately, you know, paid the price. I think when Dan Biggar took that shot at goal from around 50 yards, like when it came back off the post, it just kind of summed up Wales' mindset. Alex Cuthbert haired after it. He, you know, picks up the scraps, and Wales are straight back into the 22, and then from there they just kept the foot on Scotland's throat, and like you said, that led to, I'm pretty sure that led to Finn's yellow card actually, and then there was another couple of penalties which led to Dan Biggar kicking another drop goal. So yeah, disappointing, but hey, they'll dust themselves off, and I'm sure they'll be back next week.
Top man, Pete. Thank you very much. Pete Horn there, former Scotland centre. By the way, it is now half-time in League One. Sheffield Wednesday 0, Rotherham United 1, and Hibs have just equalised in the Scottish Cup. 25 minutes gone, Arbroath 1, Hibernian 1. Paul Grayson, Sarah Orchard with us. Let's talk more about England's game in Italy then, in Rome. I was reading actually, Paul, Austin Healey, your former teammate, in the Telegraph this week, saying Eddie Jones' chaotic style has left England looking confused. Don't rule out an Italy win. Is that over-egging it? I mean, it paints a picture, certainly.
Austin Healey over-egging something. What do you think? Listen, he makes a valid point. As far as this England team and the selection's concerned, I think this team was picked a few weeks ago, barring a couple of injury changes. It would have been they'd want to beat Scotland and then go into this game with some changes and get some Test match experience, or more Test match experience, for some of the guys who've been in the squad for a long time but not played many minutes. So I think to a degree Jones has been brave, because it would have been easy just to put out the team he played last week, so go and fix the mess. But he stuck to his guns and picked this changed team. So that's brave in itself. Does that give Italy a chance? Of course it does. I mean, on paper, this England team should beat the Italian team with a bit to spare, but they've not played together that much under Test match intensity. So there is a grain of truth to what Austin says, and that's about as much as you need, really.
If they needed any inspiration, Sarah, then Italy's under-20s actually just beat England, didn't they?
Yeah, I have to talk about this very quietly because Paul Grayson's son actually played in that match. So
why do you think I asked you the question?
I know, he's turned his back to me now. Yeah, it was a 6-0 win to Italy, and as much as the under-20s is a really important tournament for player development, and I don't want to take anything away here from the Italy under-20s, because they put in a real shift, particularly their scrum came under huge pressure and got wonderful praise for it. It is still under-20s rugby, and under-20s, it's a really interesting concept because you have players who come in for 1, sometimes 2 years. You never have any continuity. It's a real developmental ground for young players to get match experience, understand a Six Nations concept, be in and out of camp. So as much as, yes, it's wonderful, and, you know, the Italians, they're a good side. You shouldn't always just write them off because it's Italy. I don't think we can take too much just from one single result.
And just to focus right in then, Paul, what will Eddie Jones be looking for today that England didn't do well at Murrayfield?
They'll be looking to play the game. They had plenty of possession in Murrayfield, didn't really do anything with it. They'll be looking to play really, really quickly. I think 8, 9 and 10, Don Randall and Smith will work well together, because Harry Randall effectively is like the new kind of Danny Kerr sort of player, the way he plays at Bristol, really, really quick on the front foot. They won't want Italy to have time to breathe, let alone think, and the conditions could not be any better. It's absolutely glorious here, the sun's shining. They'll have a dry ball. There are no excuses for not playing well for England.
Yes, you mentioned the weather. All right. Paul, Sarah, thank you very much. The game live on Sports Extra. Coverage starts at 2:30. You'll get all the reaction on a live edition of Rugby Union Daily on 5 Live, 8 p.m. tonight, with Chris Jones, Hugo Monia and Dylan Hartley. You'll also be able to get that as a podcast from BBC Sounds in the morning. 2 minutes to 1 o'clock, which means we're 2 minutes away from team news at Turf Moor. We're bringing you full commentary at 2 o'clock of Burnley versus Liverpool, so we'll have the lineups after the news with Dan Morton.
Listen on BBC Sounds. This is BBC Radio 5 Live.
Ukraine has said it has no plans to close its airspace after the Dutch airline KLM announced it would no longer fly there. The German carrier Lufthansa has also said it's considering a flight ban. Despite Russia's continued denial of any plan to invade Ukraine, many foreign nationals have been told to leave. Julianne Smith is a US ambassador to NATO.
They have what they need to move. An attack could be imminent. We do not have information
It's
that
13
Putin
hours.
has definitively decided to go in, but we did want to warn both our allies, American citizens, and Ukraine that we now believe that this attack could happen within days.
The Shadow Home Secretary, Yvette Cooper, says policing is facing a perfect storm and needs major reform. Her comments come as the Labour Mayor of London, Sadiq Khan, has said he'll block any successor to Dame Cressida Dick as Met Commissioner unless they have a clear plan to tackle cultural problems in the force. The Scottish Health Secretary, Hamza Yousaf, has urged the UK government to continue to fund free coronavirus testing for devolved nations if they wish to continue the measure for longer than England. Free testing could end in February after Boris Johnson told MPs he's looking to end the rules on self-isolation after a positive test a month earlier than scheduled. And the 36-year-old man has been charged with drugs offences after almost £2 million worth of cocaine and cannabis was seized from a lorry at Belfast Harbour yesterday. He's due to appear before Belfast magistrates tomorrow.
On BBC iPlayer.
This is Upton Guiney. You're generally sailing the ship alone, a ship that's massive and on fire and no one's had the time to teach you how to sail.
One overworked doctor, hundreds of pregnant women.
We're full on labour wards.
We could pull out the patient's drips and chuck her out the window.
Based on Adam Kay's best-selling book and starring Ben Whishaw.
Do you need a caesarean section? I've got a scalpel in my back pocket, you'll be fine.
This is going to hurt.
Well, the doctors can say they end up with twice the number of patients they started with.
Watch all episodes only on BBC iPlayer.
5 Live's Premier League Sunday with Steve Crossman. Good afternoon, welcome back to Premier League Sunday. We've got sport all the way through till 3 AM on 5 Live with the Six Nations and the Super Bowl all to come. But we're starting with 3 Premier League games that kick off at 2. Newcastle versus Aston Villa, Tottenham against Wolves, and our commentary game at Turf Moor, where Burnley face Liverpool. Sean Dyche's side are bottom of the table. They'll jump out of the relegation zone with a win, while at the other end, Liverpool are looking to close the gap. Can they get just about within touching distance of City?
Into the box, still Rodriguez must score! Does score! For Burnley! Jota! There's the second goal! Despite the best effort from Schmeichel, it's Jota at the double!
Will be driven towards goal and into the goal. That is the third. Kieran Trippier is congratulated by his teammates.
Little shimmy was brilliant, and what about the pass? Ramsey is in! 2-1 Villa, coolly taken by Jacob Ramsey. Rolls the ball through to Lucas Moura, Son's in the middle, scores! Super goal for Spurs!
Matinho on the edge of the penalty area, and João Matinho has beaten David De Gea.
I say Liverpool are looking to get in touching distance, reaching distance, grasping distance. They're still a long way away. They've got to win pretty much every game. Burnley need the points as well at Turf Moor with the team news. Here's your correspondent, John Murray.
Well, the main news is that Dwight McNeil is left out for Burnley, and for Liverpool, both Salah and Mane start the match. So, Burnley make a one change from Tuesday. Dwight McNeil left out of the Premier League starting lineup for the first time this season. Lennon comes in. Cornet is fit. He went off on Tuesday, was a doubt, but he starts the match. So Burnley with Pope, Roberts, Tarkowski, Mee and Peters, Lennon, Westwood, Brownhill and Cornet, Weghorst and Rodriguez. And Liverpool go with the old firm of Salah, Firmino and Mane. So Mane straight back into the starting lineup. Keita and captain Jordan Henderson also back in the side. Jota and Diaz are only subs. So the Liverpool team, Alisson, Alexander-Arnold, Matip, Van Dijk and Robertson, Henderson, Fabinho and Keita, and then Salah, Firmino and Mane. So Thiago's on the bench, Curtis Jones not involved at all.
Lots more on that to come. We've got our special interview with Sean Dyche coming up as well. We've got Sam Vokes and Stephen Warnock with us on Premier League Sunday, but there's 2 other 2 o'clock kickoffs, so let's get the team news there first. at the Tottenham Hotspur Stadium for Spurs against Wolves. Mark Scott.
Afternoon, Steve. Antonio Conte was very angry after that late collapse against Southampton here, and he's made 3 changes. Royal, Reguilon and Højbjerg, who had started 58 of 59 in the league since joining, all dropped to the bench. In come former Wolves man Matt Doherty, Ryan Sessegnon and Rodrigo Bentancur, who's making his first Spurs start. Wolves bring Ait-Nouri and Kundal in for Trincao and Marçal, who are amongst the substitutes, where they're joined by Hee-Chan Hwang, who was out of the Arsenal game with a back spasm.
And at St James's Park, it's Newcastle Aston Villa. Tom Gale.
Where Kieran Trippier has passed a late fitness test, Steve. He captains Newcastle in the absence of Jamal Lascelles, who's not involved at all. So 2 changes for Eddie Howe following Tuesday's win here against Everton. A proud day for boyhood fan, local lad Dan Byrne, who makes his full debut. Javi Manquillo also brought into defence because Villa loanee Matt Targett's, of course, ineligible to play against his visiting parent club. Steven Gerrard, just a 1 change following Wednesday's thriller 3-3 against Leeds. Callum Chambers comes in for his full debut, replacing the suspended Ezri Konsa. Leon Bailey makes the Villa bench. The thigh injury's been keeping him out since the 1st of December.
Loads more to come on those 2 games as well. We are going to hear from Steven Gerrard. We'll hear from Eddie Howe, Antonio Conte and Conor Cody did a brilliant chat on the Friday Football Social with Emma Saunders and Dion Dublin. You'll hear from all of them. Let's go back to Turf Moor though. Stephen, so Mane, Firmino, Salah, the familiar 3 all back together.
Yeah, I think the one thing it tells you straight away is that for Mane especially, you're my man. You're still the man I want to play in that position. He doesn't want to put his nose out of joint, bringing in Diaz and putting him on the bench. I think he's had enough time to come back into the squad and integrate with the players again. Klopp obviously feels that he's up to speed and ready to play in the game, and I think it's interesting. I think it's very good that he's gone for that lineup.
Yeah. Any surprise for you at all, Sam? Did you expect it to be those 3?
Quite surprised, to be totally honest. Yeah, I think especially Jota in form. Always like to see it when strikers are scoring goals, getting them back on the pitch, getting that form. But like Stephen said there, he's gone for his trusted 3, and it does show huge confidence that he has in them 3.
I remember when I was at Liverpool, Craig Bellamy scored a hat-trick in a game, and Rafa Benitez left him out the next game, and he was furious. And it's something like Sam's just said there. You want to play games, you want to continue playing, and Bellamy's confidence just went. And he's a very confident person within himself anyway. But you get knocked like that, and it's like, well, what am I meant to do now? Where's it take me now? What's the situation? And I think for Jota, I think he understands to a certain degree that there is rotation, but how you can leave him out? I think John alluded to it earlier on when he said Firmino's form at Turf Moor is very strong. He scored in his last 3 games there. So whether that's something Jurgen Klopp's looked at, or whether he's looking longer term towards the Champions League, the Carabao Cup and the run of fixtures coming up.
That is a really interesting issue that Jurgen Klopp has got to deal with. No, I don't want to say for the first time at Liverpool, Sam, because clearly Liverpool have always had really good players. But, you know, that forward line has more depth than it has had in a long, long time. Surely more depth than it's had at any time under Jurgen Klopp.
Yeah, I think it does, and I think we touched on it earlier in the show. I think that's probably the one thing that's been missing over the last few years for Liverpool is the strength and depth that kind of the cities have, and it shows today. He's made a bold statement. Obviously, Salah and Mane coming back, they're great players, but they're always going to start. I think the big surprise for me was that Jota was left out. We touched on it there. I think as a striker, you're desperate to get back on the pitch. He's got the smell of the goals, and it's a big surprise, but he's got those 2 lethal ones on the bench now, Jota and Diaz, to come on if things aren't happening up front.
I think that's the one position that's always been questioned about Liverpool, is that forward line. I think probably last year was a bit of a freak with the centre-backs. I think Jurgen Klopp probably learnt a lot from his depth that he had, but when you think back to the year before, he had Matip, Lovren, then he had Van Dijk and Gomez, and then he lost Lovren, didn't replace him, then he got hit with that. The midfield has always had a real depth to it, but the forward players haven't, and he's almost had it, not easy, but it's been made easier for him because he's pretty much relied on that front 3, and the injury record that the 3 players have had has been very strong, so every now and again he's been able to drip feed Divock Origi into that forward line, or Minamino here and there. But now with Diaz coming in, that's interesting, because he won't come in and want to sit there. He won't. I mean, they've spent, 50-odd million on him, £45 million. He's going to want to play as well, and he's capable of playing. We saw that in the game against Leicester. So now it gives Jurgen Klopp a little bit of a different headache, a little bit of a different dilemma. However, the one thing I will say about him and Guardiola is they are very, very good at keeping players hungry and happy.
Well, he's got to be. Looking at that bench, Luis Diaz, Thiago's on the bench, Harvey Elliott's on the bench, Jota's on the bench, Tsimikas, Oxlade-Chamberlain. So much strength and depth about Liverpool now. Let's check in with a bit of the live sport going on this afternoon. The Manchester derby in the Women's Super League. Maz Faruqi.
Still goalless in this WSL Manchester derby, Steve. City, though, still really on top. There's been another good chance for Vicky Losada. Mary Earps has smothered an Ellen White chance on the United goal line as well. But City still with nothing to show for their dominance. And United holding on at the moment. 0-0.
The game in League One has just got back underway in the second half. South Yorkshire derby, Sheffield Wednesday, Rotherham United. Naz Premji.
Sheffield Wednesday 0, Rotherham United 0. No chances. There has been one change for Rotherham. Jamie Lindsay off. Ollie Rathbone on. They were pretty poor in the first half. The leaders, they have to be better in the second. Sheffield Wednesday 0, Rotherham United 0.
10 minutes gone in the Championship. Swansea City 0, Bristol City 0. It's still Arbroath 1, Hibs 1. Arbroath at the Championship. Their goal scored by the former Hearts striker Craig Wigton. I'm sure he enjoyed that. A Team GB enjoying themselves in the curling at the Winter Olympics. Gigi Salmon.
They really are at the halfway point. Great Britain's men through 5 ends are 3 up on Denmark. 4-1 they lead overall. It is the halfway point, so the players take a break, and despite a horrible miss by the Danish skipper Mikael Kraus missing an open takeout, they rescued the 1 point, but will it be enough? Great Britain looking very comfortable and looking to consolidate their second place in the table with the top 4 through to the semi-finals.
Well, Burnley fans don't need me to tell them that they are in 20th place in the Premier League table. However, they are only 4 points below Newcastle United in 17th, and of course they've got all these games in hand. They've got 3 games in hand over Watford, 4 over Norwich, and 2 over Newcastle and Everton. I had the chance to sit down with Sean Dyche this week, actually, and we're going to hear him in 2 parts. So we'll hear a bit on his relationship, in the most inverted commas, with Jurgen Klopp a little bit later. Tensions have certainly eased there this week. We have seen them have some proper ding-dongs in the past, though. But first, a new signing and what you need to survive when you're down at the bottom.
Well, you've got to be willing to work. You've got to have a fearlessness. You know, strangely, people talk about the fearlessness when you're doing well, but you need it even more so when you're not doing well, because you've got to still play. You can't, no one gives you anything. You've got to go and earn it. But there has to be a physical demand. You have to keep working hard in training. You have to keep your standards high, your professionalism high. And you've got to keep your belief levels high. No, I don't think we've ever lacked belief here. I don't think we lack confidence. I think the fans have been terrific. They help with that. We need them to stick by the team, which they are doing. And then kind of find that. It's hard to explain. There's got to be a bit of kind of open-mindedness as well when you play. So, of course, these are important games. They're tough games. It comes with all the stresses and pressures of professional football when you're not doing so well. There still has to be that kind of. You've got to play with a smile still. You've got to find a way that you can, focus on your job, but also relax enough to go and play and find that kind of freedom to go and play. So we've spoken with the players a lot about that and reminding them that some of the qualities they have and the experiences we have, the experience we have in these situations and these times, and the things that count. And it is, all knows it's pointing in the right direction. It is a strong work ethic. It is that belief in everything that you do and that everything counts. And I think we've shown that before, and we're going to have to show it again in the second half of the season.
How do you do that then? Are you the kind of coach who would sort of show an individual player, videos of past moments when they've succeeded, or show the group videos of big games and turning points you've had in previous seasons?
It depends. We judge a lot on the feel of the group. What do they need? Not always what we need. The 5 main learning styles: visual, audio, kinesthetic, written, discussion. We try and base a lot of our work around them, but obviously some players, not many players, particularly want to write things down. Not many players want big discussions, although we have meetings, but we try and keep them condensed. We try not to over-egg them meetings. Visual side, of course, that's very user-friendly for us, and a lot of players we use that with on the analytics. The audio side, me talking far too much, as usual. And then the kinesthetic side, getting out there, training and working and playing and enjoying the challenge. There has to be, although it's a professional enjoyment, there has to be an enjoyment in turning these situations around. And reminding them of that. I think we've got a really strong squad here, actually. I think we've got a talent here, and we've got a very strong jaw and a very good mindset for it. And I constantly remind them of that. And we use the varying styles to try when we can. And then, the hardest thing of all is not over-egging it. It's not over over-coaching and over-analysing and giving them so much that they just get swamped down in it. So that's one of the hardest measures. He's giving them enough that they can continue to develop and continue to develop as a side, but taking it away enough to show that, look, we believe in you. You know, we believe in what you can do and your knowledge is there. So that's often the balance of trying to find that healthy balance to give them enough but not too much.
It's obviously really early days with Wout Weghorst, but he's come in with a great pedigree. Technically, actually, he's a very good player as well, isn't he? People will look at him being 6'4" and think, oh, he's a big target man, which he is, but he does a lot more than that.
Yeah, he's got a very strong work ethic, incredibly professional-minded, and he's so far, I mean, it's early yet, but in training around the place, he's shown his technical ability. I mean, fine play for the goal, Joe Rodriguez the other night, and he hits a fantastic effort at goal, and De Gea makes an amazing save down to his right. He was unlucky against Watford, a couple of touches in the box round the player, and play gets lucky and it's his heel, and you know, there's some real quality there, so we're certainly enjoying the early look of him, and his manner about going about things was absolutely clear-minded on his profession, clear-minded on a view of us and what he thinks he can add, and flexible enough as well to understand, you know, the varying ways that we're going to have to work. He saw the game at Arsenal and he realised that was a tactical performance, you know, not always with the ball, how you work it without the ball, so he understood that. And no, he's been a breath of fresh air as a professional the way he's come in. And like I say, it's early yet, but he's certainly got an incredible professional manner about him and his belief in what we're going to try and do this season. So we're looking forward to him enjoying his football here and affecting others around him, not just himself.
Something that you said recently about the importance of having a level of arrogance, but the right level of arrogance. So is that something you see in him? And where do you draw the line? You know, when you talk to someone, what is a good level of arrogance?
Yeah, professional arrogance, I was mentioning. I said, look, you know, to go into a football stadium full of beer however many's in there has to be something inside you that has that kind of belief system. So I don't mean arrogance like the awful stuff that no one likes. I mean that inner arrogance, that ability to walk into Man United when there's 70,000 there and deliver a performance. So yeah, it's a professional arrogance I was mentioning. I want my players to have that. It's not an arrogance that is annoying. It's not an arrogance that people find, you know, inappropriate. It's that kind of professional arrogance that says I deserve to be in the Premier League and I am a Premier League player. And we do re-enhance that to the players. So you've earned the right to be recognised as a Premier League player. No one's giving you it at Burnley. Trust me, you've had to earn it when you're at Burnley. You know, you don't just walk into the shirt and you're in the Premier League everywhere. You have to fight. You have to give everything. So our players have well and truly earned their spurs in the Premier League. Now we've got to continue to earn it. You know, because on the same token, just because you have earned your spurs, you don't get it. They just give you it. The league doesn't say, oh, well, Burnley, you're all right this season. That's been shown. So we have to continually fight for it and earn it. And I think the players are aware of it.
That's Sean Dyche, and great timing, because speaking of being professionally arrogant, we can go live to Turf Moor. That's where we find your summariser, Michael Brown. Good afternoon, Michael.
Afternoon, you well? You just caught me with a bit of food in my mouth, Sonny. You were very quick there.
I thought it was in Dennis then.
Hi, Stevie.
Oh, hey, Brownie.
I'm good, yeah. Well, that's just a defo, isn't it?
Stephen, what is the difference between being arrogant and being professionally arrogant?
Arrogant is being above yourself and not having probably consideration for the others around you and respect for people, whereas the professional arrogance is having a belief within yourself and showing that confidence to others, both on the pitch and off the pitch as well. I don't think it's a fine line. I think people can smell it straight away. They can see it. I think it's a confidence within yourself, and that's what I'd say.
Sam, I thought it was really interesting there that Sean basically just sort of blitzed through these different styles of learning. And, you know, people from the outside sometimes look at Sean Dyche and maybe go, oh, you know, rabble-rouser and he's going to get the players up and all this kind of thing, and I'm sure he does that. But he said very, very quickly there, you've got the 5 styles of learning: visual, audio, kinesthetic, written, discussion. He obviously puts a lot of thought into this.
Yeah, he does. I think that was a very honest and open chat, to be honest. And I think, as he talks there, is kind of how he works day to day. In review of it, he won't sum it up massively and over-egg it. If you lose at a weekend, it will just be a normal Monday meeting, a review of the game. It won't emphasise that they're bottom of the league and they're 2 games in hand and they got this. It will just be normal practice, I'm sure. But he still installs that belief and freedom to the lads to go and play. And look, everyone knows their style of play. They can't hide away from it, and it's been effective over the years. I think maybe this year just the results haven't come with it. I don't think there's been a massive changing factor in the way they've played or the style that they've gone about it this season.
Sam, how hard is that though with Sean Dyche? You look at the squad that they've got, you've played there a long time. To play that same style, does the training change much? Has it become a little bit monotonous, if you know what I mean?
I think, in a way, I think the squad and the team they've got has, the core of it, I must say, has stayed very similar over the years. So, in a way, I don't want to say it because we're monotonous, because staying up in the Premier League is for Burnley a huge achievement. So if any of the players are part of that, they want to be part of that, and it's a great achievement. I'd say the few players they've added this year in Cornet and Weghorst in this window is probably a breath of fresh air, really. A bit of a different style to what they've been used to over the years, and they fitted in really well. And well, obviously Weghorst's only 2 games in, but Cornet has been a breath of fresh air, and his goals have kept them in touch and distance really with the rest of the group.
We've had a goal in the South Yorkshire Derby in League One. Naz Premji.
They didn't have a kick in the first half, but they've got one in the second. Sheffield Wednesday 0, Rotherham United 1. Corner in from the left-hand side. Ben Wiles with a header into the danger area, and a flick from Freddie Oladapo past Bailey Peacock's barrel. 3,500 Millers going absolutely crazy in the away end. It's Sheffield Wednesday 0, Rotherham United 1.
Any sign of a goal in the Manchester Derby in the WSL? Maz Faruqi.
Not at the moment, Steve, even though City is still dominating. We're into the 50th minute now, into the 5th minute stoppage time here after a lengthy stoppage for a head injury to City's Alex Greenwood, who thankfully is back on her feet and back out on the pitch, but City just can't find the breakthrough, still 0-0.
In the Scottish Cup, that game going on right now has just reached half-time, so it's Arbroath 1, Hibs 1, 20 minutes gone in the Championship. It's still Swansea 0, Bristol City 0. We've got Sam Vokes and Stephen Warnock with us in various studios. Michael Brown is at Turf Moor. We've got 40 minutes to go until our first commentary of Premier League Sunday, which is Burnley versus Liverpool. Sam, you mentioned Wout Weghorst there. What does Sean Dyche want from his target man? What did he ask from you?
I think watching him in the last couple of games, it seems like he's been quite seamless and fitting into the way they play. They do a lot of due diligence in the people they bring into the building. He talked there in the interview about the personality and the professionalism of the player, and I suppose that target man tag that often comes with the number 9, he kind of fits that bill for Burnley, but I think he brings a bit more as well. The way he links the play, and the goal he created the other night was brilliant. I'm sure he'll be desperate to get that first goal today at Turf Moor, because that's the monkey on your back that every striker wants to get off, and he looks like he's fitted in perfect for that setup.
Sam, do you know when he's come in with that sort of stature, that target man, obviously tag, I believe he wants it into his feet a lot more. Will Sean Dyche gradually mould that out of him, that he's going to have to flick it on at times, he's going to have to get in the box for crosses, because at the moment he wants everything to that sort of for feet rather than to actually be a bit more direct?
Yeah, of course. I think that traditional number 9 that Dyche has always played with has been the player that kind of stretches the play and allows the number 10 to come in and get the ball to feet in that position. And they're in a relegation battle at the minute, so they want him in the box and they want him scoring goals. So as much as the work outside the box is great, I know they want him in the box and getting on the end of those crosses.
Half-time whistle has just gone in the Manchester Derby in the WSL, and it is 0-0. Michael, looking at this Burnley squad, right, there are 10 Burnley players out of contract in the summer, and that includes some big names. Ben Mee, who admittedly has said he wants to stay, but he hasn't signed a contract yet. Tarkowski, Barnes, Rodriguez, Peters, Cork, Vidra, I'll do all of them, Lennon, Bardsley, Stevens. So, firstly, that's a heck of a lot of players. Crystal Palace had a similar situation last season, but Palace weren't bottom of the table, and Palace weren't in a relegation battle. Is that going to make a difference, do you think?
Well, I think it makes a huge difference. I said possibly 6 weeks ago, I was looking and going, Burnley, they know what to do, they know how to get out of these situations. The games that got cancelled obviously didn't help them, which has created that gap, created that uncertainty. But I think it was, obviously Sam will tell you as well, this dressing room is very, very close, very hard working. It's a belief that they all have. But when you know that the football club are not pretty much going to renew your contracts, then how do you go about your business? You've got to be professional, you've got to be dedicated. When it gets a little bit further on, are you thinking, well, actually in the Championship, is this better for me? Will I get injured? The questions all start to be asked, and I'm a bit surprised as a football club that they don't actually say, let's incentivise it to those players, keep us in the Premier League, and then we can do something, so they can write that in, subject to being in the Premier League, you've got another year's contract. Give them something to fight for. the neutral out there or the supporter will say, well, they're paid till the end of the season, they've got to do the job. They do, that's for sure, but it's human nature. I don't know what Stephen thinks as well, that if they know they're here next year, do they find a little bit more? Do you drive your players on that extra little bit?
Tough question, isn't it? It is. It's always one of those situations where if you have got, I think there's a massive professional pride about yourself, isn't there? To make sure that you perform and you know that you've got suitors watching. I think what you often find when players are out of contract, they play their best football the last 2 or 3 months of the season or towards the end of that contract, and you see the best out of them. But
shut window.
Yeah, it is, and it's the last thing in managers' minds, isn't it? They're not looking at the 7 months previous to that. They're looking at what he's capable of doing, and he's showed me the best of his ability. But I'm with Brownie. I think the
true though, Steve. You've been here a few years, and all of a sudden you sat thinking, well, I've produced for this football club, and we've done very, very well for a limited budget, limited squad, and now you're saying, okay, you've had enough of us, and we've got to move on. That's the fine line that Sean Dyche and the new ownership have.
But Michael, the other side of that is, how do you negotiate contracts with players as a club when you don't know what division you're going to be in?
Very simple. There's a relegation clause. It's a different amount if you're in the Championship. Give the players something to fight for now. Literally put it now. You get X if you're in the Premier League, Y if you're in the Championship. You're still allowed to leave if that's the case, if we get relegated. But it's an incentivised situation where they probably didn't find that they didn't probably think they were going to be in this situation, but now they're in it. How do they act? How do they put it right? How do they incentivise?
But Brownie, there's got to be another side of it as well, where the new owners have come in and gone, there's no money in this squad. There's no sort of value. If we want to sell players, where's the value coming from? Okay, you look at Dwight McNeil, who's younger, and you look at Tarkowski, but if he runs down his contract, there's no value in that. So is the structure of the club now going to change to bringing in young players like a Crystal Palace have done? They've added value to their squad by going out, searching for
players.
Yeah,
I get it, but they were pretty much safe, weren't they? They were safe when they were doing that.
I get
That's
that.
the difference. I'm saying they're here and now because Christmas is gone, the deadline's gone out the way, and this is where they are today. They're going to have to maybe park some of that.
Yeah, but they're going to have to get to a point where they go, well, we've got to change our philosophy at some point, whether that's in the Championship or the Premier League.
Sam, you know a load of the people who I've just mentioned, because as you said, the Burnley squad hasn't changed massively over the years. So knowing those personalities as you do you think the fact that any of them are out of contract is going to make a difference, whether that be a positive or a negative?
Yeah, to be honest, when you listed those names, I didn't know there was that many. And as a club in Burnley, it's quite strange to let contracts run down that low. I know over the years they've rewarded the players, and the players that you mentioned there have done a lot for the club over the years and been part of the most successful period in Premier League. So I think it won't be in their minds come 3 o'clock Saturday, I'm sure, but during the week, I'm sure these players will be on the phone to agents trying to see where they're at in their future, because it's 6 months. Currently, they haven't got a contract, so in terms of that, it might play into hands, but also on the flip side of it, maybe they turn up more and
Sam, do you think the club
themselves
might have accepted it, Sam? Do you think the club might have accepted and said, well, if the worst happens, if we do go into the Championship, we believe Sean Dyche is the best person to rebuild the club with youth, with a slightly different, more progressive style, and it is what it is, or do you know, or is that a complete disaster for this football club?
I think if those names leave, I think it would be a complete disaster, because I think that's pretty much the core that have been there for this amount of years, and that's what the success has been built on. But I don't know the philosophy. There's new owners in the club. They might have a whole new thought process that they want to change it around from what it has been over the years. I don't know, but it looks to me a little bit like that core group probably need a bit of reassurance, to be totally honest with you, going into this back end of the season.
I know Rick Edwards is listening to us this afternoon, by the way. Rick obviously back with Rachel on breakfast tomorrow, because he's periodically WhatsApping me stick. But if Tony Livesey, if you are listening, big Burnley fan of course, more Sean Dyche to come before kick-off, because we're going to hear what he thinks about Jurgen Klopp. They've had some issues in the past, shall we say. And by the way, Tony joined on Drive full time for the first time tomorrow by Claire McDonald from 4 o'clock, so don't forget to tune in to Tony and Claire as it is now. We have got with us Sam Vokes, we've got Stephen Warner, we've got Michael Brown on Premier League Sunday, just over half an hour to go until kick-off at Turf Moor. I do actually, Stephen, want to pick up on something else that Sean Dyche was talking about there, which is this idea of overcoaching. He said he didn't want to overcoach his players. And that's actually linked to Jurgen Klopp, because Klopp said on Thursday with Luis Diaz, we don't want to overload him with too much info too soon, which is interesting because we all looked at him and thought, oh, he's a Liverpool player. He's slotted in. But they actually haven't jammed too much information in yet.
No, I think there was probably, when you look at the signings Jurgen Klopp's made in the past and you think of the better signings and you go Fabinho and Andrew Robertson, they had spells out of the team when they signed where they couldn't get in because they didn't understand the system. Now, I think you can get away with it a little bit more as a high attacking player, but he doesn't start today. Maybe Klopp's seeing things that he wants him to improve on. That'll take time, but I think the style of play that Porto played was very similar to Liverpool. They're a high-pressing team in the way that they look to do things, similar to Diogo Jota when he was at Wolves. When you listen to Jurgen Klopp talk about Diogo Jota, it was always along the lines of he understands how to press, he understands when to press. We knew he'd fit into our system. Now, that is something that he looks at. I don't think you can overcoach a player. I think you can load them with too much information before a game, but you can never overcoach a player because you want to be coached, you want to be given information to make yourself a better player. And listen, Jurgen Klopp's one of the best managers in the world.
That's something I think as fans we pay a lot of attention to, because sometimes you get a player and he looks great, and if they have a little bit of a drop-off, then people would say, and I certainly used to say this, especially when I was young, going to watch football, oh, it's been coached out of him.
Well, I'll say something to you now, and I don't know whether the guys will back me up on this. When I left Liverpool's academy and started playing first-team football, I probably had Rafa Benitez for a short time, and then when I moved to all other football clubs, I wasn't then coached again until I was about 34 at Wigan under Gary Caldwell. I was managed. I was put out onto a pitch, told the system how to play, but I was never told how to improve as a player and push me and make sure that things were worked on in my game. And I remember thinking, well, I'm getting coached. I knew the difference between being managed and being coached on a football pitch.
Michael?
Was that because of your age, though, as well, Stephen, that you understood it a little bit more, that you were getting to that
possibly, yeah, but then...
Because Gary Caldwell does break it down, doesn't he? He wants to coach, and very, very good at what he does. But yes, listen, there's many managers who do that, as you said, put the structure in place of what you've got to play, but they don't actually strip it back to basics, do they, where you could actually get better on technique. And it's not just around the areas of the pitch where you go into a groove, it's actually breaking it right down onto basics of true coaching. But not all pros want that, do they? Some would actually say, well, we're done with it now, we just want to play, we have good sessions, we want to understand our shape. So it's a fine line, isn't it, going into training and being coached slightly, but not too much where you're not enjoying the day-to-day.
To be honest, Michael, there wouldn't have been much time to coach you because you would have needed so much managing, wouldn't you?
Hey, but when me and Steve were in the dressing room, we pretty much managed it. We just got on with a few of the seniors and away we went.
Big bad cop, worst cop. Stephen Warnock, Michael Brown, Sam Brooks, all with us on Premier League Sunday, just under half an hour to go until kick-off at Turf Moor for Burnley versus Liverpool. We'll have more on the other 2 o'clock kick-offs, Newcastle against Villa, Spurs against Wolves, after the latest news on 5 Live.
Listen on BBC Sounds. This is BBC Radio 5 Live.
Ukraine says it has no plans to close its airspace after the Dutch airline KLM announced it would no longer fly to the country because of fears of an imminent Russian invasion. The German carrier Lufthansa has also said it's considering a flight ban. The Shadow Home Secretary, Yvette Cooper, has said policing is facing a perfect storm and needs major reform. Her comments come as the Labour Mayor of London, Sadiq Khan, has said he'll block any successor to Dame Cressida Dick as Commissioner of the Metropolitan Police unless they have a clear plan to tackle cultural problems in the force. The Scottish Health Secretary, Humza Yousaf, has urged the UK government to continue to fund free coronavirus testing for devolved nations if they wish to continue the measure for longer than England. Free testing could end in February after Boris Johnson told MPs he's looking to end the rules on self-isolation after a positive test. And a man's been charged after an estimated £1.8 million worth of cocaine and cannabis was seized from a lorry in Belfast Harbour yesterday. The 36-year-old is due before Belfast magistrates tomorrow. A 31-year-old woman has been released on bail.
All this month, the Radio 2 piano is at Maida Vale.
Radio 2's Piano Room, Mum.
joined by 20 of our best-loved artists.
David Gray. Hey, this is Jack from Clean Bandit.
Emily Sande here.
Hey, this is Ed Sheeran. Hi, it's Craig David. All bringing us special live performances accompanied by the BBC Concert Orchestra. BBC Radio 2's Piano Room Month continues throughout February. Listen on BBC Sounds and watch on iPlayer.
This is 5 Live Sport with Steve Crossman.
3 Premier League matches kick off in less than half an hour. Newcastle, Aston Villa, Tottenham versus Wolves, and our commentary game, Burnley versus Liverpool. We are in Lancashire and at Lazio this afternoon because England in Italy for their Six Nations game. We're bringing you full commentary on Sports Extra, and inside the Stadio Olimpico we can say good afternoon to Sonia McLaughlin.
Good afternoon to you too. Yes, England's arrival at the Stadio Olimpico is imminent as they look to ease some of the angst following that opening defeat to Scotland. Something wonderfully evocative about this old stadium. And so far, though, we've just been watching the lone figure of England's injured captain Courtney Lawes being put through his paces. Former England fly half Paul Grayson is with us for the afternoon. What does he add, Paul, by being here?
First and foremost, they can keep an eye on his recovery and go through all the return-to-play training protocols. Secondly, having your captain on the trip with you and inside your bubble, such as it is, brings that leadership in meetings, a bit of presence, and any players fancy a chat, then there's a man there to turn to with vast experience.
Yeah. England making a bit of a habit of losing their opening game of the Six Nations Championship. Is this the perfect next game in a way?
That's a really good question, because as I touched on earlier, this team would have been picked a couple of weeks ago, and then they'd be expecting to come here, having beaten Scotland, change their team up, get some experience and some new players into new systems. Comes with added pressure, and I think you've got to give Eddie Jones a little bit of credit. He stuck to his guns and he's picked a mixed team, because time's ticking if you're looking at the World Cup to get people on the field.
Is performance everything? We're going to assume, shouldn't really assume anything as well, we're going to assume England will win this, but so is performance everything?
I think performance is always everything, regardless of the scoreboard.
I'm talking about in the wake of that, that last 20 minutes against Scotland.
Yeah, where we didn't perform. You know.
So now has it become everything for England to get that performance?
Does it have to look pretty? Not necessarily. Does it have to be effective and prove that what the stuff that England have been working on, a new way of attacking and a different balance to their team, is going to work? Yes, it's a great opportunity to get it on the field. It's a tough ask to make it perfect, because Italy improving defensively, certainly stepping up. So to go into one game with a mixed team and make it look nice to take people's eye off last week, I think that's tough. But I'm excited by this England team.
Okay, there's quite Quinn's influence today, actually. If you look at Marcus Smith, Alex Dombrandt, Joe Marchand, and then you've got Harry Randall there from Bristol in the kind of Danny Kerr role, if you like. Is that deliberately, you think, tapping into the success that Harlequins have had, and particularly the brand of rugby that took them to the title last season?
Yeah, I don't think you can ignore it anymore, because it's winning rugby. It's won them the title. Now, a couple of those games where they go 28-0 down in the semi-final is not necessarily part of the script. But but what they've done is proven it to be a winning brand, and also at the heart of it, Dombrandt and Smith are the catalysts. They spark off each other with Kerr in the middle, and that 8, 9 and 10 today have a great opportunity to replicate that on the international stage.
Yeah, they have some kind of telepathic relationship, Alex Dombrandt and Marcus Smith, and it could pay dividends for England today. Steve, Italy have arrived at the Stadio Olimpico. I have to say they've always got the best looking kit in the Six Nations Champions. Shouldn't matter a great deal, but it does, because they just always, with that sartorial elegance that they have, they bring that in spades. We're going to have commentary on Sports Extra of Italy against England from 3.
Yeah, Sonia, I think I've almost squeezed every I was at the F1 in Abu Dhabi story out. But the Ferrari team, the Italians turning up with their red hand luggage, they just always look great, don't they?
They do. They know how to bring a little bit of panache and style to sport, to the Italians.
So do you guys, you see?
Well, yeah. I don't know about Grace, if I'm honest.
Well, Grace is literally with you. Sonia, Paul, thank you very much. The team will be on Sports Extra from 2:30. Highlights on BBC Two, a rugby special at 6. Then Ugo, Chris and Dylan Hartley will bring you the Rugby Daily live on 5 Live from 8 tonight to look back on the whole weekend. They're just underway in the second half of the Manchester derby in the WSL. City 0, United 0. In the Premier League, just over 20 minutes to go until we're underway with our first commentary of the day at Turf Moor for Burnley-Liverpool. John Murray.
Yes, on the classic February day at Turf Moor. It's wild and wet. Liverpool coming here having lost only 2 matches all season, and they're looking to cut Manchester City's lead back down to 9 points. Burnley have won only 2 matches outright all season, but they've picked up draws in their last 3. But now it's Liverpool with Salah and Mane both starting for the first time since returning from Cameroon.
You can hear the wind at Turf Moor, and there was a lot of hot air from Antonio Conte after Spurs' defeat in midweek. Can they bounce back at home to Wolves? Mark Scott.
Yeah, very good, Steve. Spurs still in the Champions League hunt as it is in their own hands. 4 points of 4, 3 games in hand, but confidence of converting those into maximum points will have been hit by the nature of that defeat to Southampton. Back-to-back league losses under Conte now, having gone unbeaten in the first 9 games under him. He was angry afterwards, said they were too emotional. The lack of experienced players could have cost them. He hooked Pierre-Emile Højbjerg on the hour, who did struggle to stem the tide in front of his defence and gave the ball away a lot as well. The Dane dropped today. He had never previously not started in the league since joining. Rodrigo Bentancur replaces him in the Uruguayan's first Spurs start, and he might add some much-needed attacking flair to the midfield and perhaps a bit of extra energy as well. Wingbacks Doherty and Sessegnon in for the benched Reguilon and Royal are the other Spurs changes. For Wolves, Kundal makes his first Premier League start. Nouri also coming in. Out go Trincao and Marçal.
Very thin line, Stephen, between a good line and, you know, Alan Partridge.
Very close. You were
Just
right
on the right side of
cusp.
it?
Yeah.
That's where I like to be. Kennedy, how's Newcastle begin to move away from the relegation zone? They're at home to Villa, Tom Gale.
Well, a win would take them 4 clear of the drop, Steve. Huge boost in Kieran Trippier, passing a late fitness test. He wears the captain's armband. Illness ruling out Jamal Lascelles. 2 changes defensively for Eddie Howe. Newcastle fan Dan Bird makes his full debut. Javi Manquillo comes in for Villa loanee Matt Targett, who's ineligible. Steven Gerrard looking to mastermind a first Villa win here since 2005. A match famous for that punch-up between Newcastle teammates Lee Bowyer and Kieran Dyer. Callum Chambers makes his full debut, replacing the suspended Ezri Konsa. Leon Bailey makes the bench after injuring his thigh 10.5 weeks ago.
So we've got Stephen Warner, Sam Vokes, Michael Brown all with us on Premier League Sunday. Newcastle point clear of the bottom 3, Stephen, after back-to-back wins. If they were to win today, that would be 3 on the spin in the Premier League for the first time since 2018.
I thought they were hugely impressive against Everton. As bad as Everton were, Newcastle were outstanding. I fully expected Everton to go there after the Brentford game in the FA Cup and get something out of it. The electric atmosphere, the speed in which they started the game, and then also they had St. Maximin. I mean, he is a difference maker.
Let's get in on that, actually, Michael, because we had Jacob Ramsey and Philippe Coutinho, who were both brilliant for Villa. Alan Saint-Maximin, who was exceptional for Newcastle. To see them all coming up against each other, that is a great lineup.
It's a great lineup, exciting. Saint-Maximin does take you off your seat, doesn't he? I remember, obviously, listening to Steve Bruce about what he felt like he could bring. He's trying to get him to be more consistent. We sort of saw Sinu Adama Traore, didn't we? Brilliant at times, but inconsistent. But Saint-Maximin is the one he's wanted fit, that excitement, that's something to go at. But just looking at Newcastle and the signings that he's brought in, there seems to be a little bit more understanding of the Premier League, a little bit more understanding what Eddie Howe sort of wants to bring to this side, Wood being the focal point. But listen, it's a really, really big game. Again, the bottom 3 of Norwich, Watford, Burnley that we're looking at, really I think in Newcastle are the team with these signings. But Aston Villa can surprise you, to say the exciting talents of Ramsey. Steven Gerrard can't say enough good things about him, seems to be getting better and better, and you've got that from your manager, and your team seems to be good around you, top players coming around the building. Ramsey certainly one to watch.
We talk about mentality of players and what makes them that step above that elite player, and when you look at Saint-Maximin, you class him as one of the best dribblers in the league, and you say exciting, gets you off the edge of the seat. But the thing that makes the elite players the elite is the decision making at the end of it. Now Coutinho's got it. You saw his vision against Leeds the other night and his ability to move the ball and find space. Saint-Maximin has got all of them ingredients, but it just has to be his final ball, his final decision making. But he's definitely improved in recent weeks up in that
Stephen,
department.
how do you mark him as a fullback? You know, you're coming up against you so many times. We've had a laugh in the dressing room, haven't we, Stephen? And going, oh, you're coming up against him today. What are you going to do? Good luck, great player. So what do you do when he's got these attributes? Do you get tight early? Do you give him a little nudge? Cash, we know straight away, likes to tackle, quite aggressive. But have you got to go in big early? Do you got to give him that route? Where is it? How do you focus? Do you watch what he does? Like, what can you bring for us to that?
I think the big thing is that when you look at the game and the way it's changed, you can't go in as tight as as physical as you'd want to, because you could pick up a booking straight away, and then you don't want to be on a booking against him. I think if it was me, I'd be looking at my winger, my midfielder, and I'd say stop the ball going into him.
You want to stop that supply straight away.
Exactly.
Yeah.
That's the biggest thing. Now, show it to the other side of the pitch completely. Take him out the game as much as you can. And I think that's the side of the game that you've got to look at when you play against someone of his quality. The thing is that Newcastle rely so heavily on him. They're so reliant on him. Whereas when you look at Aston Villa, and now what they're trying to do is they bought in Coutinho, they bought in Buendia, who obviously picked up an injury the other night, but you look at them, they're trying...
When do you do it? You know, can he track back like that? Because he's known for obviously going the other way. Do you try and get a midfielder across? Do you get hold of your centre-half as well?
Well, that's the big question, isn't it? That's what you're trying to achieve, is making sure you've got that balance right.
Well, Alan Saint-Maximin is certainly known for his bold fashion sense, and I can tell you, in the South Yorkshire Derby in League
One...
from
you, Steve.
Oh, you've been waiting, haven't you? I only opened the door. Just the door's ajar a tiny bit, and Michael Brown's barrelling through. No, it was a brilliant link, actually, that you've ruined, so thank you. Paul Warren's gone for an interesting fashion choice now. Prem June, he's celebrating again.
He is celebrating again. Yeah, he's got a very fetching sort of bobble hat on, hasn't he? Sheffield Wednesday 0, Rotherham United 2. You know, the sign of a good team is when you can play awful and be winning, and that's why they're top of the league. Michael Smith with a lovely finish from a free kick, floated in from the right-hand side into the top corner. They've hardly had a kick all game. 2 chances, 2 goals. That's why they're top of the league. Sheffield Wednesday 0, Rotherham United 2.
15 minutes to kick off at Turf Moor. We're going to hear more from Sean Dyche in a second. Talking about bit of beer, bit of red wine. Antonio Conte was kicking the water bottles over when Southampton equalised in midweek. Of course, they went on to beat Spurs 3-2. Could argue that's the most disappointing result of Conte's tenure. Ahead of their game this afternoon against Wolves, he was asked about the stress levels that come with management at the top.
Our job brings us not only myself, but all the coaches now a lot of stress, but to stay at this level, and you have to manage with stress every day. And I think this is normal for us. And if you don't want to stress, I think that this job is not good. It's not good, and you have to stay in your house, your home, and you stay in the bed to stay calm, relaxed, a good tea with biscuits. And it's not my job. This I like to have adrenaline. I find the competition give me great emotion. The people have to be worried if I stay calm. If I stay calm, it means that maybe I resign the situation. When the people say me that I'm ready to fight, and good signal for the whole environment.
I think, Sam Boakes, the message there was, if I'm kicking off, then we're all right.
It's true. As a Saints fan, I was quite happy seeing him kicking the bottles over in midweek. But no, I think it's a fine line. I think we touched on management styles before, and you kind of, as a fan, you probably want that emotion from your managers, but you've got to be careful it doesn't drip onto the field with your players, and that nervous energy comes onto the pitch, which might have come across on Tuesday night for them. But there's different styles of management. I know we touched on Dyche as well, and he's very calm and collected, I think, as a manager, and you don't really see much emotion on the touchline, but a bit different when he's speaking to his players, and the different styles of playing, and it's how you get that reaction from your players.
Did you just say Sean Dyche is calm?
You don't see him on a touchline. He very rarely shows much emotion.
He offered Klopp out last year, didn't he?
We're going to hear something on that in a second, actually. There was quite a nice comparison there, Michael, with Bruno Lage, who I do think sort of comes across a little bit more relaxed. Conor Cody was saying, might be a different scene behind the scenes at Wolves, but he's doing a very good job.
But just look at the placings of the table, an opportunity to go above Spurs today, which obviously a slow start. You're wondering what type of Wolves side is going to produce, not conceding goals, and no, they'll fancy the chances today at Tottenham. Just reading about Antonio Conte, not lost 3 successive league games as a manager since 2009. And just speak to John Merry, he thinks he might not lose it today either, but we'll soon see how this Wolves side can get on. But it's got to be a good place, hasn't it? When you sat there in 8th in the league, manager obviously delighted with his side and an opportunity to go above Spurs. So yeah, seems all good at Wolves at the moment.
12 minutes to go until kick-off in the 2 o'clock games. Wolves are at Tottenham, Villa at Newcastle and Liverpool at Burnley in our first commentary game. When I spoke to Sean Dyche this week, I pointed out that Jurgen Klopp had actually said some quite nice things about Burnley, including, he said this after their game against Man United, they've got footballers all over the pitch. So is there bad blood between the two men who had a real ding-dong at Anfield last season, or not?
2 managers passionate about their sides, want to win. That should be right, actually. I don't see anything more in it. I have total respect for these people. All managers, I realise how hard the job is at any level of football. I never fall out with them for any other reason to work hard for my players as they do for theirs. And there's nothing I think totally healthy. I think fans would want both managers to be fighting for their cause and for their players and trying to win games. So I think it's a healthy respect. I think professionalism. I think around the football pitch, it's not time for friends, it's time to be working. And then away from the football pitch, shake hands, have a beer, have a coffee, whatever, share some thoughts. But around the football pitch, I don't expect to be best mates with every manager who's next to me. I know people really well, people I class as friends in football who certainly had a few squabbles with on the side of the pitch, but that's a healthy demand. That's their job. They're trying responsibly to win games, so am I. So, no, there's nothing other than 2 managers trying to work hard for their teams, I'm sure of that. I honestly believe some of these stories are just made up out of, boredom. People just go, let's just throw another story in there. I can assure you there's total respect for me for all managers I play against and for all managers I've ever played against. I realise how tough the job is, and every manager wants to win.
I am slightly disappointed that you mentioned having a beer, though, because I remember you doing an interview with Kelly on 5 Live, and you said you were very much a full-bodied red man, which would make you a man after my own heart. So I like to think of you having an Amarone afterwards, to be honest.
I don't mind sharing. I was giving it the big, and I was trying to sound like I knew what I was talking about. I do like a drop of Amarone, it's fair to say. But no, to be fair, a beer, it always starts with a beer, and then we'll see where it takes us. We'll see where that beer takes us. That's the start point.
Drop of Amarone, John Murray?
I'm a bit more of a Barolo man.
Oh,
myself.
I see. I'll keep that in mind for future
we're
reference.
heading to Italy this week, so we might see. Well, I might investigate.
Yeah, you should. You really should. I think that's a great, not a brand, because if it's a brand, then I'm probably in trouble. Anyway, red wine is a thing. He said, Sam, there, people like to make up stories. But it didn't make up that massive row between Jurgen Klopp and Sean Dyche. That definitely happened.
I know, yeah, maybe I'll take back that calm and collected statement, Steve. I think it's... thinking back to that, it's Anfield last year, but no, they're both 2 passionate managers, and I'm sure it depends on the touchline today. There's a lot at stake for both of them today, so who knows? They might share a red wine afterwards, civilly.
I think there's so much made about this sort of. When you look at the Arteta one with Klopp as well a few weeks ago, or sort of earlier on in the season, it's no different to players. Players know each other. They all know each other from in and around the areas or various football teams, friends of friends through football. When you step over the line, you're not a friend. It's the old cliche, but you want to win your game, so you want to be physical with them, you want to get in the heads, you want to make it difficult with them, and then after the game you walk off and you shake hands. It's no different for players and managers at all.
The thing is, Michael, I don't see it as a negative. Like, when I was asking Sean the question there, and I understand the way he responded to it, but he's made this point before. People are allowed to fall out. Like, it's interesting to watch, but I don't think we watch it thinking, oh, they're kicking off. It's just passion, and what would football be without it?
See, I never had those problems. I just stayed friends with everybody.
Sure.
My
Didn't
word.
upset anybody on the pitch.
Goodness me.
That's all.
You did it in the tunnel. The game hadn't even kicked off and you were in people's heads.
We did used to laugh about it though, didn't we, Steve?
Yeah, we did, but the opposition didn't.
Thinking, let's get into their heads here, let's see what they've got, see what they're thinking about. But it happens, doesn't it? Everybody's, the pressure's there at the side of the pitch, everything to try and win within reason, but you're going to have fallouts, you're going to have different opinions. We look at decisions, don't we, and professional footballers can disagree over what they think's a foul, what's not a foul, whether it should have been given a goal, and you're going to get that on the side of the pitch when it's so quick, people falling out. And as Sean Dyche said, I think he's very honest, he's very fair, he'll fight you all the way in the decision, but afterwards, which is really good about him, he'll shake your hand, he'll go and have a drink with you, and that's the most important thing. Some people still can't do that though, and that's the difference. I believe Sean Dyche can actually bury it, and away you go. He's got a tough enough job to actually have enemies and people who don't like him, and he's trying to do his best for his football club.
Regardless, John, that's been diffused by both managers then.
Yeah, and when I was listening to that earlier, it's the absolute classic, isn't it? When the two managers know that it will be talked about, what do? They lay on the compliments, don't they, in the build-up to a match. But as the big saying, it's just part of the cut and thrust, isn't it? In a game like this, in any sport, you're bound to get a little bit of people rubbing up against one another.
And is it a fair compliment as well, Sam, that Jurgen Klopp made about Burnley when he said they've got footballers all over the pitch? We know how Burnley have played. There was some heat maps that came out by The Athletic last week, where Burnley's heat maps were basically the edge of their own box and the two corners of the pitch. So we know how they played, but Rodriguez, Cornet, Weghorst, there are footballers in this team.
Yeah, of course, and it's interesting that that's even a point that he's making. Maybe he's implying that years gone by they haven't had, and the style of play that they've played over the years hasn't been as much on the ground, and we touched on it before with bringing the likes of Cornet and Weghorst in, that they are changing their style, not necessarily changing the style of play, but looking to play a bit more on the ground. And it's hard because they're in a relegation battle, so at the end of the day they need to pick up the points, and however they're going to do that, whether they're footballers or they're getting the ball in the box.
Sam, do you think you'll have do you think you'll have a different opinion, Jurgen Klopp, after this game today? Because I feel like they're going to go back to more basic approach, being hard to beat, strong in the tackle, leveler. I think they're desperate. I think they're going to be a different side today.
Yeah, I totally agree. And the wind and rain that I can hear in the background there, mate, I'm sure is going to come into play with the way they're going to try and play and get about Liverpool today, I'm sure.
The full-time whistle has just gone in League One in the South Yorkshire derby. Sheffield Wednesday and Rotherham United. Naz.
Sheffield Wednesday 0, Rotherham United 2. The South Yorkshire derby spoils go the way of the league leaders. They didn't play well for most parts, but they got very clinical in front of goal. Freddie Ladapo with a poacher's finish to get them 1-0 up. That was from a great corner routine. Then Michael Smith with a shot into the top corner from a free kick from the right. Wednesday had numerous chances. Nathaniel Mendes-Lang and Barry Bannon were the best of them, but Josh Vickers in the Rotherham goal in inspired form. Rotherham go further clear. It's Sheffield Wednesday 0, Rotherham United 2.
It's still Arbroath of the Scottish Championship 1, Hibernian 1, 20 minutes to go in the Scottish Cup, and in the Championship it's Swansea 0. Bristol City 1, Andreas Weimann with the goal. The WSL, there's a Manchester derby into the second half, Maz Faruqi.
25 minutes to go, still 0-0 here, Steve, but City have hit the post. Jess Park with a run and then shot, trying to find the bottom left-hand corner, which bounced off the upright to safety. So City have been peppering United's goal. They still can't find the breakthrough, and on the counter, United almost made them pay through Ella Toon. I think one goal for either side might win it today. Still 0-0 in this Manchester derby.
And let's check back in the curling at the Winter Olympics. Gigi Salmon.
Bruce Mowat, the skip for Great Britain, about to release the final stone, the 16th of this eighth end. Great Britain looking very comfortable. They're 3 up on Denmark. There are some glum-looking Danes at the ice cube. Great Britain 5-2. They will win this one. It's just when do they win? They lead by 3, 5-2 coming to the end of the eighth end.
Teams on their way out of the tunnel at Turf Moor. Sam, it's been brilliant having you on. Thank you very much for joining us.
Thank you. Cheers, guys.
Top man Sam Vokes has been with us on Premier League Sunday, and Stephen Warnock with us in the studio.
Cheers, thanks for having me on. Hopefully Juliet Farrington lends a heater to Michael Brown and John Murray at Turf Moor.
I don't want a hat though, Stephen.
Cheers, mate. Speak to you soon. Stephen Warnock, who's been with us on the show. Sean Dyche saying in that interview, we start with a beer and we see how we go. There'll be a few of those drunk in Lancashire tonight if Burnley can get a massive win in the Premier League, but Liverpool desperate for the points too at the other end of the Premier League table. It's Burnley versus Liverpool, and Michael Brown is with correspondent John Murray.
Thank you, Steve. Yes, welcome everyone to Turf Moor. It's actually quite gladiatorial here, the way that they walk out during the current times, because Burnley are striding onto the pitch from down to our right, and they're walking diagonally across the field, and walking diagonally at them from the top left corner as we look. Liverpool in what is currently the away dressing room between the Jimmy McIlroy stand and the Bob Lord stand. But it is a wild afternoon. The rain is sweeping across Turf Moor. I can see huge droplets of it pouring down from the roof of the cricket ground stand. It is blowing right into the faces of the Liverpool fans in that stand. And you see a big liver bird flag has been unfurled right in the middle of that stand.
It's 14 hours.
The team's lining up now, just breaking away for this match, this Premier League match, on what is a day when we have a rich array of live sport for you on 5 Live and Sports Extra. It's going to end with our team in Los Angeles tonight, and it starts, Michael Brown, with our team here in Burnley. And it is a classic February day here, isn't it?
It's a classic, as you said, very, very cold, very windy, very wet. And Liverpool are going to be able to deal with it. It's a Burnley side who are going to mix it up, I'm sure. Be physical, be hard to beat. It's going to be tough. This Liverpool side, obviously, with that front three, you expect them to create so much, but a real difficult afternoon for Burnley.
There's been a result now in that latest curling match that Gigi Salmon's watching.
The final stone, John, from Bruce Mowat in the 8th end, picked up 3 points for Great Britain. It led the Danes to concede, so it's all over after 8 ends, 8-2 in favour of Great Britain, who've now got 4 wins from 5 games. They sit second in the table to Sweden, who are 5 from 5. Top 4 teams go through, and Great Britain have 4 games left to play, so they are very nicely placed. 8-2, the final score.
And in the Scottish Cup, Hibernian have just gone 2-1 up at Arbroath. Arbroath top of the championship, going well, but Hibernian winning 2-1. That was a 12:30 kick-off. So we're just about ready for the start here at Turf Moor. I'll run you through the teams, if I can keep a hold of all of my various bits of paper that don't get blown away. Burnley have got Nick Pope in goal, Roberts, Tarkovsky, me and Peters, Aaron Lennon, Westwood, Brownhill and Cornet, who's fit, then Beghorst and Rodriguez. So no Dwight McNeil for the first time in a Premier League match from the start this season. Referee Martin Atkinson just trotting into the centre circle, will be underway shortly. And the Liverpool side, 4 changes from Thursday night as the players take a knee. And there's the applause inside Turf Moor. So Salah and Mane coming straight back into the starting lineup, and Liverpool getting the match underway in the cream shirts, black shorts and cream socks. The Liverpool team, Alisson in goal, Alexander-Arnold, Matip, Van Dijk and Robertson. In midfield, Fabinho, Captain Henderson and Keita. Henderson was a doubt but is fit. And then it is the old firm, Michael, up front, Salah, Firmino and Mane, with Jota, the informed Jota, and the new signing Diaz among the substitutes.
It's a big decision, isn't it, for Jurgen Klopp? Who you change, who you play, but they look really strong at top of the pitch. They're hungry, they have great desire. As I say, this Burnley side in the wind against for Burnley, setting off. Unusual role, I think, the one down the left-hand side for Maxwell Cornet. Is he going to have the ability and the desire to go and track Trent Alexander-Arnold, especially with more solid down that sort of right-hand side for Liverpool?
So you think that's an area that we need to keep an eye on, with Liverpool with the ball inside their own half, and it is flipped forward by the right instep of Firmino near the halfway line, but Burnley are able to deal with that. Comes back to me, and me rather hurriedly clears it away and it drops out of play 15 yards inside the Liverpool half. There is a lone flag on a very tall flagpole, the Burnley club flag on the top of the Bob Lord stand, that is being absolutely whipped hither and thither. And likewise, the corner flag down to our left. 1 minute is 45 degrees one way, the other minute is 45 degrees the other. As the ball's played over the top for Cornet to chase, but that's beyond him and through for a goal kick.
That's beyond. Good sort of run straight away from Cornet. He's the one who has a little bit of magic in his boots at times, can finish. Probably a role, ideally, he doesn't want to play, wants to be further up in the centre of the pitch. John Dice is trying everything possible to try and get some attacking flair, but it's hard to do that. A narrow 4 to play in when you're playing against Liverpool, the front three so high and wide. It just leaves, obviously, Fabinho to get on the ball. Dictate, hard to get that one.
Yeah, that's Michael Brown with us on 5 Live here at Turf Moor. Michael, who is a Premier League midfielder with Tottenham and Fulham and Manchester City, of course, Wigan as well, and others. And here's Mane, Sadio Mane, bringing the ball towards the halfway line. Uses Alexander-Arnold with his socks a quarter of the way down his calves. Salah then into Firmino, then back to Alexander-Arnold. Outside of his right boot, plays the ball to Robertson. But Robertson has to make ground to his left, and then that keeps possession for Liverpool, who are playing from right to left in this first half as we look. Keita makes a run, then Robertson, and back it goes from Firmino towards the halfway line, and Liverpool start again. Liverpool supporters, you can hear them just at the moment in good voice. As I say, those clouds of rain being blown in there. The ball is played over the top by Henderson for Liverpool for the run of Salah, but Nick Pope is out quickly. So Burnley, bottom of the table, 20th place against Liverpool, who are in 2nd place. And clearly the target for Liverpool is to win this match and get that Manchester City lead back down to the 9 points that it was at the start of this weekend before Manchester City went to Norwich last night. For Burnley, they've drawn their last 3 matches, so they've picked up points in those 3 games. It's a heavy touch there by Eric Peters, which took the ball out of play for a throw to Liverpool. But it is 11 matches without a win in all competitions, and as I've been saying, Burnley have won only 2 matches outright all season.
And that's the difficulty, isn't it? Psychologically, when you know that's the case, even if you were leading towards the end of the game, but the nerves will kick in that you haven't done it for such a long time.
Yes, Mane plays the ball, does well actually centrally, plays the ball to the man who was his opponent this time last week, Salah, then to the left-hand side to Robertson, back to Salah inside the area, made his run, lovely move by Liverpool, but Robertson's return pass just skipped through off the wet turf and beyond the outstretched right leg of Salah and behind it, but Salah there just acknowledging Andy Robertson's return ball.
It was typical Liverpool, wasn't it? The switch across to the left-hand side, Robertson high and wide, he delivers early with that side foot, it was running away actually. Good recovery from Peters, just did enough to actually put Mo Salah off, but he just sneaks in on that back post, doesn't he? Good timing of his runs.
Burnley coming forward in the claret and blue, but that's a long ball hit, overhit really from Connor Roberts, and Liverpool will play this out from the back. So 3 Premier League matches currently underway, Burnley 0, Liverpool 0 here at Turf Moor. They're also underway at St James's Park, where it's Newcastle 0, Aston Villa 0, and they're underway at the new White Hart Lane, the new Tottenham Stadium, where Spurs are playing Wolves, Mark Scott.
And Spurs are already behind. Raul Jimenez with the goal for Wolves. It came about after a pot shot from the edge of the area from Ruben Neves was spilled by Hugo Lloris. Spurs couldn't clear the danger. Jimenez chested it and then volleyed it in brilliantly in one movement. A wretched start for Spurs. Tottenham 0, Wolves 1.
So already a goal at Tottenham. What's happening at Newcastle, Tom Gale?
0-0, John, not very much. Fabian Schär's been down injured for a good 2 minutes or so. He's clutching his jaw. Thankfully, he's back to his feet. He's just trotting up, but we're struggling to get going here. It's Newcastle 0, Aston Villa 0.
Here's Mane down the left-hand side for Liverpool, pulls the ball into the box, but that's intercepted in the middle by Ashley Westwood, and Burnley are able to clear it away downfield. So this is our first Premier League commentary of the day. We've got Leicester against West Ham from 4:30. Conor McNamara and Clinton Morrison will be together for that one. I hope it's not as wild there as it is here, because I'm not sure this weather is Clinton's cup of tea. As Liverpool have the ball on the halfway line, it is Matip, Joel Matip, his 150th appearance for Liverpool today in all competitions, but he overhits that pass, and we're already seeing errors and mistakes and overhit passes as you would expect in these conditions.
Well, do you know, you're talking about the condition, I was actually just thinking we can't stress enough how difficult it will be for the players to keep the ball on the floor, get any sort of rhythm, any sort of tempo, seeing players not being able to control it, running past them. really, really windy.
It's a real challenge, isn't it?
Yeah, it is a challenge. Interestingly, that Liverpool are going with the wind slightly this first half, and that affects them. But Burnley are fighting. They're in it. They're getting around the ball, but Liverpool have looked the most lively at the moment.
You've already been standing out in these conditions.
I've had a few hours this
watching your
morning.
young son. Ball played over the top for Burnley. Alisson had to come out of his penalty area, and it didn't bounce from, I think the wind caught it. Kone making the run through the middle, and Alisson was undecided there for a moment or two, headed it away, and then the offside flag went up against the Burnley men.
Well, it was very tight, you know that. Actually, Alisson comes out to head it straight away. Once it turned over, the assistant referee puts the flag up to take the pressure off, but good runs from that left-hand side between the two centre-backs, and Kone can still keep doing that, the energy, but it's what he leaves behind, I fear.
And all three Burnley frontmen were racing through on that, weren't they? Weghorst, Rodriguez and Kone, and that was one of those situations whereby really the flag, it could have done with an early flag, because there was the potential there for a collision between Kone and Alisson, but fortunately everything's okay. Ball played back to the Liverpool goalkeeper, who was off with Brazil recently. Don't imagine it was like this there either. Long, his black leggings, as he likes to wear in the winter months, he's got them on, and I think you can probably hear that wind whipping around the north stand. We're right at the back of the stand here, but we're quite tightly packed in together, which is a good thing on an afternoon like this. Liverpool with it on the right-hand side. Now here's Firmino carrying the ball forward. He's scored in his last 3 matches here. Firmino, Mane, then plays it into the area for Keita. It's bounced to Robertson, but Mane actually committed a foul just as he was challenging for the ball, and it is a free kick to Liverpool, as indicated by Martin Atkinson.
It was great run before my teammate there, Aaron Lennon. He gets back, good recovery, getting on a little bit, but he's still got great pace. He draws the foul, but that's the protection we were talking in the build-up about wide players and what they need, or what full-backs need, and you've got an attacking wide player. This occasion, good play from Lennon, helping his full-back out.
Yep, 34-year-old Aaron Lennon coming into the starting lineup. That was Sean Dyche's one change today from the team that started and drew with Manchester United here on Tuesday. Liverpool coming forward again. Firmino, pass just cut out. Then Robertson has a goal, which took a deflection. The ball was deflected right up in the air and over the top of the crossbar by a distance, but it is a corner. Corner to Liverpool, first of the match.
Yeah, it was an ambitious effort, wasn't it? 25 yards out, left-footed. Robertson comes on, tries to take the shot on, as well blocked in the end by Roberts. So the pressure's coming now. He's looking at Burnley set up. A couple on the edge of the zone for this corner kick, 1 front post, 2 on the edge of the 6-yard area with 4 markers. Liverpool have 5 to attack it.
I hope that corner flag doesn't blow back into Andy Robertson. No, it doesn't. He takes the corner. Oh, and it's just flicked, headed away by Brownell inside the area. That was important. Alexander-Arnold then from 25 yards hits a shot. That was blocked inside the box as well. That was a really tricky delivery from Robertson from the corner on the left-hand side, and well dealt with by Brownell in the middle.
Yeah, he headed really, really well, because see Mane just literally going, thinking he's got a header straight on in goal, but he just took it off his head. It was good defending, good delivery.
5 Live, Premier League Sunday. BBC Sounds as well, if you're on the move. Burnley 0, Liverpool 0. In the big match, there is one game in the Premiership, the Rugby Union Premiership this afternoon. Important one as well. 2 sides near the top of the table. Saracens 13, Harlequins 10 is the latest score. And our Six Nations coverage will resume on Sports Extra at 2:30. Here is Salah, left-footed, playing the ball into the box. Connor Roberts comes across from right back, heads it out there to the far side, where Trent Alexander-Arnold got his feet all mixed up together, trying to control it, all on his own there, under no pressure, but took a poor touch and it bounced straight behind for a throw.
It was right in the corner, wasn't it? I'm thinking when he's running over to the ball, probably thinking, is it going to go out for a corner? Then obviously just inside the corner flag, he changes his mind last second. That's what confuses him. His touch isn't good, and he gives the ball back to Burnley.
Burnley 0, Liverpool 0. So yes, the coverage from Rome will begin on Sports Extra at 2:30. It's a 3 o'clock kick-off there. I've got a friend who's there this afternoon in Rome. He's been sending us pictures over the last couple of days. It looks absolutely magnificent. But however, we will be in Italy in the coming days to bring you commentary this midweek. So Burnley, a high ball forward for Westwood to chase, but Van Dijk is underneath it, but Robertson can't keep it in. It's out of play for a throw into Burnley. Down the right, we're going to go to the Manchester City-Manchester United game in the Women's Super League in a moment. But Burnley playing the ball into the area, Cornet's offside. The ball bounces to Peters, who hits a shot. He slashed it wide, actually, and behind, but the flag was already up for the offside. So it is still Burnley 0, Liverpool 0. And let's bring in Naz Faruqi with news of the Manchester derby.
8 minutes to go. Sub Caroline Weir has finally scored for Manchester City. She's beaten Mary Earps with a long-range effort. City on top, and they deserve this lead. City 1, United 0.
Another goal for Hibs. I'll let you know who scored it in a moment, but Arbroath 1, Hibs 3, and it looks as though they're on their way through in the Scottish Cup. And Liverpool in possession inside their own half. I think, if anything, conditions have just worsened, Michael. The rain seems to be heavier than previously, and it is sweeping across the ground in clouds now, and Fabinho passes the ball straight out of play.
Yeah, it's sweeping. As I said to you, I was stood in it for 3 hours this morning, and it's not great. Very windy, very blistery, but just going back to that last ball, back in, that curling effort into Cornet from Westwood. Great pass forward, and a little set. The assistant referee there putting his flag up. I've seen the replays. He's gone a little bit early. It's really tight. He doesn't need to make that decision. It does change the outcome. So on one hand, we're actually saying, you know, can we make sure if he gets it right? But when he does it, he's got to be spot on.
Well, it is 0-0, and it was Chris Muller who scored the third Hibs goal, which is first for the club. Kevin Nisbet scored the second. So Hibernian leading by 3-1. Burnley 0, Liverpool 0. And Burnley playing the ball to Aaron Lennon here on the right-hand side. So Dwight McNeil on the substitute bench for this one. Ball curled in. Rodriguez got it really well. Not seen anything really of Wout Weghorst yet in the game, the new signing, but here he is, the Dutch international, up against Van Dijk, of course. Playing the ball infield. And here is that shot that is whipped in by Brownhill from best part of 30 yards, certainly 25 yards plus, and it was wobbling in the wind. We could clearly see it, and Allison diving to his right, just palmed it away behind.
As you said, good play from Weghorst. He's aware. Good feet for a big man. Spots Brownie on the centre of the pitch. I'm thinking, continue
what are you doing?
Open your body up, left footed. Roll the ball across. He doesn't. He pulls
why are you getting them?
Papa.
Is that from a birthday present?
To the right hand side. Good save by Allison.
No, that's one. Is it back one? Is he the Grandma's birthday present? Like Luton Ball.
Westwood to take this first Burnley corner from the left.
Yeah, but I couldn't kill. Can I help you?
Allison was challenged and sure he was fouled by Weghorst to 6 foot.
Bobby, I said leave it.
I will help you.
Did well, actually.
Can I help you, please?
Then was battered down.
We can help you.
Yeah, he punched it, hasn't he? But the contact came.
Can I help you?
Atkinson wasn't going to give it, and realised
I'll do this
the
one.
foul was the correct decision.
Weghorst, the new number 9. The
Can I do one of the cards
excellent goal-scoring record
No,
in
leave the
Bundesliga,
cards.
which
I am reading one.
I've got a card to do with Mummy.
£12 million paid for him.
And you got a card to do with you.
Wolfsburg,
Can I be
where
with?
he's
Can
scored 7
we
goals there
be
this
with
season.
Woman?
But this
I like
is
that
his
one.
third appearance. Yet to get off the mark for Burnley.
You see that there? Allison had the ball, but the full-backs obviously since the corner kick.
I leave them
Alexander were on the opposite sides. And they just said to the goalkeeper, hold tight, we'll wait, and we'll just jog across the pitch. Burnley did nothing about it.
Well, I put them in here.
The keeper at that point.
We're putting them in here. So it was the paper here.
That's intercepted by Matic. Fabinho volleys it on, flicks out a right-footed it, and then Josh Brownhill passes it out of play on the far side, throwing near the halfway line. Burnley 0, Liverpool 0, ball going out of play right in between where Sean Leitch is just rubbing his hand across his nose, and Jurgen Klopp has got
for
very surprise. Longest serving.
Can I hold this hand? You hold that hand.
Take that to Mummy.
Sean Dyche
Take that to Mummy for you, Mummy's big cover.
defend this throw in. Then Trent Alexander-Arnold gets ahead to it.
Can I be the foul one?
Well, he scored the goal for Burnley against Manchester United the other night, which was his 100th league goal of his career.
No.
Rodriguez.
throw-in
I don't know.
on the halfway
You
line.
should do a
We're going
card.
back to Tottenham. Mark Scott.
It is
Yeah,
2-0
do one.
to Wolves, and Tottenham, their own worst enemies. Lloris and Davis both got in an awful muddle. They then couldn't defend the effort from Podence. It rebounded off the post, and Leander Dendoncker gobbled up the rebound from point-blank range. Tottenham Hotspur 0, Wolves 2 with 18 minutes gone.
Oh, Allison coming out of his penalty area to head the ball away. Corner, that's the second time he's had to do that. Burnley come again. Lennon with a cross. Corner, turns, shoots, but the offside flag is up, and in any case the shot was straight at Allison. And the home fans here not best pleased with the decision from the assistant.
How quickly he keep putting his flag up? Any opportunity, the supporters are giving him a little bit of stick. It was better play, wasn't it, from Burnley? They're getting somewhere.
I can't do it.
Being patient, but straight away the long direct ball opens it up. Allison comes out, you can hear the boos. He's had to come to the edge of the area to head it.
Yes, Burnley 0, Liverpool 0. A really testing game for goalkeepers this. And the way that they put that last corner, or that only corner, in on Allison was reminiscent of the way that West Ham tried to put them under pressure for what was one of Liverpool's only 2 defeats this season when they lost it 3-2 at West Ham before Christmas. Liverpool with this throw, 10 yards back from the corner flag. I'm sure you can hear the wind. Ball played in left foot. Then it's going to come out to Robertson on the edge of the area. Uses his left foot to give it back to Keita. Naby Keita, who's also returned to the team today in the midfield. Jordan Henderson likewise. Henderson with a cross. Good cross! There was indecision there in the middle. Goalkeeper Pope wasn't sure whether to come. It was bending out the cross. The defenders weren't sure, but it evaded everyone.
What a ball. Isn't it straight onto his right foot. Corner of the 18-yard box. He doesn't disappoint. It's right across. Probably 6-yard area. Roberts on the back post with a little bit of pressure from Mane. Didn't know whether to touch it or not. For the own goal on the back post. It's a great ball.
Was, but it's behind, and it's Burnley 0, Liverpool 0. That's quite a scoreline, isn't it? At Tottenham, your old club. Tottenham 0, Wolves 2 already.
Yeah, very disappointing.
Well, I was there the other night, and that was some game against Southampton. And the locals were not best pleased. And I think the hope will have been with Bentancur coming into the team that he would make a difference, but they're 2-0 down. Newcastle 0, Aston Villa 0, still Swansea 0, Bristol City 1 incidentally in the one match today in the Championship. And Rotherham 2-0 winners at Sheffield Wednesday, the League One leaders. They'll have enjoyed that. Rotherham winning at Sheffield Wednesday in that fashion. So it is 0-0, and here's Keita on the halfway line. Up towards Henderson, who was out with a back injury for this game, the Liverpool captain, Henderson, but ball goes astray from him. Now in the centre circle, Mane challenging Connor Roberts. The home supporters, you can hear them, they feel that Mane fouled Roberts, but no free kick given by Martin Atkinson, and Liverpool have got the ball back inside their own half.
Amy, how are you?
Turning and giving it to Matip. And then he's passed it straight to Cornet. And wasn't able to find the ball through to Jay Rodriguez. Stretched out his long
Can I have
and that was an opportunity not taken by Burnley, being able to find the pass. Brownhill though also sees his forward pass cut out. Comes back to the Burnley midfielder, but it bounces for Liverpool. Now Keita, Henderson looks for space. Robertson come in field on the left-hand side, but then plays it forward to Mane, into the box on the left-hand side. Robertson makes his run. Sadio Mane, now the shot from Keita. Good save, Pope down to his right. Down near the foot of his right post to push it around for a corner, Michael Brown.
Yeah, it's great overload, wasn't it? Left-hand side, the timings of the runs. Burnley just couldn't get near them with a 3 for 2. Robertson gets it. Mane comes inside. It's a good shot from Keita at the edge of the area. Good save, Pope down to his right.
Excellent delivery last time, wasn't it, from Andy Robertson? Let's see what he does here. This is a deeper one to the back post. That's headed away by Tarkowski. Comes out. No, Liverpool have won it back. And Salah stretching for it, was dispossessed, and Burnley break it away downfield. Westwood, now Rodriguez, square to Veghorst, in the box. Veghorst shoots, and it almost went in off Alexander-Arnold. The shot was missing by a distance, but it was right into the path of Alexander-Arnold, who was making a recovery run, and he very nearly put the
ball into his own net, and now Liverpool are protesting. They feel that Salah had a case for a penalty at the other end.
Yeah, whether anybody will look at it, we'll soon see. But what a counter-attack from Burnley, from Liverpool's set piece. Westwood does brilliant. He gets fouled, and Rodriguez takes over. At that point, Weghorst into the right-hand side. Gets a good opportunity, tries to dink it over Alisson. Very, very poor finish, gets away with it. We're just going back to the Mo Salah as it's getting checked. He gets caught. We're just waiting to see Martin Atkinson now what the outcome of it is.
I think they could have a case here, Weghorst. It was Weghorst in his own penalty area, and it was like a trailing foot. Well, VAR have had a look and they've said no penalty. And it is a corner then at the other end for Burnley. Corner is going to take here into the near post. It's hooked away at the near post. There was a Burnley man there as well, Rodriguez, but Liverpool cleared through Robertson, and the ball rolls out of play 15 yards inside the Liverpool half for a throw-in to the home side.
John, it was a big chance for Weghorst there, but what he's done is, as Alisson's come, he's run such a long way, box to box. Instead of just trying to slot it down the side of him, he's just tried to dink it. He was always missing and thinking, would Trent Alexander-Arnold slice it in, but it was never going to happen. It was a good move.
Saracens have increased their lead over Harlequins by 16 points to 10, and Hibernian are through in the Scottish Cup. It has finished. Arbroath 1, Hibernian 3. Celtic Wraith Rovers later. We'll keep you up to date with that from 4 o'clock. And we're going to go back to Tottenham in a moment, but Burnley have got a long throw situation here, but Connor Roberts is getting a run in the side at the moment at right back. The Welsh international, Roberts up the slope, takes a long throw into the area, cleared out to Lennon, played back in, comes off the head of Matip and bounces behind for another Burnley corner.
This is where they're good, aren't they? Set pieces, long throws, keeping it alive, getting round each other. Now another opportunity to put the ball into a key area.
Yes, it is. This is at the Liverpool end for this match, at the cricket ground end. Just see, stretched down to see the square of Burnley Cricket Club.
Liverpool full zonal there, John. Nobody marking. Can they get a run?
Here is the corner then, towards the back post. Knees after it, but it was headed away by Virgil van Dijk. Did well there. Knee arriving at pace, but Van Dijk watched it all the way and headed it to safety, and then the ball back over the top bounces through for a goal kick to Liverpool in their own right back position. So still Burnley 0, Liverpool 0, and as promised, it's back to Tottenham and Mark Scott.
Well, it's still Spurs 0, Wolves 2, John, but Tottenham are all over the place, and fortunate not to be 3 down. More poor defending, presented the ball to Raul Jimenez in the D of the area. His early shot was turned away by Hugo Lloris, and Antonio Conte, so furious with what he's seen so far, is getting Dejan Kulusevski ready to come on already. We've only played 26 minutes. Tottenham 0, Wolves 2.
Yeah, having faced like absolute thunder the other night at half-time, when Southampton played really, really well. And of course got that draw at Old Trafford yesterday. And now Eric Peters is caught by Jordan Henderson, who was late on the challenge, slid in, and it's going to be a yellow card for the Liverpool captain for that.
Yeah, he's hurt himself in the process as well, but he does catch Peters late. Referee Martin Atkinson, it's not one just to brand him straight away. On this occasion, he's always going to get a yellow card. It's a promising attack for Burnley.
Yeah, 5 yards inside the Liverpool half. So Jordan Henderson still sitting down and receiving treatment after that. He's come out worst of the two. And so it will be a Burnley free kick, but it is all over in the Manchester derby in the Women's Super League, the 12:30 kick-off. Maz Faruqi.
Yeah, and City have won 1-0, John. They played from the off like they knew they had to win to keep pace with those at the top, and they dominated without creating many clear-cut chances until the 82nd minute when Caroline Weir, with a long-range shot, beat United's keeper Mary Earps. So City cut the gap to the City rivals to 2 points. United could drop out of the top 3 entirely by the end of the day. It's finished City 1, United 0.
Yes, the highlights of all the matches on the Women's Football Show, which is after match of the day 2 on BBC One tonight. Jordan Henderson's still receiving treatment. He was really gritting his teeth.
If you look at the trailing leg of Peters as he's gone over the top of it, it's caught him right on the medial ligament inside of his right knee. That's probably where the pain is.
Yeah, this is a worry. And it is Everton 0, Aston Villa 2, incidentally, in the Women's Super League. That was a 1 o'clock kick-off, and the other matches all starting at 2. Birmingham 0, Tottenham 0, Brighton 1, Reading 0, and Leicester City 2, West Ham 0. So Jordan Henderson back on his feet and now being shown the yellow card. And this doesn't look too clever for Jordan Henderson now, with the Champions League tie coming up on Wednesday night for Liverpool. Jurgen Klopp understandably concerned.
He will be concerned when you take a knock on the joint like that. See straight away he's in a lot of pain. He's limping off now. The big miss for them. I think he started all right in the game. Great ball in, some good runs, especially down the right hand side, creating that overload as we mentioned. That was the area. Felt Burnley were going to be under pressure.
Jordan Henderson just leaving the field. Just keep an eye on that to see if they need to make a change. Burnley take the free kick. Cornet come off their course, bounces down Rodriguez, but Alisson smothers the ball right at the feet of the Burnley striker. Well done, the Liverpool goalkeeper there. That seemed as though there was every chance that might end up in the back of the Liverpool net. Henderson is coming back onto the field. He was in the coaching area where he left the field, so there was a discussion there, Jurgen Klopp and the medical people and Henderson and Jordan Henderson's back on.
Yeah, he seems to be okay, but a bit uncomfortable as he just gives the ball away there. But from that free kick that Jordan Henderson caused, it's a great ball, wasn't it? A set across, Rodriguez right in front of Alisson. I'm thinking just put the ball in the corner or get some sort of contact, but he smothers it down to his left-hand side. It was a good save by Alisson.
It was, and now the ball's been clattered into Mane, who's on the ground with Brownhill, and Liverpool wanted to take a quick free kick, but referee Atkinson says no, come on, let's bring it back. So it's a free kick forward and right of the centre circle for Liverpool. Still Burnley 0, Liverpool 0. We'll go back to Newcastle when we get a chance. Still 0-0 there, last I heard. Did I say 0-0-0? I think it's the cold. I think it's the wind.
Definitely no goals in that one.
Just no. No. Underlined it. Free kick. So the two fullbacks are there. Either Trent Alexander-Arnold or Robertson. Burnley holding their line just outside the penalty area. It's going to be Alexander-Arnold, right foot into the back post. Mane's there with a shot. It's blocked by Pope, and it came back at him very quickly. There were defenders in there as well. And as it bounced straight back at the arriving Sadio Mane, he just couldn't do anything other than put the follow-up shot wider than the opposed.
It was a great ball right round the back. There he was, Sadio Mane. Good contact. Nick Pope stays big, very, very strong. It's a good save. It's a real threat from those set pieces. Good finish, but that's what Pope does well. Stays big, doesn't commit, and he gets his rewards.
Again, now seeing the brilliant option that is Trent Alexander-Arnold, who is top of the assists table in the Premier League again this season. 10 assists in the Premier League alone, and superb delivery. And Nick Pope having to stand up. It was straight at him, but it was coming at pace from no more than probably 7 or 8 yards, and he kept it out. So Burnley 0, Liverpool 0. Wolves are winning 2-0 at Tottenham, if you've just joined us on 5 Live. And Tom Gale at St James's Park has the latest on Tyneside.
Well, this was very 0-0, John, but Newcastle have been awarded a penalty. It was the counter-attack. Villa trying to play out. Chris Willicks glided over a challenge. I'm not sure it is who committed the offence, but the referee, Craig Pawson's taken a while. He was Chambers, I'm actually told in my headphones there. Callum Chambers, reckless lunge in. It's a penalty. Come back to me when it's on the spot. 0-0.
Horse running through for Burnley, but shoots wide at the foot of the post. Played over the top. The two Liverpool central defenders, Matip and Van Dijk, either side of him, chasing him, and he stretched for the shot, but hit it a yard wide.
That's great run right through the middle. They're committed, aren't they? Weghorst gets his legs going, just as he gets inside of the penalty area. Very, very central. He sort of hits it with the outside of his foot. I think he could be a little bit more composed than he was. Another opportunity that Burnley have wasted.
Do we need to go back to St James's Park yet? Not yet. Burnley 0, Liverpool 0. That decision has gone to VAR, so we'll hear from Tom when there's been a resolution to that. But still 0-0, but again, despite the conditions and lots of errors, lots of mistakes, wind blowing around in all directions, the rain absolutely relentless here, it's actually produced a number of goal-scoring opportunities.
Well, it's held up, hasn't it, for Burnley to make those runs. They can turn Liverpool around and the ball just stays. The other way, it's just running on.
Salah tries to head a bouncing ball on towards Mane, bounced off Salah's hand inside the penalty area, and I think there has been a decision from VAR at St James's Park, Tom.
Newcastle 0, Aston Villa 0, John, and it's no penalty. It's right on the lip of the 18-yard box. Will it rise the challenge? There's clear connection with Callum Chambers' boot. VAR's had a look and said he's outside the box. So literally from 18 yards out, centre on, Newcastle do have a free kick. Newcastle 0, Villa 0.
Okay, Burnley 0, Liverpool 0. Liverpool, who will play the Italian champions on Wednesday night, who were top of the table last night after they drew 1-1 at Napoli, but AC Milan have won today against Sampdoria in the early kick-off, so AC Milan go to the top of the table as Liverpool win a free kick in the centre circle for a challenge on Virgil van Dijk. And the home supporters, you can hear the reaction from them. Liverpool take the free kick quickly, and Keita gives it to Robertson. Robertson on the left wing. Mane makes a run down into the right full-back position, but Robertson actually uses Keita behind him, and then here's the shaven-headed Brazilian, Fabinho, playing the ball to the right-hand side to Matip, and then Alexander-Arnold back towards the halfway line. Van Dijk just taps the ball forward 10 yards or so to Keita. A little shuffling run from Keita. Robertson now takes a touch, crosses, takes a double deflection into the area, runs away from Mane, and it's cleared away downfield by Tarkowski. Difficult bouncing ball for Liverpool to have to deal with, which Matip does. Alisson's way out of his penalty area. Alisson is still being put into pressure by Rodriguez, out of the box, and has to put it out of play for a throw in. I thought I wasn't sure where Alisson was going with that.
That was brilliant, wasn't it? He didn't know what to do, and he's in the left-back position doing pirouettes, turning one way, then another. He did very, very well, didn't he? In that tight situation.
Straight back to Newcastle, Tom Gale.
Captain Kieran Trippier has given the home side the advantage. It was direct from the set play. 18 yards out, he drilled it, wicked deflection. Martinez, no chance. Newcastle 1, Villa 0.
He wasn't even supposed to be playing in this game, Kieran Trippier, going off injured the other night. Now he scored his second goal of the week.
It seems to be a good signing. I was slightly surprised, to be honest, that he actually went and joined Newcastle United. He had other options, but he seemed to deliver in for his side.
So a former Burnley man, Kieran Trippier, scoring his second goal of the week for Newcastle. That obviously important for them to get the noses in front against Aston Villa today. So Newcastle 1, Aston Villa 0, Tottenham 0, Wolves 2. Burnley coming forward, ball played through to Weghorst. Weghorst in the box, Alisson forces him wide. Weghorst gets the shot in, but Alisson with a touch. But the offside flag now goes up against the Dutchman, and it's a free kick to Liverpool.
It's a great run again. They're getting in some great areas. It's tight on this occasion. He might have just been in offside position. He went to put the flag up, John, and I seen him go like that with his right arm as if he shouldn't. Weghorst, good touch round Alisson, but his recovery is excellent. Strong right arm to force the ball wide, and at that point we then seen the flag come up.
Got it.
So it is still Burnley 0, Liverpool 0. And mention of Kieran Trippier, the last game of the season is due to be Burnley at home to Newcastle. Although there are matches to rearrange for Burnley, but it could be that Kieran Trippier and Newcastle come here with perhaps one of them standing a chance of staying up.
That'd be an incredible ending, wouldn't it? But the way Newcastle are going, if they can manage to win this game, you straight away start to think that they'll have already been job done.
Yeah, there's a lot of water to pass under the bridge before we get to the final game of the season, particularly sitting here on a day like this. It feels like it's a long way off May.
But luckily you've got your suntan cream ready for the middle of the week, John, already.
I'm sure I'll need that. In Milano, Burnley 0, Liverpool 0, Keita. But his pass forward is blocked back to Matip. Matip then lifts a pass out towards Firmino, takes the ball down on the outside of his right calf. Firmino now cutting into the penalty area, drags it back, then lays it across the edge of the box. Keita, if Keita had gambled a little bit there, he might have had an opportunity, but Burnley are able to clear. Liverpool start again. All of the players down there looking absolutely drenched. Keita now 25 yards out, ball to the edge of the box. Mee was able just to get a foot to it, then it's flicked away by Westwood, and then Lennon is blocked by Fabinho, and it's a free kick to Burnley. And I think Fabinho's been a little fortunate there to get away without a yellow card.
You can see the reaction all around us, everybody standing up, waving their right arms and saying that's a yellow card, but Aaron Lennon does very, very well. He draws the foul in and it just jumps in to Fabinho. I think the referee on this occasion probably got it right.
10 minutes to go to half-time. Less than 10 minutes. Burnley 0, Liverpool 0. And it's been quite equal, actually, hasn't it, the first half?
If you were Sean Dyche, just to listen to him in the build-up, about the respect he has and understanding for his side, if you'd have told him Alisson would have been involved as many times as he was, you'd have taken it.
Yeah, that was that little episode where Alisson had the ball way out of his own penalty area. Was an extraordinary one. I'm sure we'll see that on Match of the Day 2 tonight.
The modern-day keeper can play out, though, now, John, can't they?
And this one certainly can. Robertson being put under pressure on the edge of his own penalty area, but slips the ball between Cornet and Weghorst. And now, actually, Liverpool with Henderson, who seems okay after taking that knock, takes the ball down the right, gets the cross in, stretch and clearance by Connor Roberts for Burnley, and then it bounces down for Westwood, and Burnley clear through keepers, but that's way beyond Cornet. So Burnley 0, Liverpool 0. Yes, we'll have lots of coverage. Do listen to us if you can on 5 Live Tuesday and Wednesday night when the Champions League returns. We'll be in Lisbon on Tuesday, Sporting against Manchester City. We'll also be in Paris, actually. Alistair Bruce Ball will be in Paris for Paris Saint-Germain against Real Madrid, and Manchester United Brighton will be on Sports Extra. As Mane crosses now low from the left-hand side, but Mee at the near post, sliding in, is able to block it behind the near post for a Liverpool corner.
Mane gets away, delivers a really, really good ball right across the front post. It's actually Ben Mee on the cover, and actually went under his body. I'm thinking, is that going to roll into the near post? But defended well, seen out for a corner. But it's different delivery now. Liverpool bring over Trent Alexander-Arnold for that in-swinging delivery.
One of the players there has just thrown off their gloves. Decided they don't need those anymore. Yeah, so a change of tack this time from the for a corner from the left-hand side. So it's Trent Alexander-Arnold's in-swinger. So it's a test of this, but the ball has been blown out of that. It's that quadrant where the flag is being blown all over the place, and actually the flag is now in Trent Alexander-Arnold's way. He just tries to rather daintily move it, but the wind is going to blow it right back across, and the angle is so strange. Right, Alexander-Arnold gets the ball in, diving header, it's forced into the net, Fabinho! Fabinho there, almost on the goal line itself. After that little header initially from Sadio Mane, glanced it into the box, and then the arriving Fabinho got one shot, he was blocked, and then forced it over the line with a second, and Liverpool score. Burnley 0, Liverpool 1.
Well, the delivery we're waiting for, Trent Alexander-Arnold trying to move the corner flag and to get it out of his way. I didn't think the delivery was that good, it was flat. I've expected a better one, but it was the touch, that near post run as you mentioned, that little flick by Mane, and then the run right in the centre of the 6-yard area. Fabinho does very, very well. It's blocked on the line, but the follow-up comes right to him as he just pokes it in the bottom corner, and finally Liverpool get the breakthrough.
Yeah, very good initial stop actually by Nick Pope, a reaction save right on the goal line, but the ball dropped right into the path of Fabinho, who was on the follow-up, having arrived at pace. I mean, he was only a couple of feet from the goal line when he prodded it in with the end of his right boot. So Fabinho scores, and it's another goal for Fabinho, who is on quite a run at the moment. That is now 5 goals in his last 7 appearances for Liverpool, and 6 in total this season for Liverpool. So he has produced the goods. As Robertson, now Liverpool with their tails up, Robertson on the edge of the box to Henderson, back it goes to Alexander-Arnold, right-footed ball into the back post, and it's headed behind by Connor Roberts, who wasn't sure where the closest Liverpool player was, so he headed it behind corner.
Yes, again, good play down the right-hand side, delivery's really good. And that's the case. Under a little bit of pressure, the fullback Roberts made sure that they go short this time.
They have. Robertson's taken it to Keita, then Robertson gets it back, lifts it in, Pope's gone for it, he won't get there, no! He's down, he's caught in a crowd of players. Cross from Salah on the right-hand side. Salah does well to work it back to Henderson. A flick in field from Henderson to Van Dijk, and then it's lifted over the top, but there's too much on that from Alexander-Arnold, and it bounces through for a goal kick. So Burnley 0, Liverpool 1, and Fabinho forcing his team into the lead in the 40th minute, Michael Brown.
You look at all the play, the build-up, the way Liverpool move the ball around, and that'll be the last type of goal that Sean Dyche and his defensive unit would want to give away. That little flick front post, I think it wasn't a great delivery, but the run, the flick made it, and Fabinho, as you said, on that sort of hot streak of scoring, attacks it really well and gets that breakthrough. But we've just seen again, Nick Pope and the swirling wind tried to take the cross, just went away from him, and Mo Salah couldn't capitalise on it.
Liverpool with Van Dijk heading it forward, then the goal scorer, Fabinho. Liverpool songs echoing out of the cricket ground stand, and the rain now, the clouds of rain that are being blown right across the ground, and the ball out of play for a throw-in to Burnley on the left-hand side. Alisson's done well in this first half. He's made a couple of important stops, and Burnley at the bottom of the table need this throw-in, have this throw-in 15 yards inside the Liverpool half. It is now Saracens 19, Harlequins 10 in the Premiership match. The coverage, the Six Nations coverage, will be underway now on Sports Extra, incidentally, on the digital radio or via BBC Sounds. 3 o'clock kick-off in Rome between Italy and England. That's where you'll hear the commentary. That Sonny McLaughlin is there as well, and she will keep us up to date with the score and the details here on 5 Live. Liverpool with Mane playing the ball in field towards Robertson, bounces off him, and Ashley Westwood has got it back. Lennon hits it downfield, that will roll all the way through to Cornet. Cornet now moves infield, Weghorst making the run ahead of him, gives it to Rodriguez instead through the middle. Rodriguez turns and hits his attempted pass. Liverpool clear it. Henderson's ball downfield, 2 Burnley men went for it. Mane then plays it through, but he overhit it through for Salah, and Nick Pope was able to come out and pick it up, the Burnley goalkeeper.
Yeah, just that breakaway. Rodriguez just lost his footing, but Liverpool broke very, very quickly. Burnley players are complaining there's a little foul in the build-up to it.
And the ball's out of play for a Burnley throw down the right. And the conditions now are absolutely, this is real winter football in northern England. And Peters playing the ball back to Ben Mee in the centre circle. Westwood, his ball over the top, that's got too much on it, that will bounce through to Alisson. And the Liverpool goalkeeper has the ball at his feet. So Burnley 0, Liverpool 1. I've got a feel for your under-12s this morning, Michael. They must have been absolutely tense.
They were very, very cold, so were the spectators, but Manchester United got a win under the belt. They beat Burnley 3-2 in the under-12s. My boy was obviously plays for Burnley.
Yes, you had some interesting company on the touchline as well today.
There was always few, yeah. A certain Derby manager, Mr. Rooney, was getting very wet this morning.
Was he?
Yeah.
Was he in good form?
Yeah, he was. Obviously disappointed with his loss yesterday, which is not ideal.
Nope. But they've got a chance. It'll be quite an escape if they're able to stay up. 2 minutes to
even be having a chance, it's incredible, isn't it, what they're doing, yeah.
So to throw in for Burnley. Level with the edge of their own penalty area, and Italy, England is underway on 5 Live Sports Extra, so that's your choice of listening. So Sarah Orchard and Paul Grayson are there in the Olympic Stadium, and Liverpool playing the ball all the way back to goalkeeper Alisson. Liverpool taking the lead 5 minutes before half-time, and that really seems to have taken a little bit of sting out of Burnley as well. Liverpool looking to keep possession. They'll take a 1-0 lead into half-time all day. Van Dijk just knocking it back to Allison. Allison just strokes it out to Matip, who gives it to Alexander-Arnold on the right-hand side. And then Weghorst tries to put Matip under pressure, but Keita makes himself available just outside his own box. Keita now for Van Dijk on the left-hand side. Van Dijk then back to Keita. So Liverpool, Burnley just standing off them at the moment. They've had, I think, well, 2, maybe 3 big chances. Yep, in the first half. Burnley, Brownhill's effort, Rodriguez, and Weghorst when he was through with that chance that he shot wide, and a number of offside decisions gone against Burnley as well.
Yeah, he's had a couple of opportunities, as you said. Brownhill's great effort, and I think Sean Dyche has got to be pleased. Yes, they're losing, but he's got to take obviously the positives from his side in this first half, testing Allison out on several occasions. The work rate is very, very good. The shape's been decent as well, and Liverpool have had a couple of opportunities, but not too many.
Yeah, and they put in a very good second half performance, didn't they, against Manchester United here on Tuesday night. But there's the half-time whistle, and Liverpool do lead through that Fabinho goal in the 40th minute, which came from the corner on the left-hand side from Alexander-Arnold. Little flick header from Mane, and then it was, as I say, forced in by Fabinho.
I think that's what you get, don't you? The quality. We mentioned, obviously, the front three. It was all about Trent Alexander-Arnold, deliveries, little flick-ons from Mane, and the belief and the run of Fabinho to make the difference in the first half.
Interesting, Jurgen Klopp has actually gone running down the touchline and run into the up underneath the police control boxes on the far side into the dressing room to get ready. He's obviously got some messages in mind.
Or to get warm.
Possibly. That's a very good point, Michael. So half-time here in the rain and the wind. Burnley 0, Liverpool 1.
You know the rain's bad when Sean Dyche is wearing a coat. More from John and Michael in a second, but the half-time whistle's gone at the Tottenham Hotspur Stadium. Mark Scott.
Spurs 0, Wolves 2, and it could have been worse for Tottenham as well, who have been all over the place at the back. Raul Jimenez with a nicely taken opener. 6 minutes in as he chested and volleyed in from 12 yards out into the bottom corner after Lloris had made a mess of dealing with a Dendoncker shot. Dendoncker then doubled the Wolves lead on 18 minutes after another defensive calamity from Tottenham. Lloris and Davis the guilty men. Dendoncker pouncing on the rebound following chaos in the box. Lloris made a couple of saves from Jimenez and Podence. Antonio Conte made a change on 28 minutes. Kulusevski coming on from Sessegnon as he went to 4 at the back. Spurs got little better, but they've still been abject and were booed off. Spurs 0, Wolves 2.
Wolves moving above Spurs into 7th in the Premier League table as it stands. Back at Turf Moor, correspondent John Murray and Michael Brown. Michael, this won't be any consolation to Sean Dyche, but they've played some great stuff at times.
They really have, and they've been positive, good forward runs. Corney off the line. Baghurst getting in good positions. Rodriguez as well, having opportunities, but they just haven't took those chances, Steve, and I think that's the difference. When you look at Liverpool's front three, you feel like they will obviously score if they get those opportunities. So there's been some positives. They'll be disappointed with obviously conceding the goal in that manner. A flat set piece flicked on by Mane, and Fabinho was there, so that'll be one sort of talking point for him. But conditions are really, really difficult, and maybe the wind might help Burnley. He's held the ball up, but we'll soon see the desire and the determination. We've seen them come back in second half performances only recently. They never give up this side.
Michael, John, thank you for the time being. Plus, we'll have second half commentary from Turf Moor. Burnley 0, Liverpool 1. Still playing in the first half at St James's Park. Tom Gale.
Yes, we are, Steve. We're playing a minimum of 5 added minutes. That was Fabian Schär's head injury early on. That's actually courtesy of Kieran Trippier. Actually, Craig Pawson put his whistle to it. It is half-time. Newcastle 1, Aston Villa 0. 1 shot on target. Took a huge deflection off Wendy, but Kieran Trippier's free kick from 18 yards out is the difference. Captain in the absence of Jamal Lascelles. 2 goals in a week for the England defender. Craig Pawson had originally given a penalty. Callum Chambers bringing down Joe Willock. VAR had a look. It was precisely on the line, so no penalty. But you could argue from that range, Trippier, it's as good as. Villa have wasted many of a set-piece opportunity, much to the disgust of Steven Gerrard. As it stands, Eddie Howe's side moving 4 points clear of the drop. At half-time, Newcastle 1, Aston Villa 0.
In the Women's Super League, half-time scores: Birmingham 0, Tottenham 0, Brighton 1, Reading 0, and Leicester 2, West Ham 0. We're in the last minute of the game between Everton and Aston Villa. Villa leading by 2 goals to 0. We'll have reaction coming shortly to the Manchester derby in the WSL. City beating United by a goal to 0, so Manchester United stay 6 points behind the leaders Arsenal. They have both played 14 games. Chelsea in between them have played 13. We will also make our first trip of the afternoon to the King Power Stadium. Leicester versus West Ham in the Premier League is our second commentary of this Premier League Sunday. We'll do all of that after the news with Dan Morton.
Listen on BBC Sounds. This is BBC Radio 5 Live.
The Ukrainian leader Volodymyr Zelensky will speak to US President Joe Biden in the coming hours, his office has said, as concerns mount that Russia is preparing to invade the former Soviet state. Ukraine has said it has no plans to close its airspace, despite the Dutch airline KLM announcing it's no longer flying to the country. The German carrier Lufthansa is also considering a ban on flights. Our correspondent James Waterhouse is in Kiev.
Ukrainians are getting on with their Sundays as normal, going for a coffee or a walk, completely at odds with the growing urgency in political language by Western leaders, as well as the growing movement of Russian troops along the border as well as to the north, a movement of troops that is getting harder and harder to ignore.
Well, here, Ukraine's ambassador to the UK has criticised the Defence Secretary for apparently comparing attempts to stop a Russian invasion of his country to the appeasement of Nazi Germany in 1938. The ambassador said Ben Wallace's remark that there was a whiff of Munich in the air wasn't helpful. The Shadow Home Secretary, Yvette Cooper, is calling for wide-scale reform of the police following the resignation of Dame Cressida Dick. She says replacing the Met Commissioner won't be enough to fix the challenges of culture, rising crime figures, and a legacy of cuts facing forces across the country. There are calls for the UK government to continue funding free COVID-19 tests for Scotland, Wales and Northern Ireland if they choose to keep self-isolation rules in place for longer than England. The Scottish Health Secretary, Hamza Yousaf, says Westminster shouldn't force the hand of the devolved nations if Boris Johnson decides to end restrictions early. And a 36-year-old man has been charged after an estimated £1.8 million worth of cocaine and cannabis was seized from a lorry at Belfast Harbour yesterday. Due to appear before Belfast Magistrates Court tomorrow, a 31-year-old woman has been released on bail.
Europe's elite club competition.
The Champions League is back on 5 Live this week. The round of 16, first leg.
This is quite something here.
On Tuesday night, it's Chelsea against Lille. And on Wednesday, Atletico Madrid take on Manchester United.
And it had to be Ronaldo, the saviour for Manchester United in the Champions League.
Both kick off at 8 p.m. The build-up begins in 5 Live Sports from 7.
Europe's elite club competition.
The Champions League.
This is 5 Live. Listen on BBC Sounds.
This is 5 Live Sport.
With Steve Crossman.
Joel Piro's just scored his 12th goal of the season in the Championship for Swansea. They were trailing by a goal to nil, but it's now deep into stoppage time. Swansea City 3, Bristol City 1. That would take Swansea up to 17th in the league. In League One, it finished Sheffield Wednesday 0, Rotherham United 2 in the South Yorkshire derby at Hillsborough, Sir Paul's Warren side, and 9 points clear at the top. They played 3 games more than second place Wigan in the Scottish Cup. Hibs beat Arbroath of the Championship 3-1 away from home. At 4 o'clock, it's Celtic against Wraith Rovers. In the Manchester derby at the Academy Stadium, it finished City 1, United 0 in the WSL, so City moved to within 2 points of the Champions League spots. Brilliant goal as well from Caroline Weir to win the game. City manager Gareth Taylor has told Alex Scott just how important those 3 points are.
I think it was pretty obvious. It was pretty important for us to win the game today, to claw back. And I'm just really proud of the players and proud of everyone, really, because great support we had here today from both teams. And I thought that we deserved it. I thought we played really good football from Ellie all the way through to the top end of the pitch. We just needed that probably moment of quality that Caroline brings.
Yeah, and Caroline said about how when she did come on, you felt the spaces were opening up. Was that your decision right then to put her on?
Yeah, I mean, Vicky has not played 90 minutes in a while, and I think, you know, we knew that she'd be flagging at some point, although she does slow the game down and gives you that bit of quality. You know that Caroline's capable of doing that, and she's a class act. We know she's capable of those moments. I think it was a year ago today she scored the goal against United. So, yeah, it was just spaces were open up. Can we get her on the pitch in the right areas? And it wasn't probably even a chance, but the way she finished it was top draw.
And now that you have got players coming back and you've got more of the selection headache, which managers love, is the message, Ellen was speaking before the game, that you're not giving up on this title yet?
No, I don't think we can. I mean, we saw Friday night's result. I mean, we've had opportunities that, you know, we were a little bit disappointed with what the outcome of last week. It was quite a tight game, nothing in it. Probably should have came away with a draw at worst.
But again, I've always spoken about performances, and our performances in general have been good. It's just that you need those moments, and you need to capitalise on your opportunities. We had 10 attempts on goal in the first half and only 1 on target. So we're in the ascendancy and we're dominating, but we just need to turn those moments into chances, and turn those chances into goals.
Both of Great Britain's curling teams have boosted their semi-final hopes at the Winter Olympics with wins over Denmark and China. The men beat China 7-6 and the Danes 8-2, so they're second in the standings after 5 games. The women's side beat Denmark 7-2 to move joint third in the competition. We are about to get underway in the Six Nations in Rome. Italy versus England. Sonia McLaughlin.
Yes, and Eddie Jones has urged his players to light up Rome, and with it, their Six Nations back on track after defeat to Scotland. They had plenty of possession at Murrayfield, but no real penetration. This England, though, a different-looking proposition. 6 changes in all, most notable Bristol's live wire, Harry Randall at scrum half. He's in for Ben Young. He'll inject tempo and test the Italian defence. Alex Dombrand starts at 8. His seemingly telepathic relationship with Marcus Smith at Harlequins could reap rewards here. Expect England to come out hard and fast. Italy gave it a swing against France, but it's 33 defeats in a row now in the Six Nations. It's hard to see past England getting the win as they play this new brand of rugby that could illuminate the Eternal City. But can they state a case to be considered potential champions? Kick-off at 3.
Sonia, you'll do well to beat Chris Jones's DJ in France, but it sounds lively.
It is. We were just saying, actually, over on Sports Extra, it's not full here
It's
yet
15 hours.
at the Stadio Olimpico. I think there's too many people enjoying the boulevards around here and the ambience and the atmosphere, and maybe a few glasses of red wine as well. But this crowd, though, they love to get behind this Italian team, and if Italy come out the way they started against France, where they played really positive rugby, got an early score on the board, then I reckon we will have a really lively old atmosphere in here.
Sonia, thank you very much. You can go to Sports Extra right now, choice of listening, for full commentary of Italy versus England in the Six Nations. Here on 5 Live, second half commentary just around the corner of Burnley versus Liverpool. Liverpool leading by Fabinho's goal to 0. In the other 2 o'clock kickoffs at half-time, it's Newcastle 1, Villa 0 and Spurs 0, Wolves 2. Once we're done at Turf Moor, we'll take you to the King Power Stadium. Full commentary at 4:30 of Leicester West Ham. Conor McNamara.
Yes, hi there, Steve. We're all intrigued to see how West Ham will do between now and the end of the season. Can they stay in the top 4? Can they, for the first time in the club's history, get into the European Cup, the Champions League? Today they're up against Leicester, who I think are a bit of a cautionary tale, actually, to how difficult it is to stay in that top 4 when you're not one of the established, inverted commas, big clubs. This stage of the season last year, Leicester were second. We were still saying they were kind of in the title race, Leicester, this time last year. In the end, they didn't finish in the top 4. That's going to be the difficulty for West Ham. Great season up until now, but can they keep it going? And I think it's a good game today when you look from the Leicester point of view and how they have really slumped in recent weeks. Leicester started this weekend 13th in the table. They haven't been lower than 13th in over 4 years. Brendan Rodgers is in danger of getting slipped down into that bottom third of the table, and as we know, it can be difficult to get back up if you do.
Clinton Morrison's alongside Connor for commentary. Afternoon, Clinton.
Afternoon, Crossy.
How you doing? You all right?
Yeah, I'm not too bad, mate. Good.
Good. This is a massive game, clearly, for both of them. Brendan Rodgers has really laid down the gauntlet to his players in the last couple of weeks.
Yeah, and I think he's right to do that. He's done a terrific job since he's been here. I still think he's got credit in the bank, for sure, for the job he's done at Leicester, but some fans are starting to lose patience, and evidently the blame always goes to the manager, but I think he's had horrific injuries this season, especially in centre-back position. That's where they've struggled, and not dealing with set pieces. They've not been good enough, and you can see he keeps chopping and changing, so he can't get a settled back line. They've missed Johnny Evans and Fofana in particular, and it's been difficult for Brendan Rodgers. This is a huge game. He needs a result, especially in front of the home fans.
And, West Ham have had this incredible season. You look at the league table, they're 4th, played the same number of games as Manchester United in 5th, and they're on the same points. There's only a couple of goals in it in the goal difference as well. To be where they are, they've had to win some big games. Is Leicester away the kind of game they need to win if they are going to be challenging for the Champions League?
Oh yeah, 100%. These are the games where you go away from home and the conditions are not brilliant, but you've got to roll up your sleeves and try and get that result. You saw yesterday Man United obviously dropping points again with a draw at home against Southampton, so it's a big game for West Ham. They can make a big statement. Tottenham are losing at the moment to Wolves, So this is huge. This is massive for West Ham, but you're right, Crossy. These are the games where we'll determine if you finish in that full spot and play Champions League football. And you know what? West Ham have been excellent this season, and if they do go and finish fourth, they thoroughly deserve it.
Connor, Clinton, thank you very much. We will have full commentary then from the King Power Stadium, Leicester City versus West Ham United at 4:30. Let's nip back to the Tottenham Hotspur Stadium where Spurs trail Wolves by 2-0. Any sign of changes, Mark Scott?
He already made one in the first half, Antonio Conte, with Kulusevski coming off assessing. And what he has done, though, Steve, is sent Spurs out very, very early. They came out a good couple of minutes before any sign of the officials. Wolves still nowhere near being out there yet either. And as Clinton will well know, if you've been sent out that early, the manager is not best pleased.
Thank you, Mark. So Mark will keep us up to date on that game. Tom Gale will keep us up to date on Newcastle versus Aston Villa. The first half ended quite late there, so it will be another couple of minutes until we are underway. But the teams are on their way back out at Turf Moor. Second half commentary on Premier League Sunday of Burnley versus Liverpool with Michael Brown and John Murray.
Yes, nobody was coming out early here, Steve, I can tell you that much, because it is still just as inhospitable in terms of the weather conditions as it has been since we arrived here this morning. But Burnley now being applauded out, sprinting to the halfway line. Got work to do here against Liverpool, 1-0 down. And now here's the first sign of Liverpool. Jordan Henderson leading the Liverpool players in the rather muddied cream-coloured shirts that they're wearing. And out they come from that from underneath the control box and the big screen on the far side to our left. So Burnley 0, Liverpool 1. Don't see any changes. Certainly nothing. Doesn't appear to be any substitutes being made at half-time as far as we can see. So Burnley with Pope in goal, Roberts, Tarkowski, Mee and Peters at the back, Lennon, Westwood, Brownhill and Cornet, Weghorst and Rodriguez. And Liverpool with Alisson, Alexander-Arnold, Matip, Van Dijk and Robertson, Fabinho with Henderson and Keita in midfield, and then Salah, Firmino and Mane. Straight back from the Senegal celebration, straight into the starting lineup. And there is Martin Atkinson blowing the whistle for the start of the second half. Burnley get us underway. They're playing towards the Jimmy McIlroy stand, the two-tier stand to our left, with the hospitality boxes right across the middle. And the ball is put out for a throw into Liverpool right at the start of the second half from Alexander-Arnold. Liverpool leading through the Fabinho goal in the 40th minute that came following a Trent Alexander-Arnold corner. Alexander-Arnold takes the throw up the line and it's deflected out of play for another throw into Burnley on the left. So I suppose, Michael Brown, Burnley will be looking for more of the same, really, in terms of the way that they played.
Yeah, definitely the amount of chances that they created, desire, some good forward runs. It was the finishing, wasn't it? That little lack of quality at the top of the pitch, that's cost them. Because really, they should have took the lead against Liverpool.
Burnley with Tarkowski heading it on the halfway line, heading it forward for the home side. And now Rodriguez, but just runs away off his left foot. And Liverpool clear through Alexander-Arnold, but Connor Roberts got there with the header first. It bounced up, might have struck Van Dijk's arm. In fact, Weghorst got the better of him there, nipped the ball away from the great Van Dijk, his fellow Dutch international, but it came to nothing. And now Liverpool are halfway inside the Burnley half with Henderson. Henderson just caught, just nudged over by Cornet, who leaned into him with his right hip. Down went Henderson. Free kick Burnley.
It was a good forward run, wasn't it? Henderson driving forward. You see Maxwell Cornet coming back, just trying to get back in. It just sort of clipped the heels of Henderson, went down, but now in the quality, whether it be the in-swinger from Robertson or Trent Alexander-Arnold, just put it in that corridor with the out-swinger. Liverpool got all the main threats around the back post.
They have. With Alexander-Arnold liking the look of the angle here from the right, but Robertson could equally drop this in with his left foot. That would bend it in towards Nick Pope, the Burnley goalkeeper, standing in front of the stand where all of the Liverpool fans are, just making one or two adjustments. The Burnley line on the edge of the area, two-man wall. Robertson runs over it. Alexander-Arnold right-footed to the back post. It's bounced, took a little touch there, a deflection, or possibly Connor Roberts, which took it out to the far side. Here's Keita. Cater with a little flick, which is kept in play by Matip. And then Cater again turns, and with his left foot overhits the ball, and it's out of play for a throw-in to Burnley inside their own half. So in the 3rd minute of the 2nd period, it's still 1-0 to Liverpool. Still Newcastle 1, Aston Villa 0, Tottenham 0, Wolves 2. Those matches underway in the 2nd half. We heard from Connor and from Clinton Morrison at half-time. Leicester-West Ham is our next commentary match from 4:30. Swansea were 2-1 winners against Bristol City in the Championship. Rotherham 2-0 winners at Sheffield Wednesday. Arbroath 1, Hibernian 3 was how it finished in the earlier kick-off in the Scottish Cup. And Celtic against Wraith Rovers gets underway at 4. And we do have that choice of listening for you now with the Italy-England Six Nations match. The commentary live from the Olympic Stadium in Rome is on 5 Live Sports Extra. Don't believe there's been any score yet. Connor Roberts wins the ball back for Burnley on the halfway line, kicks it on, but then couldn't find the pass to his right to Weghorst, and Liverpool have got it back. So we'll get the score, the latest Italy-England score, live from Rome with Sonia McLaughlin.
Where it's Italy 0, England 0, just 8 minutes on the clock. Fairly cagey, slightly stodgy start to this game. A couple of early scrums. We just had England kicking to the corner through Slade, but the move broke down. Italy tried to break away, but that came to naught as well. Two sides just feeling each other out. Italy 0, England 0.
Burnley trying to build something, but Aaron Lennon's ball over the top just bounced through to Allison, who's holding the ball on the edge of the penalty area. Michael Brown.
Yeah, just looking, Allison's got hold of the ball. Martin Atkinson go to see what's happening. Allison's saying that the ball's flat. He's pushing it in from all angles.
And Burnley have actually got a replacement straight onto the field. There was no messing about there from Burnley. Sean Dyche said, get into the ball, and it was kicked straight onto the field. And
Martin Atkinson didn't want to swap it.
And they've thrown both balls. They've thrown both of them. From both the original ball and the replacement ball off the field, and a 3rd ball has now come on. So they're discussing that between the two of them. Yes, they're going to play with this one. More on that in a moment. But first, Tom Gale on Tyneside.
Newcastle 1, Aston Villa 0. John, 2 minutes into the 2nd half, and their captain's afternoon is over. Kieran Trippier, the man who scored the free kick goal, he was noticing a problem coming into this. He immediately went down, feeling his ankle. He's gone off. He's been replaced by Emil Kraft. It's Newcastle 1, Aston Villa 0.
Cornet for Burnley. Now into the box on the left-hand side, but Fabinho quickly across. Just as Cornet was looking to cross left-footed, Fabinho right there, blocked it behind. Gets a slap of the hand from Jordan Henderson. Corner Burnley, though.
It's the direct one, wasn't it? We mentioned in the build-up about what Baggers has got to be able to do, but flicks it on, and there's Cornet. Trying to put the ball right across the front. Fabinho does very, very well to cut it out.
So it's Burnley with I suppose this is the 2nd new ball, isn't it? Cornet to take this. Out-swinging corner. Ben Mee with a header, but a sort of stunned header. He slightly misjudged it, tried to adjust, and could only head it beyond the far post by a few yards.
Yeah, he hits it well wide, but that's what we said about the zonal that Liverpool have. If the delivery is good, it's a powerful run right in between the lines of the players. That's what Ben Mee was able to do there, but the direction was poor, went well wide in the end, but it'll give them some sort of confidence. Liverpool now making the pitch so big from the goal kick.
1-0 Liverpool lead. Allison takes that goal kick to Firmino. Firmino with Jota and Diaz both on the substitutes bench today, if you didn't hear that in the first half. Salah's ball in field. Burnley win it back. Ball chipped forward towards Maxwell Cornet. It's been a very good addition to the Burnley squad this season, despite their struggles. Burnley with it on the edge of their own penalty area. Tarkowski to the right-hand side, passes it behind Connor Roberts, and it's straight out of play. It was actually caught by Jurgen Klopp. Be able to have a feel of the pressure.
To see if this one's okay, but Martin Atkinson wasn't happy with it either. Then the next one came on. I tell you, either the youngsters who used to prepare the balls would have got a little bit of stick, but now the kit man will be looking around and saying, what have you done with these balls? But they should be checked beforehand.
It's like a test match. So
it is.
Balls coming up.
We're just looking at the Premier League table, John. Do you know, like Newcastle, obviously in good spirits, good form at the moment. 7-point gaps actually to catch Newcastle for this Burnley side. They'll have been aware of that at half-time.
Right, here's Lennon now. Lennon curling the ball across the penalty area, but beyond Alexander-Arnold, who just wasn't sure of his bearings there, I don't think.
He's saying he didn't touch it, John. Trent Alexander-Arnold saying he didn't touch that ball.
Sure he did.
But Martin Atkinson straight away give Burnley the benefit of the doubt and actually gave him that sort of...
Burnley throw, but Burnley have lost possession from that. And now Liverpool break from inside their own half. Robertson receives it from Keita. Burnley have got men back in position now, defending the cricket ground end. This is Aaron Lennon's 400th Premier League appearance today, your old teammate, Michael.
Yeah, he's still as quick as ever. There's one person I couldn't catch.
Ball played up by Trent Alexander-Arnold, but that's straight at Peters. The Burnley left back clears it away, comes back to him again. Now infield towards Westwood. Westwood, middle of his own half. Right-footed ball, but he's put too much on that. Or, unless the wind catches it, Weghorst continues to chase it, and he's got there. In the full-back position, it was well judged from Westwood. Weghorst, then back to Brownhill, right-foot shot, deflected, and that actually looped in the air and then dropped right into the path of Allison, who was able to scoop it up. Liverpool quickly on the move again into the centre circle. Jordan Henderson, his pass, attempted pass through the inside right position. Lovely from Ben Mee, dragging the ball back and taking it away and keeping possession. And then Tarkowski passes it behind Connor Roberts, out of play again. Second time in the space of 2 or 3 minutes.
That was awful, wasn't it? 2 balls, lack of confidence, kicking in. He wasn't sure who he was playing with. Go back to the goalkeeper, keep it circulating. That was as bad as you've seen the centre half from the ball.
Any improvement from Tottenham in the second half? Mark Scott?
Not really, John. It could have been even worse. They still trail Wolves by 2-0. I've lost count of the amount of times I've said this, but Spurs carelessly giving the ball away out of defence. Davinson Sanchez this time to Kundal. He slipped in. Raul Jimenez, great sprawling save from Lloris to keep it at just 2-0.
As for the Six Nations, Eddie Jones was talking about England needing to be absolutely ruthless against Italy, and there has been an early try, Sonia.
Yeah, they've started well. Italy 0, England 7. Marcus Smith, the young starlet at 10, with his second try in his many England games. Fly half looking lively. Henry Slade, Jack Knoll, all involved. It ended down the left wing with a 2v2 with Max Malins and the try scorer Smith combining nicely. Smith with the extras. I think we're going to be hearing his name a lot this afternoon. It's Italy 0, England 7.
Yes, we will be back with you very shortly. Commentary from Rome continues on Sports Extra. Commentary from Los Angeles tonight from 11 o'clock. Vernon Kay is presenting our Super League coverage. Our friend Darren Fletcher's there as well, Michael. You can watch it on BBC One, but 5 Live coverage begins at 11 o'clock, live from Los Angeles. Burnley, winners free kick, halfway inside their own half for a foul on Westwood, who just rubs the back of his head. 2 Liverpool players on him, still rubbing his head. Ball back with Pope. Pope's clearance very nearly charged down, but it's actually deflected for Connor Roberts to take it on. He might have been fouled there by Mane, he was. And it's a free kick to Burnley, and ironic cheers from the Burnley supporters.
Yeah, very ironic. They're putting the pressure on Martin Atkinson, but as long as the game stays like this, you feel Burnley will have that confidence to come back into it. They'll keep pushing Liverpool all the way back in the direct, the little flicks, and can they come back in this game? Again, a huge positive. The game's all around them, not going for them. The points looking very difficult to come by.
Yeah, if they get something from this, though, that's a real bonus for them. But I was looking at Brighton's forthcoming games Burnley's forthcoming games over the next month. They go to Brighton next, then at home to Tottenham. Every game looks difficult. Free kick, long downfield. Tarkowski inside the penalty area, but tried to take it on. Van Dijk got there with the challenge. Threatened there for a moment just to open up for him after Nick Pope's long free kick downfield from the halfway line. Just keep an eye on Connor Roberts as well, just to see how he is, because he was still hobbling. Then Lennon wins the ball back. Little quick feet of Aaron Lennon. And then Connor Roberts swings a ball down the line for Rodriguez to chase. And Van Dijk moving across in front of him. Gets a left foot for the ball and puts it out for a throw.
Full credit to Burnley, they're mixing it up. Some good forward runs. The atmosphere is building. And they're obviously progressing up the pitch and just didn't fall there from that direct pass, did it? See Liverpool scampering back, and again, Van Dijk was clearing this one, but the long throw.
While it's 1-0, there is always an opportunity. Burnley don't want this to get any worse from their point of view, and if they can get themselves a goal, Burnley, with this long throw, which is headed on by Deckhorst, Van Dijk gets up well in between two men in claret and blue, cleared away inside the penalty area by Keita, out for a throw near the halfway line. And the referee, Martin Atkinson, just indicating that Thiago is going to come on to replace Jordan Henderson on the halfway line. So Jordan Henderson, who did take that knock in the first half, and at the time it looked as though he may struggle to continue then, but he has had a back problem as well. He was doubtful for this game, and just short of the hour mark, Thiago coming on.
I think it's a really good sign that he continued, and he's able to continue at the level he was at and for the length. So I don't see too many problems for him going forward, but it's a nice substitute to have, isn't it?
Isn't it just Thiago coming on, having only just come back himself, Thiago, after 9 matches out, returned for the cup tie last Sunday against Cardiff City. Burnley 0, Liverpool 1, BBC Radio 5 Live on this 5 Live Premier League Sunday. Listen as well via BBC Sounds. 6:06 will come later, 6:30, with Chris Sutton and Robbie Savage. Here is Salah down the right-hand side, tries to cut inside. Peters just stuck a leg out. Referee Atkinson says he got the ball. Salah feels he was fouled. Burnley break downfield at the other end. Corner's pass. He's put too much on that from out on the left wing. Looking for the run of Deckhorst through the middle, but it was easy for Alisson to collect.
Good defending. Mo Salah thought he had a foul, but then the break was good. Maxwell Cornet did very well into the left area.
Firmino's pass forward. That's cut out by Tarkowski, whose clearance sees Liverpool back in possession on the halfway line. So Matic, square to Van Dijk, now out to Robertson on the left-hand side, and Liverpool playing the ball through the middle. Burnley are going to make their first change in a moment or two as well. Keita being put under pressure, but did well, actually, recovered well, and held off Westwood, and Liverpool back inside their own half. Long pass from Van Dijk, very long pass. Salah with a touch, but it bounces through into the penalty area for Nick Pull. Salah complaining again to referee Atkinson that he was saying this time Ben Mee was fouling him. I think Mo Salah feels that he's not had the rub of the green with the decisions in this match. Matic to Firmino. Firmino then looking for space on the left-hand side. I think Keita could possibly have let that go to Robertson.
Brilliant
He did get a touch to it.
Brilliant from Lennon.
It was. And then it's out of play off Rodriguez for a throw into Liverpool, 10 yards inside their own half. So Burnley 0, Liverpool 1. Let's check in again with the other 2 o'clock kickoffs while Burnley make this change. It is Newcastle Aston Villa. Tom Gale.
Newcastle 1, Aston Villa 0. John, goal scorer Kieran Trippier forced off 2 minutes into the second half, injured. 55 minutes before we have the first Villa shot on target. A Douglas Luiz free kick, centre on, straight down the throat to Dubravka. It's Newcastle 1, Aston Villa 0.
And back to Tottenham and Mark Scott.
Still Spurs 0, Wolves 2, but at least Jose Sarr in the Wolves goal has been forced into a save in this second half from a Spurs perspective. Son setting Harry Kane away, a bender from just outside the box. Pretty comfortable for Sarr, truth be told. And Wolves still looking good to go above Spurs in the table. They lead 2-0.
And back to Sonia McLaughlin, who's sitting in Rome.
I am, where it's still Italy 0, England 7 as we head towards the first quarter mark, and the referee has just put his hand in the air, and the man with the ball grounded over the line. He does this a lot for England. It's the hooker, Jamie George. He gets their second score after Marcus Smith got England off to a flying start with a try down the left wing. So the hooker's scored. Smith will line up the conversion shortly. So as it stands, it's Italy 0, England 12, with the conversion to come.
And the commentary is on Sports Extra. Dwight McNeil's come on, Michael Brown, for Jay Rodriguez. And he's come over to the left-hand side.
He has. He's come to the left-hand side, and that was where Maxwell Cornet's been really the main threat, getting central, trying to get him a little bit higher up the pitch, and the delivery from Dwight McNeil fresh. He's pushed the ball out of his feet already, trying to force Trent Alexander-Arnold, but here he is again.
Here he is, McNeil, now as Fabinho slides in on it. Very close to the side of the pitch on this side of the ground, in front of the north stand, way down below us. Burnley keep possession though. Westwood, right-footed ball, curling it. The wind again playing a part in the way that that comes to ground. But Van Dijk was able to measure it and got there ahead of Cornet. Back to Newcastle, Tom Gale.
Where Steven Gerrard's side may have levelled things up, John. As it stands, Newcastle 1, Aston Villa 0. A sweeping move down the left, cross pinged in. Pushes off a few deflections, and there's Watkins to head home from 3 yards out. He immediately looked over his shoulder. Referee's assistant kept his flag down. We're back at the halfway line under a VRA review check. It's currently Newcastle 1, Aston Villa 0.
So we'll let you know what happens. It could be Newcastle 1, Aston Villa 1. That's good news for Burnley. Weghorst had a good goal from 23 yards, but it was straight at Alisson. He was able to field it comfortably.
He's nice and positive on it. Gets straight out of his feet, hits it well, but comfortable for the goalkeeper.
Liverpool again, though, near the edge of the Burnley penalty area. Lots of claret and blue there, but lovely footwork. Thiago, then Salah with a back heel flick. Alexander-Arnold ball low across the 6-yard box, but Pope went down full stretch, able to gather it. And he's overarmed it out to Cornet, and Cornet has touched it past Robertson. And Cornet now, who's been released from the left, with McNeil coming onto the field. Burnley are able to keep possession and play it back into their own half. I think they've played well, Burnley, here tonight.
Yeah, they have, and he looks good, doesn't he, Cornet? I like him there under a little bit of pressure, so he's positive. Goes forward with pace and tempo, but then in and around tight areas, he shows awareness.
So it's Cornet and Weghorst now, and it's Weghorst into the box on the right-hand side. There's nobody in the middle, though. Weghorst, 2 men with him, back heels it into the penalty area at pace, straight at Fabinho, and Liverpool were able to clear. Still waiting for confirmation from St James's Park. Still no decision over that Aston Villa, in inverted commas, goal. We'll be back there as soon as we know. 1-0 to Newcastle, just waiting to find out if that Aston Villa equaliser stands. Still Tottenham 0, Wolves 2. And here in Lancashire, with the dull green hills in the distance, Burnley 0, Liverpool 1. Peters curls the ball into the box, headed away by Matip. Comes out for the cream shirts of Liverpool. Thiago forward towards Sadio Mane, who does well, skips away from the challenges, gives the ball to Salah on the right-hand side. Salah into the box, and it's blocked by Tarkowski's shins and bounces away behind. Both Burnley central defenders were dealing with Salah there, and it is a corner to Liverpool. So what's the decision, Tom Gale?
The home fans' cheers will tell you, John, no goal. Still Newcastle 1, Aston Villa 0. It took an age to figure out, but Ollie Watkins was offside.
So still Newcastle 1, Aston Villa 0. Corner to Liverpool. Trent Alexander-Arnold. Still this Lancashire rain is swept across the ground here. Huge droplets coming down on the Liverpool fans from the roof of the stand to our right. Alexander-Arnold to take this out-swinging corner to the edge of the 6-yard box. It's headed away for Burnley. Thiago now outside the box. That's charged down by Weghorst. So Thiago has to give it back to Robertson in the centre circle. Robertson, left-footed pass, pinpoint, but pinpoint to Alexander-Arnold, who is in an offside position, and he's back-heeled the ball away. And Liverpool going to make their second change. Burnley free kick when play resumes. So it's going to be, let's see, Jurgen Klopp has called across Robertson for some words of advice, but it's Sadio Mane who'll be replaced by Diogo Jota. And I don't think that's any great surprise, Michael Brown, after the week that he's had, scoring that monumental goal for Senegal in the penalty shootout last Sunday evening, and then being part of those incredible celebrations in Senegal as well, to not last the distance.
Remarkable if he wants to come straight back, get that Liverpool shirt on and try and help his side get 3 points. He possibly could have come on, obviously replaced Jota the other way around, but Jurgen Klopp's decided on the front three that he knows.
So the informed Jota is on, who scored 2 goals against Leicester on Thursday night, and has 5 in his last 4 appearances, and indeed scored one of the goals against Burnley earlier this season. Here's McNeil though for Burnley, He's twisted the whole 360 degrees. He's still going, still. Eventually, Liverpool, through sheer force of numbers, are able to win the ball back. And halfway inside their own half, Thiago, now with his socks disappearing down his calves, he's another of that brigade, goes back into the central defence to Matip and Van Dijk, who are there together. And Liverpool start again from inside their own half. They cannot shake Burnley off in this match. Thiago, long, classic. Thiago pass to Robertson, first time touch. Jota into the action now for the first time. Then Robertson with a cross, and then the header in the middle from Firmino drops over the top of the crossbar, but the offside flag was up.
That's good play. That was typical Liverpool, wasn't it? Left back Robertson getting high up, little overload, great. Obviously Thiago was a brilliant ball initially, and there's Firmino should hit the target, heads it over as the flag goes up.
Back to Tottenham, Mark Scott.
Spurs getting better, though that's not saying much. They've come very close to getting back into the game as well. Harry Winks with a deflected shot from the edge of the area that came off the outside of the post. Antonio Conte's got them playing a lot higher up, more pressure on the Wolves goal, still trailing 2-0.
McNeil lifts a pass forward, but that's way beyond Cornet. And Liverpool have got it in the full-back position. Alisson actually out of his penalty area again. You can't stop him in this match, but takes it back into his own area and picks it up. So Liverpool with the ball at the back.
Looks like he's got the GPS vest on, doesn't it? The more he gets, the more reward.
He's covered some ground for a goalkeeper today. Alisson, important saves in the first half, as you'll see if you watch the highlights on Match of the Day 2 tonight. Burnley, another ball forward, trying to use the conditions again, just trying to drop the ball behind Liverpool's back line. Cornet on the chase, but Van Dijk, not even the wind and rain of Burnley can beat him. And Liverpool with Fabinho now, the goal scorer, playing the ball to the right-hand side. Here's Alexander-Arnold. Alexander-Arnold passed through to Thiago. Thiago now looking for the ball to Salah. Peters is able to shepherd it all the way behind for a goal kick, even though Salah is claiming that it took a final touch off the Burnley man. Peters is doing his best to try and convince the referee that he was fouled, but referee Atkinson gives a goal kick.
Must be difficult there, the runs. Salah's very, very good. You know the delivery from Thiago is going to be right on point. Just as he ushers it out, but just going back to those socks and the shin pads, they're literally right down his ankles, aren't they, for Thiago? I'm sure Martin Atkinson stood right next to him thinking, can I allow this?
Yes. Well, 1-0 Liverpool lead, and Burnley back in possession. How long have we got to go? 20 minutes to go. It's still there, the possibility of a result for Burnley, and Burnley play it forward now. Matip's got it on the edge of his penalty area, and now something's being pointed out to me that, let me see what it is. It's Weghorst who's got a problem. Weghorst has just gone down, and whether this is cramp, it might be the way that he sat down on the field. What do you think, Michael?
Yeah, looks uncomfortable. I'm not sure if it's towards his left hip. He's had a little stretch, and of all people, Thiago comes and lifts him up. But we're feeling the conditions, getting him to the pace of this Premier League and what he's expected to play for Burnley.
Yeah, Sean Dyche has just gathered together his coaches, Ian Warne over there, Tony Laughlin, and the three of them are just in discussions together. Weghorst is, let's see if he's not running freely at all, and he's feeling it, what looks like his left hip, doesn't it?
Yeah.
It does not look like he's going to be able to continue.
Once it stiffens up as well, in the cold, worse and worse, he can't move at the moment.
Fabinho turns, gives it to the left-hand side to Robertson. They are going to make a change, Burnley. Jota, Robertson in the box on the left-hand side as they attack towards the stand where the Liverpool supporters are. Jota again, back to Fabinho on his right foot, might open up for him. Fabinho has a goal, but it sails away over the angle of post and bar, and it is a goal kick to the home side. Nick Pope to take it. Burnley 0, Liverpool 1. Yeah, they're going to have to make a change, Burnley, here. That's going to be it for the big man in this game. His third match, yet to get off the mark. He's had a couple of chances. He's doing his best to try and run this off, but it's not going to work. Our next Premier League commentary comes from Leicester, the Leicester-West Ham game, and Conor McNamara's got the team news.
And Leicester, John, make 4 changes from their last game, which was against Liverpool on Thursday. Soyuncu and Ricardo Pereira return to the defence. Tielemans and Barnes are back too. For West Ham, 1 change from their win over Watford. Lanzini is in for Benrahma.
So commentary to come from Connor and Clinton Morrison from 4:30. The Six Nations commentary continues on 5 Live Sports Extra, and Sonia McLaughlin's there with the latest.
In the Rome sunshine, it's Italy 0, England 14. England expecting to win. It's going to form. 2 tries, one from the impressive Marcus Smith, the other to Jamie George. But England being forced into a change. Jack Noloff after failing a head injury assessment. Heathrow being replaced by Elliot Davies, gone into midfield, and Joe Marchant onto the wing. Italy 0, England 14.
5 Live Sports Extra for the commentary. So Ashley Barnes is going to come on to replace Wout Weghorst. And for Burnley's sake, let's hope that this is nothing serious. He's manfully tried to battle on with it, but he cannot continue, and he's sat down in the centre circle, Michael Brown.
Yeah, he is. The medical staff all around him, but when you can't move like he is, he's going to have to come off. He's struggling to actually take any weight on his left side. So obviously just cramped up, got cold, and as you said, we need all the players fit right till the end. Yes, Ashley Barnes can come on, and you know the type of game plan. He will try and win free kicks. He'll hustle, he'll bustle, and hold the ball up. Experience that he has. Which is Sean Dyche's new signing. He won't be pleased if this is a long-term injury.
No, desperately need him to be okay for the remainder of this season. He's applauding. He is walking off the field. It's a heavy limp that he's got. So Ashley Barnes is coming on. The 32-year-old Ashley Barnes, who has had his own injury problems this season. But remember, he was the man who scored the winner at Anfield last season when Liverpool shocked us all by winning at Anfield, which was, before that, it was the absolute fortress. Liverpool had gone on that that record unbeaten run before Burnley won there last season, and then went on a record run of defeats in the aftermath of that. Burnley 0, Liverpool 1 on 5 Live's Premier League Sunday. McNeil crossing from the left-hand side, but that's just beyond Barnes in the middle. He did have the defender with him, but it's been turned out on the far side by Robertson for a Burnley throw.
That wouldn't have been a bad first touch, would it, for Ashley Barnes, as he just tries to get his toe on it, but it's the left-footed McNeil. Great delivery right across the face of Liverpool's box, and there's nobody on in the back post, but it's coming closer for Burnley.
The wind whistling around Turf Moor on this grey, rainy afternoon. Burnley with a throw. Long throw into the penalty area from Roberts. That's headed away. Robertson is able to clear it for Liverpool. Then Mee heads it back over the top, and it's deflected out of play for a throw-in to Burnley. We're going somewhere else in a moment, but Burnley take the throw down the line towards Ashley Barnes. Barnes then gives it back. Here's the cross into the area. Corny in the middle, but Matic just got his head to it, and it bounces out into the full-back position. McNeil now up against Alexander-Arnold. Well done. Good cross, but cleared behind into the McElroy stand for a corner to Burnley.
Yeah, great deliveries from Burnley. Again, McNeil pushing the ball right across, and it's now a little bit of pressure from Burnley. Set pieces, corner kicks. Thought they might use the in-swinger. Corney's going over to it, but imagine the place going up now if they can get this equaliser.
Going to be Newcastle we're going to, but we'll see this corner first. Cornet to take this corner from the left-footed. Here it is, to the near post. Disappointment, easily, comfortably headed away by Keita, and then it's fly kick by Roberts straight out of play for a throw-in to Liverpool. That is really disappointing for Burnley. A set piece, and absolutely nothing comes of it. So back to Tom Gale at Newcastle.
Newcastle 1, Aston Villa 0, John. But it's an eerie silence here at St James's Park. For the second time this season we've had a delay, because right at the top of the Gallagher end, we're talking row XY, is someone's obviously receiving medical attention. Lots of fans started to wave their phones and direct medical attention. So both sets of players in front of their dugouts. We don't completely know what's going on, but the game has been paused. It's Newcastle 1, Aston Villa 0.
Okay, we'll have more on that a little later. With Firmino breaking for Liverpool, giving it to Salah. Salah at the outside of his boot. It's hit Ben Mee. It's bounced to Alexander-Arnold, who then actually hit the ball into one of the Burnley players, and it's bounced away behind for a corner to Liverpool from the right. And it was Josh Brownhill who was just recovering, just caught him on the side of the face, I think. Maybe even on the nose.
Temple, yeah, right in the side of his face, as you said. It's a cold one, an uncomfortable one. It knocks him flat to the floor. He's just getting round, but Liverpool are quick there, counter-attacking, different options. Mo Salah has to do a little bit better, especially on his delivery when he gets in the good areas and make sure his ball gets somewhere.
Back to Tottenham after this Liverpool corner. Liverpool in position here, on course for 6 wins in a row in all competitions, but it is only 1-0. Alexander-Arnold with the corner to the back post, that's come off the head of Tarkowski. Liverpool take up position on the left-hand side again. Keita with the cross, near post flick, but that's carried it straight to Kone, who's able to volley it away, the comparative safety. Keita as well shields it from Ashley Barnes. Now Firmino on the left-hand side. Firmino up against Connor Roberts, plays it back up the line. Keita and Thiago just exchanging passes, and Liverpool keeping possession inside the Burnley half. Just over 10 minutes to go, and Burnley high hopes for this Rodriguez-Weghorst front line. Well, Rodriguez substituted early in the second half, Michael. Weghorst's gone off injured, and now it's Ashley Barnes and Kone playing up front.
Yeah, it is, and obviously Barnes is that foil. It's Kone really with the quality. You want that one-on-one if they can get one, an opportunity late on in this game, but Liverpool now, the likes of Thiago, Fabinho, Keita, just moving the ball around, drawing Burnley out, and there's frustration when you can't get the ball back.
And being told that play is now back underway at Newcastle, who are leading Aston Villa by 1-0. Back to Tottenham, Mark Scott.
Still Spurs 0, Wolves 2, 10 minutes left to play, but Spurs have come mightily close to getting back in it. Dejan Kulusevski whistling 1 inches past Jose Sarr's post. Wolves still leading 2-0.
Liverpool playing it over the top to Alexander-Arnold in the area, and the ball is crossed and comes off me, and so close to bouncing into his own net, right across the face of goal and just beyond the far post and behind for a corner.
Oh, it's a bizarre clearance, wasn't it? Ben Mee just gets wrong-footed, and no wonder he's laughing when he realises he could have just went in his net. But the run from right to left, Trent Alexander-Arnold pulls it back, and he almost drags it into the far post, doesn't he, for an outrageous own goal.
Corner to Liverpool from the right. So this will be an in-swinger. Robertson to take this one. Here it is to the near post. Attempted hooked finish by Firmino, but that's gone well wide. He was under pressure, arriving at pace, and he's put it behind, and it is a goal kick. Still Tottenham 0, Wolves 2 then. Leicester West Ham to come from 4:30. The Burnley supporters raising themselves. Our very own Tony Livesey's here today, Michael. He was telling me on Friday that he sits in the Bob Lord stand on the far side of where we are. He's got a new fat flat cap for the occasion today, as Alexander-Arnold plays the ball back to Allison. Ball to the halfway line, bounces down to Matip. Forward from him, but Ben Mee's got it, and Burnley are back in possession. Mee plays it to the left-hand side to McNeil. McNeil now overhits that pass. I'm not sure Peters is going to get there. No, he's not. It rolls through for a goal kick, and it is still 1-0 to Liverpool. But I was talking to Tony Livesey on Friday on the air, because it was fact of the day, of course. Every Friday, 6:20. It is one of the must-listen moments of the week, even though I say so myself. I got it right this week, and the fact of the day was that once the Burnley substitute Jamie Hoyland ate a Cornish pasty as he was warming up on the touchline at Bristol Rovers. So I picked it, and I'm top of the league, Michael.
Fantastic. I don't doubt you, John. The knowledge in there, you've helped me out on a few quizzes over the last couple of months that we've not talked about, but we'll discuss that on a Friday night in a couple of weeks. I'm hoping.
Forgotten about that.
Yeah, you know you haven't, John. You never forget anything, really, to be honest. But
here's Alexander-Arnold playing the ball forward for Liverpool, but Pope is out to the edge of his penalty area and is able to collect it, and then overarms the ball out. And here's Westwood. Westwood now to Brownhill, the two central midfielders for Burnley, still on the halfway line. The supporters, Tony Livesey no doubt among them, urging the home side on. Brownhill does well, slips the ball forward. Cornet, there's no flag yet. Cornet, Allison does well, forces him wide, and he shoots into the side netting. But yes, inevitably the offside flag does then come.
That's a good run. He always felt the offside flag would come up, but the delay, the wait. But what about Allison in the one-on-one situations? Maxwell Cornet gets him, squares him up, tries to make him go down. He doesn't, he waits. There was just no room. Brilliant goalkeeping.
It really was. Forced him, you know, they weren't sure. And Allison, who's had a good day actually after that early corner that was swung into him, that put him under real pressure. Since then, and he handled that extremely well. He's barely put a foot wrong. This will be a very good clean sheet for Liverpool if they keep it. And it's out for a throw into Burnley halfway inside their own half. Back to Rome and the Six Nations and Sonia McLaughlin.
Yeah, approaching half-time here in Rome. Italy 0, England 14. Just the 2 tries then for England so far from Smith and George. England thought they had a third from towering flanker as he is today, Mauro Itoje, but that was ruled offside for an obstruction, ruled out, excuse me, for an obstruction. Italy under pressure here. The penalties are racking up. They're under a warning from the referee. England camped on their line. It's Italy 0, England 14.
Listen to it on 5 Live Sports Extra if you wish. Liverpool coming forward over on Tony Livesey's side of the ground. The little Bob Lord stand. Claire McDonald joins him tomorrow as the new permanent co-presenter with Tony of Drive from now on, from 4 o'clock tomorrow.
I think Tony will be socialising. I hope he's watching the game and not being entertained and fine dining.
Oh no, don't worry. He's very much a man of the people. Here's Allison with the ball outside of his 6-yard box, right-footed and downfield to Robertson. Just over 5 minutes to go. Firmino now running from deep. Firmino plays the ball across the edge of the penalty area, sliding clearance from Peters, comes back for Thiago. Thiago tries one of those clever passes on the edge of the area, trying to send it one way when he's suggesting it's going to go the other, but Burnley were wise to it and cleared it away on the edge of the box. Liverpool inching towards another important 3 points. It's been tough for them here this afternoon.
It has, and you're looking at this Burnley side, obviously in those relegation positions, struggling to get any sort of results, but they've really had a go, haven't they, for the manager, and obviously had great chances, some good opportunities, but again, it's just that quality in the final third. Liverpool now just trying to have game managers. They showed some determination, but you do feel like Burnley will have one more chance.
Still no change for Tottenham. Mark Scott?
No, Spurs going down to a 3rd straight league loss under Antonio Conte, trailing 2-0. They brought on Bergwijn for Moura, but it's just not happening for them. Spurs 0, Wolves 2.
Burnley staying bottom of the table with this scoreline. Offside flag is up early against Diogo Jota. Free kick to Burnley. Less than 5 minutes to go. Can't entirely rule out that Burnley might be able to nick something here. Free kick. Nick Pope brings it up towards the halfway line. Still that rain absolutely sweeps across Turf Moor. Nick Pope places the ball for this free kick. And then right-footed. A huge gust of wind. I think caught the ball. Tarkowski did get his head to it. But Fabinho plays it forward for Salah. Salah could be away from Peters. Peters puts in the challenge. Salah stays on his feet. Salah now rolls it into the box. Jota is there and shoots wide. Screws the shot wide. Under pressure from Tarkowski when it seemed that a Liverpool second goal was there.
Well, it did seem it. Mo Salah did very, very well. Peters, good recovery. He's hurt himself, but again, everybody last gasp tackles, and would there be an offside position when Mo Salah played it? I'm not so sure, but it's opening up now. Peters down on his knees, he's struggling, but now Liverpool just delay it, game management in front of the supporters.
Yeah, I must say I did think that he fouled him, Peters, on Salah, but Salah kept his feet outside of the penalty area, and Peters now is struggling. He's okay, but he's just keeping an eye on Salah at the back post. Liverpool take this throw in on the left-hand side, deep in Burnley territory, down to our right. Here is Jota. Jota slips it into the box. 2 Burnley men are there, and it's a corner. Comes off Connor Roberts behind. Another corner to Liverpool from the left-hand side. They're in absolutely no hurry to take this. All the Liverpool fans there in that stand with their hoods up are urging Liverpool on. Robertson to take the corner. Takes 2 or 3 steps back up the line. Raised right arm. Then into the near post. Comes off Conor Roberts' head. Liverpool back in possession. Van Dijk with a touch. Salah. Then Thiago's ball into the area was blocked by Tarkowski, and the ball bounces actually all the way to the halfway line and beyond to Alisson. The bearded Alisson, who's standing like an outfield player. Thiago, then crossfield ball to the edge of the area, which is headed back to goalkeeper Paul. Back to Tottenham, Mark Scott.
Christian Romero's header tipped over the top by Jose Sarr. Really good save, but Spurs need something special. 90 seconds of the 90 minutes to play, still 2-0 down.
Still 2-0 down Tottenham. Newcastle still leading by 1-0. Champions League commentaries Tuesday and Wednesday night on 5 Live. Live from Lisbon, live from Milan. Don't miss it. Knee. Left-footed ball forward for Burnley. And offside flag is up against McNeil. Free kick Liverpool.
Yeah, it's just ran a little bit early. They're trying to get him in behind Liverpool's back four, Dwight McNeil, but you've got to time it right. You're just letting Liverpool kill more valuable time and just draw Burnley out very, very slowly.
Yeah, there's been another try in Rome, another England try, Sonia.
There has, and I'm right on the stroke of half-time. It's currently Italy 0, England 19 with the conversion to come. And it's a huge smile from the England hooker, Jamie George, out on the right wing, doing a very passable impression of Jack Noel, who's been removed after failing an HIA. A nice looping pass from Marcus Smith, snaffled by George. So England get their third score on the stroke of half-time as Smith lines up the conversion. Smith set them running with an early try. Then it was Jamie George with his first of 2. England currently Italy 0, England 19.
Burnley 0, Liverpool 1. We're in the 90th minute at Turf Moor. The crowd warn Eric Peters that he's under pressure, but Liverpool win it back from him, and they're pouring forward again from left to right. Robertson gets it back from Jota, and Burnley are back in position. Still this narrow lead given to Liverpool by this man on the ball now, Fabinho, who turns it to the right to Firmino. The ball loops into the area. Salah's after it, but Burnley are able to clear it. Westwood played it back to Pope, and the Burnley goalkeeper kicked clear from his 6-yard box. Liverpool back in possession again, though. Burnley can't get the ball. The home supporters trying to encourage their team for one last effort here. 3 minutes of added time, and we're into that now. It has rained throughout. It has been relentless. The wind has proved to be a really difficult opponent as Burnley play it forward, but Alisson out of his area yet again is able to get there first and set off another Liverpool attack. Thiago, little shuffling feet from him in the centre circle. Now Robertson on the left-hand side. Jota is there as well. Liverpool just keeping possession. They're happy to see this out. I think they'll look. Italy 0, England 19 is the half-time score in Rome. 5 Live Sports Extra for that. Thiago now forward towards Jota. Liverpool. Jota did well there. Then Tarkowski steps in. Burnley have got it back. Ben Mee looks up. Long left-footed ball from him to Cornet. Cornet was slightly off balance. It hit him as much as anything else. And Liverpool are back in possession again inside their own half. And then Firmino receives it. Firmino, they're not going gung-ho here, Liverpool, with the scoreline only 1-0. And in fact, actually, Dwight McNeil was able to nip the ball away from Firmino. So Burnley have it again. And then down goes Westwood in the centre circle. Free kick Burnley.
Well, this is the chance they've been waiting for as Liverpool finally make their substitution. It took some time now. I think it's James Milner's been stood waiting to come on, but this is the chance now. A free kick. Nick Pope can put Liverpool right on the back foot centrally.
The final Liverpool change. It's Naby Keita making way from midfield. So James Milner, as Michael Brown said, the now 36-year-old James Milner waiting to come on for the final seconds of this match. And play will resume with a Burnley free kick.
Just look how high Liverpool's back line is from a central free kick just inside Burnley's half. I mean, they're so high, but Liverpool, I'm thinking they can drop a little bit more, but now can Burnley get in behind them with a little flick.
Yeah, it's all about Nick Pope's delivery from the free kick. And he delivers that out towards the left-hand side. It's over the top with Ben Mee, and actually McNeil can't get there, and it bounces all the way out of play. Disappointing. We're in the 3rd minute of added time. Disappointing for Burnley.
Yeah, it was. And I thought there was a little nick there for the ball to go out. And that's why I was waiting for the Burnley throw, but obviously Martin Atkinson's closer than what I am. Decided it's a Liverpool throw-in, and that one chance Burnley are waiting for has got to be now.
Been a real test of character, this. Liverpool under pressure to win again, under pressure from Manchester City. Ball over the top, takes a flick, but the offside flag is up against Burnley, and it's a free kick for Liverpool, and they're nearly there. Back to Newcastle, Tom Gale.
Newcastle 1, Aston Villa 0. Eddie Howe's side not over the line yet, though we mentioned that delay due to what appeared to be a supporter receiving medical treatment in the Gallagate end. There's going to be 7 minutes, a minimum of 7 minutes added on. We've played roughly about 90 seconds of that. It's Newcastle 1, Aston Villa 0.
So still plenty of time to go there, but this is almost over. Alisson takes this free kick after the offside flag, and there it is. Liverpool cheers. Liverpool roars. Jurgen Klopp turns to his right. There's a quick handshake between the two managers, and Sean Dyche sees his team lose for the first time in 4 matches, but a narrow defeat against Liverpool, who continue to put what pressure they can on Manchester City, the leaders, with that first half winning goal from Fabinho. Michael Brown.
Yeah, it'll be Jurgen Klopp. He'll be delighted. 1-0, difficult conditions to go away, get a clean sheet. Yes, they've been put under pressure from a real tough, determined performance from Burnley, who created these opportunities, but ultimately Fabinho found that run and found that finish. Yes, it was a ricochet. Then they defended very, very well. Game management was good from Liverpool. It could have been different on the day, but full credit to Burnley, bottom of the table. They had a right goal, but the class of Liverpool come through in the end.
Yep. Back they go to within 9 points of the leaders, to 6th win in a row in all competitions for Liverpool. 5th match in a row they've won here against Burnley at Turf Moor, incidentally. 1 or 2 little children running under the field, and the stewards have come on to send them away and send them back into the stands. But it's been a real muck and nettles afternoon. The wind and the rain have been absolutely relentless. Burnley coming up just short, and Liverpool, this is a good win for them. 1-0, taking everything into account. Burnley 0, Liverpool 1.
A good win for Liverpool, and a great win for Wolverhampton Wanderers at Tottenham. Mark Scott. Mark Scott, come in. Can't hear from Mark at the moment, but the full-time whistle has gone, and Wolves have beaten Tottenham Hotspur. Huge victory for them. These are the sounds, though, of St James's Park. Final stages there, Tom Gale.
Well, we've still got at least another 4.5 minutes left to play, Steve. It's Newcastle 1, Aston Villa 0. Eddie Howe's side staring down the barrel of a 3rd consecutive Premier League win, which would move them 4 points clear at the drop. It's a 35th minute free kick from Kieran Trippier. That's proving to be the difference. What a signing he's proved to be, but he did go off shortly into the second half. It's Newcastle 1, Aston Villa 0.
Just looking at the pictures of the Tottenham Hotspur Stadium, Spurs fans there with a look of absolute thunder on their faces as Bruno Lage goes and applauds the Wolves fans. Terrific victory for Wolverhampton Wanderers. 2-0 at the Tottenham Hotspur Stadium. Michael Brown is still with us on Premier League Sunday. He's been watching Burnley lose 1-0 to Liverpool. Antonio Conte, though, Michael, is really up against it at the minute.
He is up against it. We discussed it in the week. John Murray and Jonathan Woodgate were at Spurs, the game they lost to Southampton. I questioned their character, the consistency, were they a bit milky still, did they have the players for Conte, obviously, to turn things around, and an aggressive approach by Conte with a weakened type mentality in the dressing room. You feel like that's a recipe for disaster if they don't get these results. But poor defending, obviously, in the week. I've not seen the goals yet, but these Spurs supporters will be very, very disappointed. This is an opportunity for Spurs to get into the top 4. Manchester City away next, so it doesn't get any easier. And as I said earlier in the build-up, Conte had not lost 3 league games as a manager since 2009. That tells you the level he's at. It tells you the level where Spurs are at the moment.
Wolves' second goal was comical defending, Michael, I can tell you that, and everybody can see that on Match of the Day later. Meanwhile, at Turf Moor, looks like a lucky fan has got Alisson's jersey. And Alisson needed to be on really good form at times this afternoon, Michael.
He really did. It's not just his jersey, his feet today come into play. He was finding himself at left back on one occasion where he was pirouetting, turning under pressure. He looked comfortable, managed to kick the ball away. He's had to come out centrally, head another one away, but ultimately in the one-on-one areas, that's where he was excellent. He stayed big, he made saves, made it difficult for people to go in and around him, and it was a real class performance. He took a knock very early from a set piece, and you're thinking, will he have a wobble, will he be here for his team today? But he was excellent.
This is a good reason, Steve. This match today is another one of those games where, you know, when people talk about, well, maybe someday some matches can be played overseas, some Premier League matches, you know, this is why that should never, ever, ever be the case, because you have to come and play matches in conditions like this in England to win the English title. And I think Jurgen Klopp's reaction, he knows what a challenge it was today. Not just Burnley, who put up a strong performance, but the conditions and the way that he went to the supporters afterwards, it was one of those Jurgen Klopp fist bump, punch the air with the supporters sort of matches. So I think we'll hear him be very praiseworthy of Burnley when Juliet Farrington speaks to him a little bit later on.
I'm just looking at Fabinho, one of the goal scorers, doing his first post-match interview. He looks like he's been swimming, absolutely covered in rainwater and sweat after a hard-fought victory. Newcastle seconds away now from their third win in succession. Be the first time they've done that since 2018. Tom Gale.
Yeah, literally seconds away, Steve. According to my watch, we have around 15 seconds of the minimum, 7 to be added on. Kieran Trippier, his second goal in a week in the first half. A free kick which took a wicked deflection proves to be the difference. Aston Villa, it has to be said, they've been pretty poor. Steven Gerrard's been on his feet most of the game, largely disconsolate with wasted free kicks, but the whistles show you that the 7 minutes is off. It's all in the hands of Craig Pawson. It's Newcastle 1, Aston Villa 0.
Seconds away then from the full-time whistle, and
it's
there
16
it goes,
hours.
Tom.
Confirmation, Steve. Kieran Trippier's first half free kick. A penalty was initially awarded. VAR had a look, overturned that decision, upset the England defender, took a wicked defection. You've referenced it already. Fans haven't celebrated 3 Premier League victories since November 2018 under Rafa Benitez. Aston Villa, they saw a potential second-half equaliser ruled out by VAR. Ollie Watkins, he could have been more than a toe offside from the pictures I saw. Took Stockley Park an age to make that decision. Eddie Howe's side, 4 clear of the relegation zone. His only frustration was seeing his captain, Trippier, taken off injured shortly into the second half. So the reason we played that added 7 minutes is there was a stoppage high up in the Gallagher end. It appeared that someone received medical treatment. Have no further news on that, but the full-time score, Newcastle 1, Aston Villa 0.
At the start of that run of 3 straight wins, Newcastle were 19th in the table, 2 points from safety. Now they are 4 points above the relegation zone. We can now get more on Wolves' victory at Tottenham Hotspur. Mark Scott.
Tottenham 0, Wolves 2. Wolves go above Spurs into 7th and to within 3 points of the top 4. While it's now 3 straight league losses for Tottenham, having gone unbeaten in their first 9 under Antonio Conte. They were undone by a dreadful first half, especially defensively when they made so many bad errors. Lloris at fault for the first goal early on with his punch from a Dendoncker shot straight to Raul Jimenez, who controlled neatly and then found the net with a nicely controlled finish too. 2-0 on 16 minutes. Lloris with a bad pass to Ben Davis, who then gave the ball to Wolves, and after some chaos in the Tottenham box following that, Dendoncker poked in. Lloris did make a couple of good saves to prevent it getting worse. Conte brought Kulusevski on for Sessegnon before we hit the half hour as he went to a 4-2-3-1. Spurs got a bit better, but while they came close to scoring a few times with Harry Winks' deflected long-range hit amongst them coming off the post, the defensive lapses still continued. Conte was angry after the game against Southampton here on Wednesday. He'll be fuming again. The team booed off. Tottenham 0, Wolves 2.
Half an hour to go until our second commentary of 5 Live's Premier League Sunday, which is Leicester versus West Ham. Remember, there's a choice of listening right now on Sports Extra. It's the Six Nations, Italy versus England. It's half-time in Rome. Sonia McLaughlin.
And the ground staff are just out with their pitchforks, putting in the divots. England leading 21-0 in Rome after 3 first-half tries. 2 for Jamie George, 1 for Marcus Smith. Former England fly-half Paul Grayson is alongside me. Eddie Jones wanted England to light up Rome. Have England done that in that first half?
I wouldn't say they've totally eliminated it, but what they've done has been really effective. Some of it easy on the eye, culminated in a great finish, pass of the half from Ellis Genge to put Jamie George in, but there's enough content in there from a much changed England team that Smith, Slade particularly, working off a very stable forward platform, found plenty of space.
Yeah, Smith, Slade, Knoll before he went off, getting their hands on the ball. It's stemming a little bit from that Smith-Randall halfback partnership. What have you made of their fledgling combination?
They've been good. There were some messy bits early on when England forced it a little bit, but they've settled into it nicely. They've been helped, I might add, by Italy, who've already given 8 penalties away in this half, not under massive pressure. And that has led to England being able to have lots of possession. The Italians have made 111 tackles in the first half alone, so they are taking on water. England could pull away strongly in the second half.
And Steve, you get a chance to see Jamie George's second try. The pass that was floated out was from Ellis Genge, the prop, and the hooker. He had a lot of work to do, but he got over in the corner. Impressive from a couple of England forwards.
Sonia, Paul, thank you very much for the time being. Sports Extra then, full second half commentary of Italy versus England in the Six Nations already today in the Scottish Cup. Arbroath of the Championship took the lead against Premiership Hibs, but Hibs came back to win 3-1. This is 5th round weekend. Premiership leaders Celtic are at home to Wraith Rovers of the Championship. That's a 4 o'clock kick-off. Roddy Forsyth is at Celtic Park.
Yeah, and we're going 3 minutes here, and an inhospitable day, but a decent crowd for this game. As you say, second time of the afternoon Premiership, it comes up against Championship, but it would be surprising if Wraith can put up the sort of resistance offered by Arbroath to Hibs. Celtic have been close to irresistible lately, although they lost a 2-0 lead to Aberdeen before winning at Pittodrie in midweek, and Ange Postecoglou has kept only 4 players from that game. Hart, Ralston, Carter Vickers and Hattati against a Wraith side who've undergone huge off-field turmoil because of that very contentious attempt to sign the former Scotland striker David Goodwillie. 4 minutes gone here and it's scoreless.
There is news from the Scottish Premiership today as well, isn't there? Aberdeen have sacked Stephen Glass.
Yes, less than a year after he took charge at Pittodrie. They're 9th in the Premiership. He had 8 wins from 25 league games, knocked out of the Scottish Cup yesterday at Motherwell, and that was too much for the fans. Alan Johnson of Cooney to the South, incidentally, bottom of the Championship, has also had his jolters this afternoon, so it's not the most propitious day for those who want permanence in their management positions.
Thank you very much, Roddy. Some full times for you in the Women's Super League. Birmingham 0, Tottenham 2, Brighton 4, Reading 1, Leicester 3, West Ham 0, Everton 0, Aston Villa 2, and in the early kick-off it finished Manchester City 1, Manchester United 0. Our focus will be on the King Power Stadium ahead of Leicester versus West Ham. We'll bring you the full team news. We'll hear from Declan Rice before kick-off. We'll do all of that after the news with Dan.
Listen on BBC Sounds. This is BBC Radio 5 Live.
The US Ambassador to NATO, Julianne Smith, says the door to diplomacy remains open amid fears that Russia could be poised to invade Ukraine. Russia has deployed an estimated 130,000 troops on the border. The former Ukrainian Prime Minister, Arseny Yatsenyuk, has been speaking to BBC Scotland's Sunday show.
If Putin invades, the Europe will face millions of refugees. It means that NATO is not capable of preserving peace and stability. If Putin invades, this would send a shockwave to the global financial, economic, energy market. If Putin invades, it means that authoritarian regimes have upper hand over the free world.
An NHS doctor from the West Midlands is being investigated on suspicion of sexual assault. A review of the work he carried out at Royal Stoke University Hospital and Russell Hall Hospital in Dudley is underway. Mike Graveling reports.
Staffordshire Police had originally investigated the doctor in 2018, but say there was insufficient evidence to take further action. According to the Sunday Times, this investigation was prompted by concerns about an examination of a vulnerable female. The paper adds that there were further complaints made after other examinations on girls last year. In March, the General Medical Council placed restrictions on his practice. Then in December, Staffordshire Police and the NHS established Operation Anzu, and the doctor was arrested. Trusts for both hospitals have confirmed the doctor is no longer employed by them, and they are working with the police.
There are calls for the UK government to continue funding free COVID-19 tests for Scotland, Wales and Northern Ireland if they want to keep self-isolation rules in place for longer than England. The Scottish Health Secretary, Hamza Yousaf, says Westminster shouldn't force the hand of the devolved nations if Boris Johnson decides to end restrictions earlier than originally planned. And an energy firm has apologised after sending compensation cheques for trillions of pounds to around 70 customers. The cheques for outages caused by November's Storm Arwen were erroneously made out for 13-figure sums. Northern Power Grid said a clerical error was to blame.
NFL on BBC Radio 5 Live.
This evening on BBC Radio 5 Live, join myself, Vernon Kay, Darren Fletcher, Greg Brady and Jack Crawford as we guide you through all the action as the Cincinnati Bengals take on the LA Rams.
Snap, placement, McPherson, kick on the way. It's good! The fairy tale continues.
The Rams, with their veteran QB Matt Stafford, will be looking to win only their second Super Bowl in 5 appearances, and the Bengals, led by quarterback Joe Burrow, are aiming to secure their first ever Super Bowl title.
It's Super Bowl 56 in Los Angeles.
Tonight, from 11
on 5 Live and BBC Sounds.
5 Live's Premier League Sunday
with Steve Crossman.
Already on this Premier League Sunday, Liverpool have moved 9 points behind Manchester City with a game in hand at the top after a 1-0 win at Burnley. Fabinho with the goal. Burnley now 7 points from safety because Newcastle win for the 3rd game in a row. They beat Aston Villa 1-0. Kieran Trippier scoring, but then going off injured. Wolves are above Tottenham in the league after winning 2-0 at the Tottenham Hotspur Stadium. Italy are 21-0 up in Rome. You can listen on Sports Extra here on 5 Live. Leicester versus West Ham on Premier League Sunday.
Madison early, Vardy, first time shot, scores. Leicester City take full advantage in Liverpool, giving the ball away, and Vardy makes them pay. Declan Rice though finds space in the area. Rice still going. Rice scores! Brilliantly finished by Declan Rice.
And this is Decker who must score, and does score. Leicester double their lead.
What a turn from Boyd. What a goal! Brilliant, brilliant stuff. That was terrific from Boyd. Vardy goes through the king power. Within 60 seconds, Leicester City are back in front. Oh, Zuma! Zuma's there in the back post. And Zuma heads it in from a tight angle at the back post.
Let's go live then to the King Power Stadium. Conor McNamara, last we heard, Kurt Zouma was in the West Ham lineup. Now what's happening?
Well, no confirmation on this yet, but just from watching the team's warm-up, Kurt Zouma pulled up and out of the West Ham warm-up. He had a long discussion with West Ham backroom staff. He had a word with David Moyes, and he has since then gone down the tunnel. All of his teammates are still out there warming up. Now, it may be precautionary. He may be going to visit a masseuse, something like that. It didn't look like he was nursing any particular injury. It's just an interesting one. Now, yes, are we focused on him because of the news that he's been on the front pages over the past week? Yes, we are. We're probably looking and reading into this a lot. But this was, of course, Steve, about to be his first showing in front of an away crowd since he's been in the news. And, you know, whether that has had a play in things. Obviously, West Ham were happy to select him for the game as they did against Watford in midweek. But it's going to be interesting to see if Kurt Zouma does actually start this game. Amongst the replacements for West Ham, they do have Issa Diop, who would be able to play in that position, and he's taking a rigorous part in the warm-up now. So no confirmation of anything yet, but just interesting that Kurt Zouma is no longer warming up here. He's gone back down the tunnel.
And the rest of the team news?
The rest of the team news is that Leicester make 4 changes from their last game where they were beaten at Liverpool. The players who come back in, I think, strengthen them considerably. Soyuncu and Ricardo Pereira to the defence, Tielemans and Barnes further up the field. Schmeichel, the goalkeeper, Ricardo Amarty, Soyuncu and Justin will back 4. Ndidi will push back into midfield and join Dewsbury Hall. Then it's Maddison, Tielemans and Barnes behind Patson Daka. For West Ham, assuming that Zouma does start, it's 1 change for the win against Watford. Lanzini in for Benrahma, Fabianski the goalkeeper, Sofal, Dawson, Zouma and Cresswell named as the back 4, Rice and Soucek in the middle of the midfield, Bowen, Lanzini and Fornals behind Mikel Antonio.
England are really running up the scoreboard now in Rome. Sonia McLaughlin.
Yeah, it's Italy 0, England 26. They've got their bonus point for 4 tries. It was scored by Elliot Daly. It was all too easy. The forwards laid the foundation with a big heave at the scrum. Marcus Smith snapped the ball out wide left, and Elliot Daly with the simple run-in on the left wing. Smith missed the conversion. It doesn't matter too much. Italy 0, England 26.
Live commentary right now on Sports Extra here on 5 Live. We're focused on the football. Under 20 minutes to go now. until kick-off at the King Power Stadium alongside Connor for commentary. Clinton Morrison. Clinton, what jumps out to you from that team news?
Sorry, Steve, I think Clinton's still going to hear you. I'm just going to jump in to say we are now very confident that there is going to be a change in the team news. Some of the West Ham backroom staff have been in discussion with the Premier League match manager here. They've got team sheets in their hands, stuff like that. Again, it's not yet confirmed, but it seems very likely. And in fact, my eye is now being drawn towards David Moyes, who's deep in conversation with Issa Diop. So I don't think you don't have to be Sherlock Holmes here to put all of this together. Kurt Zouma, it is strongly suspected now, will not be starting what would be the first game in front of away fans. He was booed by many of his own supporters in midweek. Of course, I'm sure all of our listeners are aware of the story, that videos on social media of him involved with his pet cat. And there has been obviously a lot of criticism for West Ham for playing him in the immediate aftermath of that. The club have said that he's been sent on courses to do with animal welfare. They say that they have fined him for his wages, but they were being insistent that he should be allowed to play. I guess, Clinton, if you can hear us out, Clinton, what's interesting is he's here now for the first time in front of away fans. There's no visible injury, evidence of an injury there. Might he just have been spooked here to feel, I don't know if I want this today, I'm going to be centre of attention, and now that he's here and he can see the white of their eyes, we're only speculating, but could that effect have just struck him?
Yeah, maybe so. I'm not sure though, because I was watching him in his warm-up when we just came and we were sitting down and we heard his name mentioned and there was boos for him. And then he was doing his warm-up and he said it, I think, to the fitness guy that he was struggling, and I carried on watching him. He was doing his warm-up, he went and did a bit of the keep ball that they have, and then he sat out and he kept bending over. So maybe there might be a slight injury, he might be feeling unwell, and then he spoke to the physio, and then as he said, Diop came over and done the warm-up. So we don't know. I think he felt unwell. It looked like he felt unwell. It didn't look like it was a muscle injury. It looked like he felt unwell, and he said it to the fitness guy and the physio that he can't continue, so they've had to make a change.
Well, I'm sure we'll find out one way or the other later on, but he's not in the team. Issa Diop is. That must be a really difficult thing, Clinton, to come into a starting lineup having been told and not having prepared for that to be the case.
Yeah, it can be difficult, especially when you know, say you want to think you should be playing and all of a sudden you're not playing, because mentality has to be better, because sometimes as an individual you can sulk, but this is why they say you always have to be prepared. And it's an opportunity now for Issa Diop to go in. It's a big game. It's a game that West Ham need to win, so his mind must be on it. But I think you always have to be ready as a professional footballer, because you can always pick up injuries in the warm-up like West Ham have just done now. So it's a big game for Diop, and he has to be ready, because it looks like he will be starting.
Big game, of course, for both teams. We're going to hear from Declan Rice closer to kick-off. Leicester City start the day 13th in the league on 26 points, having played 21, which is 3 games less than Crystal Palace, just above them. But of course they had that really painful FA Cup defeat to Nottingham Forest. They've lost in the Premier League again since then. Reminder, Brendan Rodgers said after the game with Forest, it's a lack of hunger. I said to the players at half-time, for the first time since I've been here, I've been embarrassed. It was an embarrassing performance. I feel for the supporters. Let's bring in John Percy, the Telegraph's man in the Midlands. John, good afternoon.
Afternoon.
Interesting time to be a Leicester player with that in mind.
Yeah, it was a remarkable tactic, really. I mean, he's been here nearly 3 years now. It was the angriest I've ever seen him in his time at Leicester. It was one of those where he obviously felt it needed to be said to provoke a reaction. But it's obviously the timing. You've got 17 Premier League games left, the window's shut. He's got to rely on these players. You know, he has to get a reaction out of them, or they're just going to down tools, aren't they? There has to be a spark from those words, because it was such a tactic that we didn't expect.
Are you surprised at all that Tielemans has come back into the team? Because all the noises seem to be that he's not going to sign a new contract.
Well, I think that's inevitable now. They've been talking for more than a year, and obviously falling out of the Champions League places on the final day last season, I think that ended any hopes they might have had of keeping him. But he's one of their best players. I mean, he's got to play every week. I mean, he's the sort of heartbeat of their midfield. You know, he's a player that, you know, has been so impressive for them this, you know, particularly last season. I think you've got to bring him back in. You know, whatever's going on behind the scenes, he's one of the better players. He makes Leicester tick. He's obviously not been playing so well. So, I mean, Brendan's always said in the past that he's one of those players that needs to get into the rhythm, playing every week and, you know, getting back in. I'm not surprised he started. I mean, with the injuries they've got, this is their strongest team, I would say, today.
Clinton, Brendan Rodgers made the point, and it's an entirely valid point recently, that, you know, Leicester were in an awful mess when he took over. They're in a terrible position. and twice in a row he's got them within a hair's breadth of qualifying for the Champions League. So with that in mind, is it fair that he's getting a lot of criticism now?
Nah, listen, when you're not, he'll know, Brendan's a top manager, when you're not getting results, you are going to get criticism. You're up there. When you're playing well, people praise you. When you're not playing well, your team's not playing well, you're going to get criticism. That's the life of a footballer and a football manager. He's strong enough to take that. He did have a go at his players. His players are not delivering, because it's the same Brendan Rodgers. Tactically, what he's doing on the training pitch is different. It's down to the players. He can only do a certain amount. Once they cross that white line, it's up to the players. But I still think he's got credit at Leicester, the job he's done, but you need to start winning football matches, and I think today's a huge game because it's in front of the home fans and they're going to expect a reaction. Let's be honest, when they went to Liverpool in a week, no one expected really Leicester to win. They put in a decent performance. It was the performance against Nottingham Forest that let them down, and that's why Brendan Rodgers wasn't happy, so he wants a response this afternoon.
John, when Brendan Rodgers talks about things going stale, is it quite easy to work out the sort of players he might be talking about there, or could it be, 2 or 3 of 6 or 7?
I think there's quite a few. I think Yuri Tielemans was certainly a player he was talking about in terms of his performances over the last few weeks. He has been very under par. Talking about going somewhere and getting better contracts. I think it was probably directed at him. I think Kegler Sionchu, he's been poor this season. I think he's had problems with his own contract situation, so he may have been referring to him. James Maddison, he may have been referring to him as well. One of Leicester's better players, has underwhelmed at times, especially at the start of the season. I mean, the one thing I will say, this has been going on for most of the season. I think the Forest game was obviously abysmal, but I mean, I remember Burnley at home here, them getting booed off. The fans would say this isn't just something that's materialised over the last few weeks. They would say that they detected it at the end of last season and it spilled over into this season. Obviously, the thing with Leicester in the past, under Brendan, has been that they've always started well and finished badly. This has obviously been a season where they started badly and it's sort of carried on all season. So I don't think, in Leicester, the defence of the Leicester fans, I don't think it's anything to do with them being entitled or, maybe they won't get anyone better than Brendan, but this has been going on for quite a while now, I think. It's not just something that's the last few weeks.
Yeah, but this is how it goes though, Connor, isn't it? Even if something has been sort of bubbling under the surface for weeks or months, a standout bad result, like what happened at Forest, can just light the flame.
Absolutely. Look, I think Brendan Rodgers has got a lot of stock in the bank, obviously, from the success that he had, but that success, winning the FA Cup, winning the Community Shield, raises the expectation, and where they are now, you've got to go back 4 years to the last time Leicester were any lower than this in the table. I think, you contrast them with West Ham, who are having the sort of season this season that Leicester had last season. Huge difference for me is the injuries. I mean, particularly for defenders, it's been very difficult for Brendan Rodgers. He has had to patch things together. He's had to put square pegs in round holes, and it does have an effect. Yesterday I was at Goodison Park. I think Leeds are in such a similar situation. They are missing so many of their guaranteed starters who are just not available at the moment. And it's very, very difficult to replace them when you've got those resources. You look at West Ham, and of course, yes, they do have some injuries. Masuaku's out at the moment, Ogbonna, but in the main, West Ham have been able to keep their big players fit, and that can be the difference. And I think Brendan Rodgers can say, we can all be amateur psychologists and look into this, that, and the other. If you don't have the players available, and you're a team like Leicester, you're not going to be as good as if they were.
John, who within that Leicester team are the fans excited about right now?
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear that one.
That's right. Who within the Leicester team are the fans excited about right now?
Well, the return of James Justin's been a massive thing. And as Connor just said, regarding the injuries, I mean, even today, Johnny Evans, Wesley Fofana, Jamie Vardy aren't involved. So I will say the injuries have been massive for Leicester this season. Ricardo Pereira's coming back. He's had a lot of bad luck with injuries over the last 18 months. But obviously, it's going to be Tielemans, Maddison. They're the players that are going to get fans off the seats. I mean, the interesting thing today is going to be how Leicester respond with the set pieces. I think it's 12 goals they've conceded from set pieces now, 60 goals in all, whereas West Ham, I think, it's 8 goals from set pieces they've scored, so that's going to be where the game's won and lost today, I think.
John, thank you very much. John Percy then, the Telegraph's man in the Midlands. Let's check back in the Scottish Cup, that 4 o'clock kickoff. Celtic Raith Rovers, ready for side.
We've just passed the 20-minute mark. It's still scoreless, perhaps surprisingly to most observers. Although Mikey Johnson had a fizzing drive that just went over the top, and Rio Hatate placed one straight into the Wraith goalkeeper's arms. There was an eccentric moment involving Joe Hart, the Celtic goalkeeper, who found himself outside of his own box, exchanging passes under pressure from Wraith with Ralston, who was inside the box, and finally the danger was cleared. But at the moment, almost midway through the first half, Celtic 0, Wraith Rovers 0.
Roddy, thank you very much. West Ham, by the way, have just tweeted to say that Kurt Zouma is not playing this afternoon because he is feeling unwell. Declan Rice very much is in that West Ham United team, of course. He is a massive player for them, but he spoke to Gary Neville on the overlap this week, and he said this, Clinton: I want to win the Premier League and lift the trophy. I want to win the Champions League and FA Cups and League Cups and stuff with England. I want to win it all. This is a guy who has grown with West Ham. How long until he outgrows West Ham?
That is the million-dollar question. To be fair, for me, he's one of the best midfielders around in Europe at the moment. He's so elegant because he can do everything. He can be a holding midfielder. I've watched it. He's so smooth with the ball. He can score goals. Everything he does, he makes it look so easy, Declan Rice. And listen, West Ham fans will be hoping he stays with them. They play Champions League football. The squad grows and they can improve and start competing. It's going to be difficult because you know what it's like, the big teams. Because West Ham are a big team, but the bigger so-called teams are going to come knocking on the door for him, because at the moment he's one of the best midfielders around. But he seems such a humble young lad who's just enjoying his football at the moment. He's enjoying being a West Ham captain, and for me he's had an outstanding season. So yeah, West Ham fans are just going to enjoy him. He might stay at West Ham. West Ham might go Champions League and they want to stay there.
Will he stay there if they don't go into the Champions League this season?
Yeah, I think if they don't go into the Champions League, I don't think he'll stay there. I think there'll be a lot of clubs that are in the Champions League knocking on the door and paying big money for Declan Rice, because he's a superb footballer.
There's been a goal at Celtic, Roddy Forsyth.
And it's for Celtic, and not perhaps expectedly from Liam Scales, but the young defender getting up onto the edge of the Wraith box, had a sight of goal and very efficiently took it, and that's cheered the Celtic fans up on this grey drizzly day. Celtic 1, Wraith Rovers 0 midway through the first half.
Here's the top of the Premier League table then after Liverpool's win at Burnley. Manchester City top of the league on 63 points. Liverpool second on 54, having played a game less. Chelsea third on 47. Then West Ham fourth position, 40 points, level with Manchester United, and they have played the same number of games. Wolves have moved up to 7th now, Arsenal between them in 6th, but Wolves on 37 points. They're a point above Tottenham Hotspur, having won there by 2-0. Newcastle have moved further away from trouble, 4 points above the relegation zone after victory over Aston Villa. 6 minutes until kick-off then at the King Power Stadium. Full commentary of Leicester versus West Ham on Sports Extra. Six Nations, Italy, England. Sonia McLaughlin.
Whereas Italy 0, England 26. We just had a delay to the game because an injured Italian player is being taken off on the buggy. England used that opportunity to bring on Ben Youngs for Harry Randall. It means Youngs is now on 114 caps for England. He joins Jason Leonard as the most capped England player on the men's side of things. England leading here by 26 points to 0. They've scored 4 tries and have got their bonus point with a quarter of the game still to go.
Thank you very much, Sonia. Full commentary, as I say, over on Sports Extra here on 5 Live. We're all about the Premier League. Leicester versus West Ham. Two teams who pushed for the Champions League in recent seasons. Leicester fell short twice. Clinton, do you see anything about this West Ham team which separates them from Leicester over the last couple of years? Anything that you look at and think, yeah, you've got that, you might just make it?
Yeah, I do. Listen, Leicester were really unlucky. They were inches and didn't really get over cross that line. I think you look at it this year, no one really wants that fourth spot, but West Ham are the ones who I think at the moment are the team that could get that fourth spot. I think everyone still thinks Man United are favourites because they've got the squad depth, but at the moment they're not getting the results. Tottenham got the games in hand, they're not doing it. Arsenal not. I think West Ham have a great opportunity, but what they have to do, Crossy, they have to keep everyone fit. The likes of Declan Rice and Mikel Antonio, the big players have to keep fit, because I don't think West Ham squad's big enough, but their starting 11 is very good.
Such a terrific day of live sport on 5 Live. We've got the rugby on Sports Extra, the Six Nations. Later tonight, we've got the Super Bowl with the Rams against the Bengals, but LA must wait because we're off to Leicester. The players are leaving the tunnel, and Clinton Morrison is alongside Conor McNamara.
Thanks very much, Steve. Yes, not very Los Angeles weather here. The rain is coming down sideways at the King Power Stadium. It is absolutely pelting down as the two sets of players come out onto the pitch. And I have to say, I'm very much looking forward to this one. Leicester against West Ham. It feels a must-win game for two teams who really do not want to leave this field in 90 minutes on the losing end of things. For West Ham, that target, European Cup, Champions League football, for the first time in the club's history, does appear to be in their sights if they can continue the very high standards that David Moyes has been able to drill into this team over the course of the season so far. But look who they're up against today. A Leicester team who this time last year were second in the table and they couldn't hold on for a Champions League place. Leicester are the very lesson that West Ham will look to see how difficult it is to stay up there. And Leicester, who've already this weekend fallen behind Crystal Palace in the table, they're now down into 13th. It has been a big slump from the highs of winning the FA Cup and indeed the Community Shield at the start of this season. Breaking news ahead of kick-off as we brought you on 5 Live that Kurt Zouma, who was controversially named again to start for West Ham, will not do so. He's been in discussions with the West Ham medical staff. We are told he has told them that he feels unwell. He will not start. Issa Diop will come into the team. There is still some dispute as to whether or not they've been able to replace him on the bench. This all happened very close to kick-off. Up on the big screens here, they have that Darren Randolph has come in as a third-choice goalkeeper, but we are awaiting confirmation that they have been allowed to actually do that. It puts a talking point before the game. Maybe the game itself would be better for it, though, Clinton, because every time Zouma touched the ball, there would have been boos around here. It would have been a distraction. Do you think this is good or bad news for West Ham? Because we know, regardless of the news story, Zouma's a very good player.
Yeah, I think West Ham will be disappointed, to be fair, because Zouma, as you said, he's a better defender than Diop. But it's an opportunity for Diop to go in and stake a claim and say, I should be a regular playing in this West Ham back line. But no, losing Kurt Zouma, the footballer, he's a good footballer. So West Ham, it's a huge blow. But I said it in the warm-up, it did look like he was bending over, feeling sick, and there would have to be a change. But as I said, big opportunity for Issa Diop, but Daka and that will be looking to get at him and Dawson, because there's not a lot of pace in that back line now. There's no Kurt Zouma.
4 changes for Leicester. They are strengthened by the return of Ricardo Pereira and Soyuncu to their defence. Tielemans is back in, Barnes too. It feels a stronger starting 11 for Leicester than their last game when they were beaten at Liverpool on Thursday. West Ham don't make many changes. You mentioned there how they haven't had too many injury problems this season. David Moyes has made fewer changes to his starting 11 than any other manager in the Premier League this season, and it's just one change today. He welcomes back Manuel Lanzini, who comes in for Benrahma. So it's the regular attack, if you like. Antonio up top for West Ham. Fornals will be on the left. Bowen, who's having a wonderful season, on the right. And Lanzini will operate in the number 10 position. We're about to get started. This is 5 Live for the BBC. It's the Premier League. It's this 4:30 kickoff at a rain-drenched King Power Stadium. The referee blows the whistle. The players, all 22 of them, take the knee ahead of kick-off. The continuing message is that there is no room for racism. Already today, we brought you Liverpool's win at Burnley on 5 Live. Newcastle have beaten Aston Villa. They really seem to have turned a corner. As we welcome listeners joining us right around the globe on BBC's World Service, the King Power Stadium, Leicester 0, West Ham 0, underway with Soyuncu bringing the ball up to the halfway line. Leicester playing from right to left as we look down in blue. It's a good ball from Soyuncu to James Justin on the left-hand side, into the penalty area. Harvey Barnes chips it from the byline and too close to the goalkeeper, and Fabianski makes the save. Bright start to the game, and these conditions, I think the ball is going to zip around down there.
Yeah, these are brilliant conditions. If you're a centre-forward fan, you love playing in these kinds of conditions, because you think centre-halves are going to make mistakes, and you have to keep the ball on the ground. And it's going to be two teams that like to play football the right way, so I'm looking forward to this game.
West Ham trying to come on the attack for the first time this afternoon. Mikel Antonio's done well to hold it up on the left wing. His attempt to cross is blocked by Daniel Amati. Leicester haven't been able to fully clear it away yet, but Tielemans with a calming touchdown to Maddison, up to Daka, who then loses it near the halfway line. So Leicester, who had such lofty ambitions at the start of this campaign, but are now trying to stabilise a season that has been in steady decline for some time. Thomas Souček for West Ham challenged by Ricardo Pereira. The ball goes out of play. The last touch came off the West Ham player. It's going to be a throw-in to Leicester. 0-0, 90 seconds play. Leicester in possession. There's been a collision between Issa Diop and Patson Daka off the ball. The two of them were trying to get a head start at each other. They fell over each other, and to be fair, neither makes a song and dance about it. They just get up and get on with the game.
No, they don't. I think Daka, he's going to be important for Leicester, because obviously they have no Jamie Vardy, their talisman, he's out for a bit of time. But I like Daka, Patson Daka. I think he's a handful. And I'm thinking about it, Diop coming in out of the cold, and then Dawson. Dawson's a good defender, but he struggles with mobility, players that have got pace. So it'll be an interesting battle.
Leicester didn't have any recognised central defenders in their last game. It was a Marty and Ndidi, two midfielders by trade, who played centre-half against Liverpool. Today Soyuncu was back, but they're still missing the likes of Evans and Fofana, Castagna, Bertrand. There's a lot of defenders absent at the moment for Brendan Rodgers. 0-0 here on 5 Live. West Ham won this game 4-1 when these sides met at London Stadium in August. Fornal scored, Benrahma scored, Antonio got 2. Yuri Tillman scored for Leicester. They played most of that game with 10 men after Jose Perez was sent off. A little break in play here because of an injury to Jared Bowen, who went sliding in to make a tackle on Dewsbury Hall. He won the ball fairly. Dewsbury Hall came in over the top of him. He tried to get back to his feet, Jared Bowen, but then he very quickly sat down again. He's a player who's been in wonderful form. He's West Ham's top scorer in all competitions this season. They wouldn't want anything to happen to him, especially so early in the game.
No, I think he slides in, and Dewsbury Hall tries to jump out of him, but his boot just catches him near his shin, and I think he's felt that, because Jared Bowen is not one to stay down, and you're right, they would not want to lose him. He's been outstanding for them so far this season, but I think he'll be all right. He's a tough lad, Connor. It's going to take more for him to come off this football pitch.
Absolutely. Well, we've got the break of play. A reminder, you can listen to the Super Bowl live tonight on 5 Live, and it's also available to watch on BBC One television. Coverage there starts at 11:35. After this game, we will have 6:06, Robbie Savage and Chris Sutton taking your calls. Maybe you're a Newcastle fan who wants to get in touch. They really feel like they've turned a corner. I was at St James's Park on Tuesday for the win over Everton. Kieran Trippier scored in that game. He scored again today. Newcastle have beaten Aston Villa by a 0-0. Villa did have what they hoped might have been an equaliser, ruled out by VAR. You can watch all the action tonight. Match of the Day 2 on BBC One at 10:30 with Mark Chapman. Back underway here at a very noisy King Power Stadium. Craig Dawson rolls the ball back to Lucas Fabianski, who saved a penalty against Leicester 3 seasons ago. He clears it straight down the centre of the pitch, where Lanzini isn't able to control, and Soyuncu will get it back for Leicester and roll it to James Justin on his left-hand side. The rain still comes thundering down. Very February weather here, with these dark, almost charcoal grey clouds overhead. The floodlights illuminating what is a very dank day in the East Midlands. Soyuncu, the Turkish international. No high press on him from West Ham. He goes long. Looping ball over the top, which is too high for James Justin, and harmlessly trickles out for a goal kick to West Ham. Still 0-0 on 5 Live in the World Service.
You're right, Connor. It's some atmosphere, to be fair. I've been to a few Leicester games recently, and the atmosphere hasn't been like this. So the fans are trying to get behind the players, and that's what you need. When you've not been on a good run, you need the fans to get behind you, and that's what they're certainly doing at this moment in time.
Brendan Rodgers was unbeaten against David Moyes when they came up against each other in Merseyside derbies, when Rodgers was at Liverpool and Moyes at Everton, and he was also unbeaten against him in Liverpool against Manchester United games, which were always high profile when those two came head to head. Here is Ndidi in the midfield for Leicester, rolling it back to Soyuncu. And again, no high press from West Ham, who are happy for Leicester to have the ball at the back. Soyuncu rolls it back to Leicester. It's almost like Leicester want West Ham to come at them and to try and play through them, because they're keeping it here on the edge of their penalty area. Ricardo Pereira, first appearance for him in the Premier League in over 3 months. He was injured against Leeds in early November. He's played in the FA Cup, he's played in the League Cup since, but he's an important player for Leicester to have back.
Yeah, he is. He's a good player, Ricardo. I like him a lot. He's been so unfortunate with injuries so far at Leicester. Hopefully he's over them now, because he's a good attacking fullback. Really good. I'm really positive. The only thing here, Connor, when they set up here, Madison's too deep. I want to see him higher, because he's there where Tielemans is kind of his space he's playing. You want him on the ball.
He's just been tackled, Madison, by Declan Rice. Referee says it's a fair challenge. West Ham regained possession. It's cleared away by Vladimir Sofal up over the halfway line. Soyuncu is challenged by Socep, two big men barricading into each other. Down goes Soyuncu, and he stays down, holding his head. Medical attention is about to be required for the Turkish international, so another injury delay in what has been a stop-start to the game. No relenting from the rain, which is still thundering down.
No, yeah, it's Suchek. He just catches him with the elbow in his face, but Soyuncu would have given loads of those out being a centre half. So yeah, Suchek does well to get up, and you have to use your arm, but he just catches him on the side of the jaw. So yeah, Michael Oliver makes the right decision. It should be a free kick.
Thomas Souček, who has started all but 2 of West Ham's Premier League games this season. He was the joint top scorer for them in the Premier League last season. Great aerial threat that they haven't quite been able to utilise as effectively this time round. He's only got 3 Premier League goals this season. Soyuncu still looking a bit startled down there. He is talking to the medics, who will be concerned about him being dazed or any sort of mild concussion, something like that. He slowly gets back up to his feet, and rightly these days there is every care and consideration for any sort of head and neck injury, and Soyuncu will leave the field to continue receiving treatment. Temporarily, at least, Leicester got to continue with 10 men.
No, it was a big old family that he got in on the side of his mouth, to be fair. It was a good old elbow, so they will be painful, but yeah, he won't forget about that, and it looks like he's going down the tunnel. He's just gone down the tunnel.
Right.
So I don't know what if he needs any treatment, or he might have a cut there. But they're down to 10 men now, so he's gone down the tunnel.
No obvious preparation of a substitute. Presumably they're just going to try and get Soyuncu back into working order and get him back on the field, but for the moment Leicester do have 10 men. One thing that we haven't discussed much, actually, we've talked about the injuries for Leicester. Over Christmas, Clinton, a lot of games have been called off because of COVID. In all, Leicester had 6 matches postponed. That's got to be disruptive.
Yeah, definitely, because you need momentum, and momentum's a key thing, to be fair. And yeah, they're having that much game. Now they're playing catch-up, and as you said, they're slipping down the table. They've got no confidence, but maybe over that period they had a few injuries. They could try and get a few players back fit, but they've lost a few players as well. And it looks like he's back on now, Connor Soyuncu, so that's good news for Leicester.
Yeah, just to illustrate it, West Ham have played 3 games more than Leicester. I mean, you win those 3 games, 9 points makes a huge difference.
Oh, you start climbing up the table,
yeah. And that is football, you know. Rather than talk about the demise, we talk about them challenging for Europe. Here comes Bowen on the attack for West Ham. Breakaway chance, what a goal! He took that brilliantly. Jared Bowen runs onto a long ball over the top. Leicester's defence have not covered themselves in glory there, but remember, their central defender Soyuncu isn't on the pitch. They didn't cover for him properly. Ball over the top. Bowen, everything he touches turns to gold at the moment, and West Ham's top scorer puts that away so confidently beyond Kasper Schmeichel. It's Leicester 0, West Ham 1. We haven't played 10 minutes yet.
One strike ball can't beat it. Soyuncu did just come back on the pitch, Connor, but so he was on that side. He did just come back on, but he run off James Justin. Justin's got to go and say to Soyuncu, check your shoulders. He doesn't, but once Jared Bowen gets him, it's a fantastic finish, but again, it's poor defending from Leicester. One straight ball cannot take out your whole defence. Maybe they were a bit disrupted by Soyuncu only just coming back on the pitch, but it's poor defending.
You're right, Clinton. Soyuncu was back up, but he was nowhere to be seen as the ball was played over the top. I mean, Bowen's been great at that this season. He gets on the shoulder of defenders. He gets in behind them. But what I loved about it was how relaxed was that finish. He was feeling no pressure there.
That is a young man that's at the top of his game, because it's a difficult finish, Connor. He's still got to take that touch. He's got defenders coming in behind him. And to be a top goalkeeper like Kasper Schmeichel, it's a superb finish, but Brendan Rodgers won't be happy with his defenders. Soyuncu and Justin, they have to be communicating with each other, but brilliant finish from Jared Bowen.
Leicester City 0, West Ham 1. Jared Bowen's 12th goal for West Ham this season. just to put that in context, the last time a West Ham player scored 12 goals in a season was Dimitri Payet. That was 6 years ago. And he's got months of the campaign left. He can easily get up towards 20 goals if he stays in this run of form, Jared Bowen. That's remarkable for a guy who's not a centre forward.
Exactly, it's brilliant to be fair. He plays on the right-hand side, and he's always doing his defensive duty, but he wants to score goals. And when you're confident, Connor, and in situations like that, you think he's going to score goals.
West Ham have got a good start here. There was a bit of drama ahead of kick-off when Kurt Zouma pulled out of the starting 11, but clearly his teammates have not been in any way disturbed by that. It's been a solid start from David Moyes' team. They have got the goal, and Leicester, who've been on this really poor run of form, now have their work cut out. Shrewsbury Hall on the halfway line. Passes to Ricardo Pereira. Press from Aaron Cresswell. Forces Leicester back into their own half again. The noise at the moment that you're hearing in the background for the King Power Stadium is all coming from the West Ham supporters who are housed on the far side of the pitch from us. Leicester have been struck here. They've hardly been in around Fabianski's penalty area at all. There was one cross from the left-hand side for Barnes that was gathered by the keeper. Otherwise, Leicester have offered nothing, and West Ham have themselves in front already. And Bowen continuing this really hot streak that he's on. You said to me earlier on, Clinton, you said England squad, Jared Bowen, the form he's in, you can't really leave him out.
If there was an England squad to be named tomorrow, Jared Bowen should be in that England squad. He's in terrific form. For me, he has to be called into the England squad. I'm saying at this precise moment, if there was a squad tomorrow, he would be in the squad. I think he's outstanding. He's doing everything. He's creating chances, he's scoring goals, he works hard. He's been brilliant, and he's made that transition from playing Championship into the Premier League from home. Credit to himself.
England do play Switzerland in March with Ivory Coast as well, and Gareth Southgate cannot be unaware of the presence of Jared Bowen in a West Ham team that everyone's been rightly praising this season. He has been one of the stars for David Moyes. Soyuncu for Leicester, who are trying to get their composure in the game. Ndidi back behind him to Daniel Amartey. Leicester have possession, but they are midway inside their own half. Right, the Scottish Cup, Celtic Park, Celtic against Wraith Rovers. Ronnie Forsyth.
2.5 minutes till half-time, Celtic leading by that Liam Scales goal scored earlier. But they haven't impressed. Their fans have been grumbling a little. Not a noise you hear much at Celtic Park. But at the moment, still leading Wraith Rovers by a goal to nil. And as I say, you can hear the reaction behind me.
Thanks very much, Roddy. Earlier on, a Growth 1, Hibs 3 in the Scottish Cup. What about the Six Nations? Italy against England, the latest from Sonia McLaughlin in Rome.
Yeah, around 10 minutes to go here. Italy 0, England 26. No further score since Elliot Daly got over in the right wing just after the break. Tempo's gone out of this game a little bit. Don't know if that went with the substitution of the live wire at scrum half, Harry Randall, or if England had just taken their foot off the gas. But Eddie Jones wanted them to be ruthless. They haven't been quite that in this second half. Italy 0, England 26.
You can listen to the closing stages of that right now on 5 Live Sports Extra. Here on 5 Live, it's the Premier League. Leicester 0, West Ham 1. Quarter of an hour play. Groans of disillusionment from Leicester fans who are not enjoying what they're seeing here. Their team have not got going at all, Clinton.
I'm not enjoying it. It's too easy to go sideways and backwards, Connor. Not once are they trying to get forward. Madison needs to keep his whip on the right-hand side. He's drifting. He's playing too deep. And they can't get their players on it. But you have to credit West Ham. West Ham have a good check, but I'm getting frustrated, so the Leicester fans must, because they're not trying to look forward and they ain't got runners, and that is why they're flat. And when you've not got confidence and you can see an early goal, everything you do then becomes nervous, and that's what Leicester look at the moment.
Earlier on today, there was one lunchtime game of the Championship. It finished Swansea 3, Bristol City 1, and there one game in League One today as well. Sheffield Wednesday 0, Rotherham 2, local derby there. So West Ham, who have got that Champions League music in their ears, a club who've never been in the European Cup in their history. It is not going to be easy between now and the end of the season, but we said before kick-off, this is the sort of game that they need to win if they're going to finish in the top 4, and David Moyes' side have started very well. Bowen's early goal has them 1-0 in front. Cross comes Diop, the late addition to the team, challenges Daka, ball goes out of play, referee has blown the whistle anyway. Rain is still coming down, teeming down here in Leicester.
Yeah, good defending there from Diop, good run from Daka, but Diop gets there first and Daka fouls him. But yeah, good positive defenders from Diop there.
How good has Jared Bowen been? Well, this season in the Premier League, only one player, Mo Salah, has been directly involved in more Premier League goals. That's between goals and assists. So having only Mo Salah ahead of you is not too bad.
And he's the best player in the world at the moment. So to have the best player in the world only ahead of you, you're doing okay then.
Absolutely.
Better than okay.
Jared Bowen's goal, he took it so well. Leicester's defending not good, not aided by the fact that Seunchu had only just come back onto the pitch having received treatment, but still it was too easy to creep in him. He was just a lumped ball forward and he was able to run onto it and score. Throw in to West Ham, nothing going Leicester's way at the moment. Diop gives it short to Declan Rice. Rice to Cresswell on the left hand side, onto Fornals. Here come West Ham again. There was a foul there on Cresswell, but the referee allowed play to continue. Fornals isn't able to do anything with it, and we go back to Rome, Italy, England. Sonia McLaughlin.
Yeah, it's Italy 0, England 33. They've got their 5th score. They have actually pounced here on an Italian mistake. The ball spilled. It went through the hands of the England players, and it was Carl Sinclair who's had a really good impact as he came on. His tight head prop. He got over under the post, converted by Smith. Italy 0, England 33. They're comfortably home and hosed, back on track after losing their opening game in Scotland.
Thanks very much, Sonia. Highlights on BBC 2 from 6 o'clock with Ugo Monye. And of course, the Rugby Union Daily is live on 5 Live from 8 o'clock tonight with Chris Jones, Ugo and Chris Ashton. And of course, you can listen to that at your leisure on the BBC Sounds app. Here, we mentioned that the referee had played advantage after Ricardo's challenge on Cresswell. Once the ball went dead, good refereeing from Michael Oliver. He has come back and he has shown a yellow card to Ricardo Pereira, the first booking of the game.
Yeah, he was late, Ricardo Pereira. It was good refereeing from Oliver. He gave West Ham the advantage, but nothing came of it. Fornals lost the ball, but yeah, he has to be careful now, Ricardo Pereira, because he lacks playing on the edge.
Important interception by Craig Dawson there at the back for West Ham. Leicester get it back with James Justin, but he's given it away. That's a terrible pass. Lanzini pounces for West Ham, coming to the middle. He's got Fornals on the left-hand side. Good challenge by Ricardo Pereira. West Ham still have possession, but Leicester have got 10 men back behind the ball now. Here comes Lanzini, 10 yards outside the box, goes around Ndidi. Cresswell available on the left-hand side, steadies himself. And that touch to steady himself allowed Ricardo Pereira get close, and he was able to block the cross. West Ham hold on to possession, but they are back inside the centre circle. 18 and a half minutes play. 5 Live for the BBC in the Premier League. Leicester 0, West Ham 1. Souček runs the ball out of play. Throw into Leicester, but they remain penned back inside their final third. It's a throw into Leicester in the left full-back position for them. It was a 4 o'clock kickoff at Celtic, and that means right beside you've reached half-time.
It is indeed Celtic 1, Raith Rovers 0. Liam scales the difference between the teams with a shot off the post from the edge of the box. But the Celtic fans not entirely enchanted with their team's unaccustomed low-rate performance here today. Celtic 1, Raith Rovers 0 at half-time.
Thanks very much, Roddy. Hibs beat Arbroath 3-1 earlier on. And the next stage in that competition is the quarter-finals. Issa Diop clears the ball away for West Ham, long and searching into the Leicester half. Daniel Amartey wins the header. Daniel Amartey, who's got bad memories of playing against West Ham. He was injured playing against them in 2018. He missed the next 2 years, Amartey, after that injury. But here he is playing against them again. As cross on the right-hand side from Sofal. Couldn't quite get any elevation on it. So Leicester were able to intercept. Played by Dewsbury Hall to James Justin. Leicester fans are screaming at their team to get the ball forward. They lose it again inside their own half. Harvey Barnes gives the ball away, and Leicester have not begun this game well at all.
Nah, they're a team low on confidence. They're not even that as isolated as a centre forward. Super frustrated I would be and they can't get out. Everyone's panicking. James Justin just then he has a lot of time, just clearly gave it back to West Ham. They just need to stop panicking and relax a bit more.
That's better. Interception by Ricardo Pereira, and he's played a 1-2 with James Maddison, and then a little back heel to Maddison again. This is more like it now from Leicester, but can they break into the West Ham final third of the pitch? Justin goes back through Amartey, and there are the groans. They don't want to see them retreating like that. Leicester fans want some forward propulsion here, but they're not getting any of it.
Yeah, sometimes it's difficult though. You got to credit West Ham, they get back into their shape, but there was an opportunity for Dewsbury Hall to get forward. Harvey Barnes has to give width, can't keep going inside because it's congested there. Stay wide and hug the touchline and get him a one-on-one with Sufal.
Here is Ndidi, centre circle, rolling to the right-hand side to Ricardo Pereira. One of 4 changes for Brendan Rodgers in his starting lineup this afternoon. Soyuncu, short to James Justin at left back, and now Harvey Barnes, who's not seen much possession in the early stages, plays a 1-2 with Justin, and now he's bearing down in the West Ham penalty area. Rice stretched out a leg, that put him off his stride, and the ball carries through to Lucas Fabianski. Harvey Barnes, one of those players who you feel could unlock a few doors for Leicester today.
Yeah, he's positive. He likes taking people on, so yeah, he's the one you're thinking just hug the touchline, cause problems. A good tackle from Declan Rice, because he was in on goal there, Harvey Barnes.
West Ham have had an identical record this season, both home and away. They have had 6 home wins, 6 away wins. They've drawn 2 games home and away. They have lost 4 in each category. And here, the King Power Stadium, they've got off to a very good start with that early goal from top scorer Jared Bowen. That's a good challenge. Kieran Dewsbury Hall for Leicester. Tielemans now plays one over the top. Daka, brilliant first touch into the penalty area. Fabianski comes out. Much more like it from Leicester, and their fans finally have something to applaud.
Yeah, because you know why, Connor? You've got a runner. He's a willing runner, Daka, and it's a good ball from Tielemans. Get up the pitch. Stop playing all this pretty football and go nowhere. That's what it takes to get the fans behind you, and it's unlucky, Daka. If his second touch is better, he gets in, but good goalkeeping from Fabianski. But one straight ball, that's all you need, and it gives the crowd a lift.
And how many times in recent seasons, you know, one straight ball, as you say, and Jamie Vardy's onto it, and that's created. No, that is the route to success for Leicester. That's the first time they've tried that today. And Daka, I love this, as the ball came, it's over his head. His first touch, trying to guide it into his path, and he's unlucky that Fabianski had judged it so well.
Yeah, it was a good run, and that's what you want to do, because once Daka starts running that way, that creates space for the likes of Maddison, Barnes, Tielemans to get on the ball.
Right, Leicester are beginning to settle into this. Tielemans picks the pass to Dewsbury Hall, who's now started 8 Premier League games in a row. Barnes gets it on the left wing for Leicester. They're already 1-0 down here. He cuts in field of Sofal. Short to Tielemans. Puts a touch that needed to be delicate, too firm. But Sofal was under pressure. He was a little bit unaware, and he unnecessarily puts it out for a corner. Corner to Leicester on the left-hand side. Leicester 0, West Ham 1. We are midway through the first half. Clinton Morrison.
That made me laugh there. Maddison thought the ball had gone out of play. I think he turned his back and thought, bad ball from Tielemans, which it was, but super bad communication. And he said, no, James, look, there's a corner there, so he's going to go take the corner with Dewsbury Hall. But yeah, it's been a much better in the last 2 minutes for Leicester.
Yeah. Which, last 2 minutes, you know, you're clutching at straws a little bit, but it sums up, doesn't it, the poor start that they've had. I mean, look, there is so much talent in this Leicester team. They've just not played to their abilities so far. Leicester 0, West Ham 1. Here comes the corner. Maddison very high and swirling in the wind, and it's headed away by Antonio, who was back helping out the defence, and that goes out for a throw into Leicester on the far side, level with the edge of the penalty area they attack. So Leicester do remain in an advanced position here. The rain, which has really been illuminated by the floodlights here, still swirling around as Ricardo Pereira takes the throw in, receives it back again. Leicester retreat to the centre circle, and Chaglar Soyuncu. No high press from West Ham, so Soyuncu tries to pick a ball out to Ricardo Pereira on the right-hand side. Cresswell gets a touch to it, and it goes out for another corner to Leicester, this time on the right-hand side.
And that's what happens. You start getting confidence, and then everyone starts wanting to get on the ball. Soyuncu sometimes can step out with the ball. He's got Ndidi that can fill in for him. I think it's too easy to go across the back, but good defending there from Aaron Cresswell.
Leicester resumed their Europa Conference League campaign on Thursday. They host the Danish side Randers. That'll be here at the King Power Stadium. The next Premier League game is at Wolves next Sunday, which will be both together at Clinton. Looking forward to that already. Hoping it isn't as rainy. Here comes the delivery from Maddison. In-swinger punched away 2 fists. Back out to Maddison. He steadies himself. Tries to... So that was Dewsbury Hall. Tries to take on Cresswell. Cresswell out.
Can I go in first?
A third quarter in quick succession for Leicester.
Yeah, he's been good, Dewsbury Hall. Since he's come into the team, I like him.
Ashton, what did you...
A brilliant left foot.
So he carefully places the ball again, Kieran Dewsbury Hall. And West Ham have brought everyone back in defence here. And here it comes, a short delivery to James Maddison. On to Tielemans. He tries to clip it into the penalty area. Jared Bowen heads away for West Ham. Back to Ricardo Pereira. High and hopeful. One in the air by Thomas Souček right on the edge of the box for West Ham. Fornals plays a good ball in front of Declan Rice, chance of a counter-attack here for West Ham as Rice with long strides comes over the halfway line, bearing down in the Leicester penalty area, takes on an ambitious crossfield pass, but plays it well to Fornals, lovely ball, back into forward, excellent touch away from Pereira, tries to drill in a cross-come shot, it ricochets away, not fully cleared by Leicester, and eventually Dewsbury Hall gets a more firm touch on it, and then Patson Daka gets in a tangle with Diop, play on, says the referee. Fornals to the byline, left-hand side for West Ham, tries the low cross, there's a Leicester player still down, Cresswell wants to continue, but the referee is going to bring play to a halt to make sure that Ricardo Pereira is okay. Busy passage of play, 26 minutes played, Leicester 0, West Ham 1. It's all over the situations in Rome. Italy, England, Sonny McLaughlin.
Let's finish Italy 0, England 2. England Six Nations with a bonus point win. They actually scored 5 tries, 2 for David George, Marcus Smith, the magician, pulling the strings for England at fly half. They've won this game, but they're still not at the same level as France and Ireland when it comes to who might win this championship. Italy 0, England 33.
Thanks very much, Sonny. I'm sure there is a pizza in Rome with Sonny's name on it. Waiting for the highlights of the Six Nations on BBC at 6 o'clock. Throw in to West Ham here. 10 yards to the quarter flank, the attack down the right-hand side. Vladimir Sokol's delivery. Leicester get it back, but they won't hold on to possession. And Cresswell regains it near the centre circle. He has got 4 hands outside him on the left-hand side. Leicester with 11 men back behind the ball. West Ham with the lead and possession here at the King Power Stadium. Diop moves it forward. Manages to nudge it on to Cresswell. Not a very neat touch, but it works. Cresswell now attacking down the left wing. Ricardo Pereira tries to wrestle it off in. Referee blows the whistle for the match, blows the whistle, and he's given a free kick to Leicester. And there's almost an ironic, sarcastic cheer from Leicester fans who probably feel they haven't had much go their way today. They get the free kick now.
No, but I think Oliver's done well. I just think they're frustrated because their team's not doing well, so they want to blame someone. Instead of blaming the referee decision, I think he's rested ever so well and he's got nearly every decision right so far. And that's me praising a referee. Very strange.
We will put a blue plaque on the wall. We will say 13th of February 2022, Clinton Morrison praised a referee in this very spot. People will be having selfies with it and everything. Throw in to Leicester, far side of the pitch from us. Ricardo Pereira puts a bit of length on it. Down the right wing to James Maddison. Good control from him. Plays it off Cresswell and it's going to go out for another corner. Corner for Leicester. They've had a few of these now. Can they upset Lucas Fabianski? Can they make the West Ham goalkeeper sweat with this one?
Yeah, now they're starting to play a bit and getting the fans involved in it. So yeah, delivery's been good from Dewsbury Hall. They just need someone to go and attack it. And I think Leicester have a problem now with Justin going down, and hopefully it's not too bad because he's only just coming back from injury.
So the corner is going to be taken after some
it's 17 now.
James Justin, who's only played 3 Premier League games before today since returning from injury last month.
He's coming off, Connor. Yeah. Because you know what? He's been out for so long and he's had a lot of games in a short space of time. And he's going to pick up these muscular injuries, and I think he's feeling the back of his hamstring, and you can see young Thomas getting ready to come on.
Right, so Brendan Rodgers must be thinking, how do I get to keep a back 4 fit here? Wesley Fofana, Thomas Castagna, Johnny Evans, Ryan Bertrand, now James Justin again, having been out all season. He has had to adapt. He's had to play so many midfielders in defensive positions, and yeah, this change is going to be made here. Luke Thomas getting ready to come on for what will be his 50th appearance for Leicester in all competitions. It is not ideal. Half an hour played here, 1-0 down, Leicester being forced into another defensive change.
Yeah, and it's a huge blow because he's had to fight hard to get back. He had a horrific injury, and I rate Justin. I think he's a top defender, so hopefully he won't be out for too long, but that can happen, Connor. When you've had big injuries, you start picking up these little muscular injuries.
You know, even he was being a square peg in a round hole. He's a right back that have been playing at left back. It shows they really are down to the bare bones of defence. So at the Leicester defence now, Ricardo on the right, Amarty and Soyuncu in the middle, and Luke Thomas on the left-hand side.
Listen, he should be ready to come on. He should be ready to come on. He's doing that thing. He's not got his shin pads on. I used to get in big trouble from my manager when I weren't ready. But times have changed, eh?
You were never on the bench, Clinton. You always started.
I teed you up for that, didn't I?
What manager would name you on the sub bench? Here comes the Leicester quarter, headed away by Issa Diop. If you missed the team news earlier on, Diop a late addition to the starting 11 after Kurt Zouma appeared to pull out in the warm-up. We are told that he felt unwell. I'm sure that is going to lead to much comment, much speculation. He is a player who's been in the headlines for off-the-field reasons over the last week or so, Kurt Zouma. He played against Watford at home on midweek, and he was about to play in front of an away support for the first time, and after discussion with the medical staff, he decided that he would not be able to start the game, and I'm sure that's only going to throw a little bit of fuel on the flames of that particular controversy, which shows no sign of going away. Here come West Ham, who do lead 1-0 here. Bowen, heavy touch though, loses possession. He was fouled, and the referee, who had briefly allowed advantage, brings it back for the free kick. The free kick, which is taken quickly. Pablo Fornals into the penalty area for Cresswell. Crosses from the byline, wins a corner for West Ham down the left-hand side. West Ham have been very good in this game. They are doing the basics right. They're not making any mistakes at all, and they continue to keep this Leicester defence under pressure.
No, they've been excellent. The fullback Cresswell getting forward. One thing I will say, I've been to a lot of Leicester games. Tillemans doesn't look the same player. He doesn't look like he's covering the ground. He's giving the ball away a lot. And I know players, suffer a bit of dip in form. But if he wants to go to one of them big clubs, he needs to sharpen up, because he's not been good enough so far.
Yeah, Yuri Tillemans, who scored against West Ham the last time these sides met, but he's not really been in the game today. He's had one good pass over the top, but that's been it of note from the Belgian. Leicester currently with defending to do. They've brought all 11 players back into the penalty area. They defend away to our right-hand side. 32 minutes on the big stadium clock. Cresswell's delivery, left-footed, out-swinging. Thomas with an uncertain header just about clears the penalty area. Fornals will give it back out to Cresswell, who had taken the corner on the left-hand side. Pereira out immediately to bear him down. He's very good at that, Ricardo Pereira. He gets in the face of a player trying to cross the ball, and he makes it difficult for them to bring to cross it in. There's going to be a free kick to West Ham here for a foul on Fornals. Free kick midway inside the Leicester half. West Ham leading 1-0 here at the King Power Stadium on 5 Live in the World Service for the BBC.
Yeah, it's a needless tackle from James Maddison. He's trying to intercept the ball, but he's a fraction too late, and it is a foul on Fornals. But dangerous position, because with Fornals and Cresswell's left foot, they will pull it into the danger area.
Super Bowl tonight. You can listen on BBC Radio, you can watch on BBC One television. You a Super Bowl fan, Clinton?
Yeah, I used to be about 10 or 12 years ago, but I'm going to watch it tonight. I haven't watched it that much, but I used to love it. I used to stay awake, but I'm too old now to stay awake at that time of night.
You'll be there with the hot chocolates.
That's right,
and
mate.
You'll be trying to keep the eyes open with the matchsticks. Here is Bowen, cross from the right-hand side, comes off the upper thigh of Soyuncu, and Leicester able to clear it away. The Thomas challenges forward, doesn't get a clean touch. Those 50-50 battles in the main are being won by West Ham here, and Leicester need to get more of a grip of things in the midfield. The Leicester midfield, which is Tillemans, Dewsbury Hall, Ndidi, and at the moment they're being outplayed by the likes of Rice and Souček and Lanzini. Leicester in possession, still inside their own half, and Martin back to Soyuncu. The rain continues to fall persistently. Dewsbury Hall rolls it along the deck back to Soyuncu once again, and it's all very controlled for West Ham as Leicester have possession but nothing threatening at the moment. Maddison's ball isn't great, back for his teammate there, but Maddison works hard to regain possession, and he's done well on the halfway line, very well, and he's clearly been fouled by Fornals there, but the referee Michael Oliver does well to wave an advantage and send play up. Leicester work it to the near touchline, their left. Harvey Barnes comes in field of Vladimir Sofan. Ndidi, head up, look at Robson, dreadful pass, way behind Maddison, and Leicester are very fortunate not to lose the ball here. They will do now. This is Lanzini. Ndidi tries to win it back again. Tillemans commits a foul. That's the story of the game for Leicester. They give away possession cheaply, and they commit fouls in their attempts to win it back.
Not good enough in midfield, and Ndidi and Tillemans not good enough. I praise them for many last few years of being outstanding. Not good enough. It's a simple 10-yard pass from Ndidi, can't find James Maddison. Only one who's trying to have a go in that midfield is Dewsbury Hall. He's picking the right pass. He's the one. Like Ndidi and Tillemans, this is where you need your big players, and they are big players, but they're not delivering at the moment.
Leicester yet to win a league game in 2022. If they're to win here, they're going to have to come from behind. 10 minutes to the break. Leicester City 0, West Ham 1. Jared Bowen's 12th of the season so far. Very good finish beyond Kasper Schmeichel. having out-sprinted the Leicester City defence. Ricardo Pereira, right back for West Ham. Antonio's gone down, and he's down on his knees, and Leicester been urged to play on it. Kasper Schmeichel does not want to put the ball out, and he's furious with Amarty, who had held up play, wanted treatment to come on. That's the competitor in Kasper Schmeichel. He's saying it's not a head injury, you don't have to start. Amarty is saying, come on, he's hurt, and eventually the referee blows the whistle. But even that little disagreement there between Schmeichel and Amarty shows that all is not in sync for Leicester.
Amarty's kicked him by accident, you know, when they've gone up here, look, you can see...
He knows he's kicked him.
He's kicked him, yeah, there. But Schmeichel's right. You don't need to kick the ball out. It's not a head injury. You're losing. You want to get everyone behind. Amarty, this don't happen in our day and age. It don't happen. And Schmeichel's talking to them. I'm playing on. I'm doing exactly what Kasper Schmeichel's doing there. If it's a head injury for Antonio, I'm kicking it out. It's not a head injury. I agree with Kasper Schmeichel. Get on with the game.
Yeah, and even look, technically, even if it is a head injury, it's the referee's call to hold play. There actually is no obligation for players to put it out themselves. Schmeichel, look, he's shaking there. He's like, what do you want to do? Bring him flowers and a box of chocolate? You know, come on, this is a game. We're losing.
Connor, when I'm playing, and I can guarantee you now, I'm playing, and someone like a Rio Ferdinand is coming through the back of me, or Sol Campbell, do you think they're saying, all right, you know what, I'm going to put the ball out? No, they're not going to do it. So Amarty's a centre-half. He should be saying, I'm glad I've kicked you, Antonio, because that's what you got to do. But instead he's being a nice guy and want to kick the ball out. No, I'm in agreement there with Kasper Schmeichel.
Yeah. Amarty being a real gentleman there. I'm dreadfully sorry, Mr. Antonio. I hope I didn't inconvenience you too much. And Schmeichel said that is not the attitude we need here. Right, play back underway. 8 minutes to go to the break. Leicester 0, West Ham 1. 5 live on the World Service from the BBC. We've got 6:06 with Robbie and Chris coming up at the end of this game. Earlier on today, John Murray was at Turf Moor. It finished Burnley 0, Liverpool 1. Newcastle got another win. Boy, have they turned a corner for Eddie Howe. Newcastle 1, Aston Villa 0. And it finished Tottenham 0, Wolves 2. And it's not been a great week for Antonio Conte. And he made such a good impact since coming in at Spurs. He seemed to recruit quite well in the January transfer window. We will hear from Antonio Conte here on 5 Live during half-time in this game at the King Power Stadium, which is coming shortly. Madison to Tielemans in the midfield, to the right-hand side to Ricardo Pereira, just outside the penalty area, Leicester attack. Tielemans hits it just inside the box, a wild shot that's wide of the target. It's the first shot in anger that I can remember from Leicester today, and they need a bit more of that to show that they're in the game.
Yeah, it's good from Tielemans. That's what you want to see him playing a quick 1-2 with Ricardo Pereira and having a shot. And you can see he's there trying to G up the Leicester fan, so he definitely wants it this afternoon. So yeah, unlucky there from Tielemans, but much better from Tielemans.
So the Premier League table at the moment, in terms of this battle for the top 4, West Ham, who began the day in the top 4, much aided by Manchester United dropping points yesterday. And if they're to hold on for the lead here, they would have a 3-point advantage over Ralph Rangnick's side in this race for a top 4 finish. Arsenal have got plenty games in hand on West Ham. They cannot be ruled out. And let's go back to Celtic against Wraith Rovers in the Scottish Cup. And here is Roddy Forsyth. Half-time, Roddy, I believe.
Well, we're into the second half now, actually.
Sorry, second half, apologies.
And Celtic very nearly doubling the lead just a few moments ago. Mikey Johnson on the overlap on the left. A fine cut back towards Giacomakis on the 6-yard line. And the Greek striker slammed it off the face of the crossbar. So still 1-0, 51 minutes gone here at Celtic Park.
Thanks very much, Roddy. Daka on the attack for Leicester. We've not seen much of him today. Dewsbury all has it just on the edge of the penalty area that Leicester attacking wide on the left. Barnes sends a crossfield ball to Ricardo Pereira. Tielemans wants to return a 1-2 to the Portuguese international, much better from Leicester. And now Ricardo Pereira's inside the penalty area, tries the left foot shot. It comes off the shin pads of Aaron Cresswell, and West Ham clear away. Mikel Antonio on the counter-attack. He's got Amarty trailing in his wake. Antonio into the Leicester half. Needs some support, and Sofal provides it now. Into the centre again in Lanzini. Leicester have got sufficient numbers back, but West Ham still have the ball. Good interception by Luke Thomas. Good pass too, up to Daka. Being urged to attack by the Leicester fans. He gives it back to James Maddison. West Ham worked so hard there, but the minute they lost the possession, they immediately got players back behind the ball. Barnes, shooting position, and he puts it wide. We've seen him shoot like that to the far top corner successfully a few times this season, but that one never really had a bend in it, and it careered well wide in the end. But at least In the last 90 seconds or so, Clinton, we've had the Tielemans attempt, we've had Harvey Barnes now. At least Leicester are having a go now.
And that's what they wasn't doing at the start of the game. You're right, they are having a good goal. They're getting the balls out to Barnes. I want to see Daka in the box, staying in the box. He's coming out too wide, because when crosses come in, they ain't got no natural centre forward in there. So, yeah, keep getting the ball to Barnes and Tielemans and Madison, and they'll be able to create something for Leicester.
Leicester 0, West Ham 1. All the action from today's Premier League games on Match of the Day 2 this evening. BBC 1 at 10:30. Mark Chapman will be with Jermaine Cheetahs and Glenn Murray this evening. Highlights of the Women's Football Show on BBC 2 at 11:35. Here is Thomas Souček for West Ham. Position of attack down the right-hand side, but he's got two defenders around him. He's done well to hold on to the ball, but when he tried to pick out his Czech international colleague Vladimir Sofal, the ball goes out of play for a throw-in to Leicester. Left full-back position for them, and Luke Thomas, who's been brought on as a substitute for the injured James Justin in this first half here on 5 Live on the World Service. Issa Diop rolls the ball back to Fabianski. Fabianski, who is yet to have to make a proper save in the match.
No, he hasn't, and that would be the disappointing thing. For, like Leicester coming into it the last 10 or 15 minutes, they have not worked Fabianski. But to be fair, neither Kasper Schmeichel, but West Ham lead, and they've got something to hold on to.
West Ham, who were the only team to beat Leicester twice in the Premier League last season. They did the home and away double against them. This is Daka, midway inside the West Ham half, encouraging Ricardo Pereira forward on the right-hand side. Time to look up, sends in a delivery, Dawson gets ahead to it, and that's going to go out for a Leicester throw-in. But there's no doubt Leicester are playing better now than they were in the opening 20 minutes or so of this game. But is it going to be enough? They remain 1-0 behind. Dewsbury Hall takes a tumble in the penalty area. Referee points to the corner flag. The challenge was from Thomas Souček. And to be fair to the Leicester man, Kieran Dewsbury Hall, even though he's challenging the box there, he doesn't make any sort of amateur dramatics. He just gets up and gets on with it. Good challenge from Souček.
Yeah, it was a very good tackle there from Souček. But no, you're right, Connor. You alluded to it. Leicester have been really good in these last 10. They have to work the goalkeeper, Fabianski.
Brendan Rodgers will be disappointed. The manner of the goal and how it was conceded. If this game was 0-0, it would be much better from a Leicester point of view in terms of the mood. Here comes the delivery from Madison for the corner. In swinging, there's appeals for a handball. Penalty! Handball in the defence by Aaron Cresswell inside his 6-yard box. And the referee immediately points to the spot. It is going to be a penalty for Leicester and a way back into the game with 90 seconds to go until half-time. He's challenging in the air. It comes off his elbow.
Oh, Connor, what's he doing? He's missed the time, the header, and he's through his arm. He thinks he's going to head it, misses the header, and then throws his arm out. It's a stonewall penalty. You know, VAR don't even have to look at that. Michael Oliver's made the right decision there.
Tielemans has already gathered the ball. We said Leicester had shown improvement. Now a chance to level things up. And Brendan Rodgers, if they can make it 1-1 here, will feel the platform is there for Leicester to then go and build on it and maybe even win the game in the second half. Big moment in West Ham's season here. They have the lead in the driving rain of the King Power Stadium. Fabianski, who's got a great record of saving penalties, remember. Tielemans prepares to take it. Leicester have only had one Premier League penalty this season before now. Tielemans scores! It's 1-1 at the King Power Stadium. It's a different game now. Aaron Cresswell's mistake is heartily punished. What a time to score just before half-time. Leicester 1, West Ham United 1.
Yeah, it's a great penalty. To be fair, we said earlier Tielemans not having a good game, but he must have heard us, Connor, because he stepped up his game. And when you want someone to take a penalty, he's the most composed. It's a fantastic penalty, because you know what? Fabianski goes the right way, but it's right into that side netting, and now it's game on.
Doesn't take many penalties, Tielemans. If Vardy's in the team, he'll always step forward. But that is 4 out of 4 from the spot in a Leicester City jersey for Yuri Tielemans. And Leicester have needed that. Second best overall in this first half, but they're about to go in at half-time at 1-1. And David Moyes will be disappointed with that, because his team hadn't put a foot wrong until Aaron Cresswell put an elbow wrong. Silly mistake, handball in the penalty area, and West Ham punished.
Yeah, you're right. He'll be disappointed, really disappointed, because you can see there, he doesn't need to do it, Cresswell. But you know what? It's give Leicester that extra boost.
3 minutes been added on for stoppages. Leicester have got their tails up now. Harvey Barnes to the byline left-hand side. Goes down. Challenged by Sofal. Referee was right beside it. And Michael Oliver waves play on. Leicester fans are suddenly very interested in things. They had been upset for the first half of this game, the first half of the first half. Now they're very interested indeed. Shrewsbury Hall comes in the attack. West Ham just want to hear this half-time whistle now, and they can go and recalibrate inside the dressing room over half-time. Good interception by Sofal on the edge of the penalty area. Ball played forward by Fornals to Antonio. 1-on-1 with the Marty here. Socek has got back too. Now Antonio tries to cross it in. Fornals can't get up. Tielemans dramatically left, and I think he was pushed. And it's going to be a free kick to Leicester. It's been a good game this actually, end to end, particularly now that Leicester have showed up and joined the party.
It's a good opportunity for Antonio. I think if this is on his right foot, he just knocks it and backs himself to go past Amati. But you know what? It's good defending from Amati. He just holds him up. Fornell's got to do better at the back post. I don't know what. He's obviously he can, and you know what? I credit Tielemans. He's the one who comes and pretends and does some big dive and puts Fornells off. So credit Tielemans.
There is the most delicate touch on the lower back of Yuri Tielemans, but he propels himself like something at the Winter Olympics there as he dramatically flung himself forward. And the referee bought it, and the free kick to Leicester relieves a bit of pressure. 1-1, it's a good game this time. This is going to be very tasty in the second half. Both will feel they could go and win it. Daka back to Madison. Leicester are in their groove now. Madison's ball over the top, trying to pick out Shrewsbury Hall, and Sofal allows a trickle out for a throw-in. There were 3 minutes added on here. We had the delay for the injury to Socek and the other injury to James Justin, so not quite half-time here yet. As Antonio tries to control the ball, it comes back to Socek, and he hammers it forward. Headed down by Amarty, straight to Bowen. Poor header by Amarty there. Declan Rice will come forward to West Ham. He's so good at doing this, Rice. Running with long strides, gets into the penalty area. Cresswell outside it, pulls it back, shot comes in. Oh, there were so many cooks and they couldn't quite finish off the broth. The ball goes out for a goal kick to Leicester. That was a big chance for West Ham.
It's poor from Amarty, and you know what? He likes to make too many excuses. There's a minute to go, head the ball back out. Why are you trying to head it down to someone? It's a great opportunity though. Fornells does well. Once he cuts it back to Cresswell, he's got a great left foot. He's got to put his foot through that and hit the target. I don't know, he's trying to guide it in. He's got great technique, put your foot through it, but poor defending from Amarty, and he likes to make too many excuses. If I was out there, I'd tell my centre-half a minute to go, head it and get up the pitch.
There we go, the whistle for the break. So, at the start of his all West Ham, Jarrod Bowen's goal put them comfortably in front, but Leicester have finished this half the stronger, and Tielemans' penalty, his 6th goal in the Premier League this season, means 1-1 for now. Clinton Morrison, this could still go either way.
Oh yeah, this can go either way. You always see West Ham, I believe they're going to score again in this game, because Leicester at the back look a bit shaky, but Leicester, West Ham started ever so well, got the goal, and then there's been a big response from Leicester, and you can see these fans are ready to take the roof off here, but because they are on the front foot. But Leicester did get back into it with a penalty, a mistake from Cresswell. I don't know why his arm's up there, but a brilliant penalty from Tielemans. So second half, it's going to be fascinating, Connor.
Sluggish start from Leicester, but they finished that first half firing at all cylinders. Brendan Rodgers will hope, Steve, that that's where they can pick up at the start of the second half. For now, Leicester 1, West Ham 1.
Connor, Clinton, thank you for the time being. Let's go straight to that Scottish Cup game between Celtic and Wraith Rovers. Roddy Forsyth.
Celtic 1, Wraith Rovers 0. We're 62 minutes into the match. Liam Scales' head shot from the edge of the box that clipped the post is the difference between the sides. There was a Regan Tumulty header for Wraith Rovers that appeared to strike Cameron Carter-Vickers in the left arm. No VAR here, so Wraith had to accept the referee's decision that there was no offence. A few minutes ago you would have heard Mikey Johnson's cutback struck by Giacomakis off the crossbar. That could have been 2-0, perhaps should have been 2-0, but it was costly for Celtic because Johnson was injured. He limped off with what looked like a very sore one, and he's been replaced by Jota. So it's still in the balance here at Celtic Park. Celtic 1, Wraith Rovers 0.
Earlier Hibs beat Arbroath 3-1. 5 tries and a bonus point win for England in the Six Nations. They won 33-0 in Rome. Sonia McLaughlin.
Yeah, England's Six Nations Championship back on track after that defeat in Scotland, with a convincing win over Italy, 33 points to 0. England scored 5 tries, 2 from Jamie George. Marcus Smith pulling the strings with aplomb from fly half. Paul Grayson, former England fly half, alongside us here at the Stadio Olimpico as the tractor comes on and starts flattening the surface here. England convincing. The caveat is always, Paul, that it's Italy. But how satisfied will Eddie Jones be with that performance from what was a young England team?
I think he'd be really pleased. That as a team that was selected before they went to Scotland, in my mind, a team that they would have had penciled in to make changes, get experience, come to Italy hopefully one up, or one win in the bag, which they hadn't got. He resisted the temptation to change back to the first team, if you like. So, putting the pressure on Harry Randall and Marcus Smith to run the show, I thought the forward pack gave them a good platform to play. And they made good choices. Italy were never really in the contest, which was disappointing.
When you look at the intensity of that test match in Paris yesterday between France and Ireland, are England still a little way off that, would you say, from the two performances you've seen thus far?
Definitely last week. I don't think we can judge this team through the same prism. They would not send that team to Paris to compete with the French. They'd be some way off it at this stage. England's first 15 available and fully fit can go to that level of intensity, absolutely. Are they anywhere near it at the moment? No.
The hype's still justified around Marcus Smith. He was good today.
He can play, and today I played in Italy on the front foot and everything's working and it's great. He'll have tougher days than today, but he was excellent.
Yeah, justifying the hype that sometimes surrounds the quarterback on Super Bowl weekend, which is what we've got this weekend, of course, haven't we? So England's Six Nations campaign back on track. A comfortable win in Rome, 33-0, Steve.
Nice trail, Sonia. Thank you very much. Yeah, the Super Bowl, the LA Rams, the Cincinnati Bengals live on 5 Live later tonight at 11 p.m. Scores for you in the Premier League this afternoon then. Liverpool beat Burnley by 1-0. Newcastle beat Aston Villa 1-0. Spurs 0. Wolves 2. There is a rugby special, by the way, 6 p.m. on BBC 2 with Ugo Monye. Then the Rugby Union Daily here on 5 Live from 8. All of the reaction to the weekend's games will have reaction to those Premier League scores after the news with Dan Maudsley.
Listen on BBC Sounds. This is BBC Radio 5 Live.
Police are investigating allegations of sexual assault against a doctor from the West Midlands. The 34-year-old man has been released on bail while his treatment of hundreds of patients at Royal Stoke University Hospital and Russell's Hall Hospital in Dudley is reviewed. He no longer works at either trust. The Defence Minister, Ben Wallace, is returning to the UK just a day into his European holiday. Mr Wallace had planned to spend a long weekend abroad with his family after visiting Moscow last week for diplomatic talks, but with the US warning that a Russian invasion could come at any time, he said he would be returning to deal with what he called the worsening crisis in Ukraine. A 16-year-old boy has been arrested over an assault in December in which a woman had hair torn from her scalp outside East Croydon railway station in South London. Police described the attack as racially aggravated. And the Swiss have voted to tighten their tobacco laws. Early official referendum results show 54% of voters back the move, which will ban tobacco advertising anywhere young people might see it.
On BBC iPlayer.
This is Obs and Guiney. You're generally sailing the ship alone, a ship that's massive and on fire and no one's had the time to teach you how to sail.
One overworked doctor, hundreds of pregnant women.
We're full on labour wards.
We could pull out the patient's drips and chuck her out the window.
Based on Adam Kay's best-selling book and starring Ben Whishaw.
You need a caesarean section. I've got a scalpel in my back pocket, you'll be fine.
This is going to hurt.
Well, the doctors can say they end up with twice the number of patients they started with.
Watch all episodes only on BBC iPlayer.
This is 5 Live Sport
with Steve Crossman.
Second half commentary on the way from the King Power. Leicester 1, West Ham 1. Let's see how much reaction we can squeeze in between now and kick-off. Newcastle have moved 4 points clear of the relegation zone after a 1-0 win over Aston Villa. Kieran Trippier scored the winner with a first-half free kick. He then went off injured. That's 3 straight league wins for the first time since 2018. Here's Eddie Howe with Tom Gale.
Eddie, you know hard Premier League wins are to come by, so to get 3 in a row, how are you feeling?
Yeah, really, really pleased. I think we know, as you say, how difficult one game is to win in this level. It's the margins are so small, but we've managed to come out on the right side of them again today due to a really dogged, resilient defensive performance. We weren't at our best, but we did the ugly things really, really well today.
And that's what it's sort of about, really, isn't it? You mentioned dogged. You're renowned for your playing style, but sometimes it's about winning and getting over the line, and that's what your side is showing.
Yeah, I think we've realised coming here that style is important to me and to this amazing club, but first and foremost in the short term we have to turn the results around, we have to improve what we were delivering, we have to stay in the league, and we're trying to do everything we can in the best way possible to do that. We know that we can play better, and I'm sure we will do at different times this season, but the results are the key thing at the moment.
Offensively you referenced it, but defensively not only him but Dan Byrne coming in for his full debut. You look awfully solid today at the back.
Yeah, we did. I thought we did. I was really pleased with the back line. Made a couple of changes to it today, enforced Jamal Lascelles was ill, and you know, you don't really want to change your back line if it's performing well, which it has done for us lately, but compliment to the players that came in, even the subs today. I thought they all picked up the speed of the game really quickly and positively impacted us.
I'm sure you're going to downplay it, but 4 points clear. It's about consistency now and just keep continuing to put distance between you and the danger zone.
Yeah, nothing's been achieved. Yes, we've given ourselves a lift and we've elevated our points position, but you know, no one probably predicted that we'd win 3 in a row. Now we have to make sure that we don't slip in our standards and our preparation, and we know we're still very much in a relegation battle.
That's Eddie Howe, who was in talks last year to become Celtic's new manager. Ange Postecoglou's certainly enjoying himself. Roddy Fasai.
Yes, indeed. It's now 2-0 for Celtic, and it was a cycling goal, a beautiful move. It split wide open. Porter, who'd come on for the injured Mikey Johnson, getting clear, squaring the ball for Giacomakis. This time the frame of the goal didn't get in the way. He rolled the ball over the line, and it's now Celtic 2, Wraith Rovers 0.
Let's get more reaction to that game at St James's Park. Here's the Villa manager, Stephen Gerrard.
I don't think there was much in the game in terms of both teams, but we've certainly got no complaints because our level was way off it today, individually and collectively. It wasn't enough. When you come away from home in the Premier League, you've got to reach a certain level, and you need things to go your way. We've been miles off our level and we've had no luck in the game, so it's inevitable that you're going to go away with nothing.
How do you explain that? Because obviously you was a former player, you've perhaps been there, and obviously now as a manager, when you prepared your team and it just didn't happen.
Well, look, the responsibility we share it collectively, but you know, I'm wanting more from my players. I'm going to demand more, and we've got a lot of work to do. That starts tomorrow, but you know, we need to be miles better if we want results in this league.
In an unwanted way, are you learning more about your players because of a performance like that you perhaps know how you can tailor preparations for future?
Yeah, of course. Listen, you know, we're going to use this period to analyse every situation at the club. We know we need to get better. We know we need to improve. There's been a lot of positives so far, but today's certainly a negative. There's no getting away from it. That level of performance is not going to win you any game of football at this level.
Big negative for Tottenham as well. Second home defeat for them in a week. They lost 2-0 to Wolves. Raul Jimenez and Leander Dendoncker got the goals, so Wolves move ahead of Spurs into 7th. Here's Antonio Conte.
Sometimes we can feel the pressure. The pressure has to be positive for us, not negative. And when I speak about many aspects that we have to improve, when I speak about a part of the process, I speak also about this. If you want to try to be competitive, you want to try to fight for something important, and also you have to be good not only on the pitch, but only in many aspects around us, no? Around the coach, around the players, and for sure these guys are working well, and but I said them that the only commitment is not good enough if we want to try to fight for something important. In this moment, for me, it's not realistic, and we have to accept the reality. I think also the whole environment has to understand this, because otherwise we create expectation, and it's not good. It's not good if we create expectation that in this moment we can follow this expectation.
Celtic cruising through now. Roddy Fasai.
Yes, indeed. Dennison, who's come on as a substitute just a few minutes ago with a header kick from a nodded-on corner kick. Goalkeeper got to it but couldn't stop the rebound, and Celtic now 3-0 up and going into the quarter-final. 71 minutes gone against Wraith Rovers.
Second half commentary on the way. Leicester 1, West Ham 1 earlier. A hard-fought win for Liverpool, who beat Burnley 1-0 at Turf Moor. Fabinho with the only goal, so Liverpool now 9 points behind Manchester City. They've got one game in hand. Jurgen Klopp's been telling Juliet Farrington how difficult it was for his side, especially in the Lancashire wind and rain.
Such a tricky situation yesterday. You were here and you obviously know how difficult it was. And all the balls in behind are difficult. We are constant possession. You lose one ball and they go directly for the counter-attack. Yes, we need a goalie. And Ali is obviously a very good goalie. Really happy about that. And that's it. We can win 1-0, and there's nothing to do for the goalie, but we keep him busy as well and warm as well. So yeah, it was not perfect, but I'm really happy about how we played the circumstances today, because it's so difficult to get here. And it felt like everything is a little bit set up for a banana skin, but we didn't let it happen, and won the game absolutely deserved. So I'm really happy.
It's a difficult place to come at the best of times, and Ali's covered a lot of areas, but there are so many errors, and the wind and the rain and everything, it just added to the whole mix. And Burnley, you couldn't shake them off, could you?
No, that's true, but in the end, for the last 20-25 minutes, I was really... There are games when I'm worried, and it looks like they get step by step closer, like you're a little bit asking for it, but today it was not like this. From a specific moment on, we controlled the game really well. Had our own chances, obviously, it was a massive one. And so we're a bit unlucky here or there, but if there was one deserved winner today, it was us, and it's all what we wanted.
A few other scores for you. Finished Sheffield Wednesday 0, Rotherham United 2 in League One, so Rotherham go further clear at the top. Swansea beat Bristol City by 3-1 in the Women's Super League. Birmingham 0, Spurs 2, Brighton 4, Reading 1, Leicester 3, West Ham 0, Everton 0, Aston Villa 2, and in the derby Manchester City beat Manchester United by 1-0. Once we're done at the King Power, it'll be 6:06 with Robbie Savage and Chris Sutton. Robbie's with us. Afternoon.
How are you, Steve? Middlesbrough flying, Steve? Wow.
I thought you'd never ask.
Yeah,
I thought you'd never ask. Going very well.
Yeah, I was swapping texts with Chris Wilder, my pal, yesterday, saying congratulations, even though it was against my old Derby side. But Derby got a great chance of staying up, really doing an incredible job. But, Steve, what about Wolves? Myself and Chris haven't got Wolves to finish in our top 6. What a win it was today. And have they got a chance, Wolves fans? You know, what a performance. 2-0 up. Was 2 goals in the first half, sensational. West Ham 1-1. Does anybody want that 4th place? It's up for grabs, isn't it? Leicester, what a big penalty it was for Tielemans. Liverpool putting the pressure on. Manchester City 9 points behind, game in hand. They've got to play him as well. So lots of things happening, isn't there, Steve?
I've just been looking actually on Twitter. Carrie Brown, working for beIN Sports, has just interviewed Bruno Lage, and Bruno Lage said, "We cannot be comfortable with the points we have," talking about the character that will be needed to break into the top 4. Is that out of the question?
Yeah. Myself and Chris done our predictions on a TV show yesterday. Neither of us had Wolves to finish in the top 6, but you think they've gone to, they've gone to Old Trafford and they've won, didn't they? I'm sure they did. Yeah, was it Coutinho with a goal? And they've gone to to Spurs and won. Jimenez back in amongst the goals, so.
Games
I
in
don't
hand.
think they will, but it is possible. It is possible, Steve.
I know what you mean about nobody wanting it, though. It's mad, isn't it? Every single week it seems to be the same, and even West Ham.
Everybody does want it, but nobody's grasping it. And you look at Manchester United as well. 3 games now, 1-0 up. Can they see a game out?
Out the FA Cup as well, Robbie.
Out the FA Cup, yeah. Middlesbrough flying, but yeah, loads to talk. Chris is at Celtic, and he looks like they're in the quarter final. 08285 909 693. Anything else, Steve? Super Bowl tonight on 5 Live Extra. Is that on 5 Live?
Yeah, it is. Yeah, full commentary on 5 Live. I'm going Bengals. Got to go with the fairy tale, haven't you?
Rams.
Oh, that's such a Robbie Savage. Come on, Robbie. Let's have the fairy tale.
Yeah, but I think the Rams will win.
Oh, yeah, but that's boring, isn't it? You've got to get behind it. Bengals, Robbie.
Yeah,
Where's your heart?
Well, I think the Rams will win.
Fine, whatever.
I do watch it. I do love it. I love it.
It's great.
5 Live team over there. Yeah, and Fletch is going to be commentating, isn't he, on 5 Live Extra? So looking forward to that one. But 08285 909 693, Steve.
Top man Robbie, 606 straight after we're done at the King Power in Super League. Wakefield Trinity 12, Hull FC 16 is a full-time scoring in Rugby Union's Premiership. Saracens 19. Harley Quinn's 10. Ball on the centre spot at the King Power. Second half commentary of Leicester West Ham with Clinton Morrison and Conor McNamara.
Thanks very much, Steve. I was listening to John Murray earlier on today, broadcasting from Turf Moor, and he was mentioning the cold. And I thought he was unfair to Clinton Morrison. He said Clinton will be at Leicester lately later, and he doesn't like the cold. I thought, that's really unfair to Clinton, who has now taken out a blanket and covered himself in it ahead of the second half. I mean, come on, Clinton.
Hey, the young lady here, she always, when I come to Leicester, that's why I love coming to Leicester, she always gives me a blanket. She usually gives it to John Murray, and he gets a bit jealous now because I'm getting the blanket, but my legs are freezing, mate.
How the other half live. I'd love to be a celebrity. I'd love people to give me blankets when I go places. Deary me. 1-1 on 5 Live on the World Service. The skies overhead have darkened. The rain is still relentlessly pouring down. West Ham, who started this game well and scored via Jared Bowen, but a penalty from Yuri Tielemans after a mistake by Aaron Cresswell has given Leicester hope. Let's see who starts the second half the better. Leicester with the first attack. Harvey Barnes into the penalty area left-hand side. His cross takes a deflection. It is set up here and it's drilled by Maddison away and off target. First chance of the second half. James Maddison, normally such a cultured strike of the ball, but this one skews way off target.
That's not even half a chance, it's a big chance just because it's fell to James Maddison. He's got great technique, and his just technique goes wrong and he's leaning back and it goes high and wide. It's a good opportunity for Leicester. They've come out how they ended the first half, but big opportunity for someone of the talent of James Maddison.
Yeah, to be fair to him, just seen the replay, it is spinning as it comes to him. It is just hitting the ground, so it's sort of a drop kick. He's a defender bearing down on it. I mean, it's not the easiest when you see the replay, but those are the standards we expect of James Maddison, and by his standards, you would expect him to hit the target from there. Oh, mistake at the back, and Marty's just about gotten away with that. Bowen charging him down. Schmeichel had come to the edge of the area. Those two, Amartey and Schmeichel, had a tete-a-tete in the first half over Amartey stopping the play to allow treatment for Antonio, and there they nearly hit cross wires again, and Amartey only just about got it away. Throw into West Ham, attacking position on the right hand side. Vladimir Sofal sends it in high and hopeful. Souček tries to get the flick onto it. There's a header down by Thomas, and Marty gets a touch again, but Leicester can't get it away. Declan Rice onto Fornals, 10 yards outside the penalty area. He's got Cresswell on the left hand side. Good ball from Fornals into the box, but Ricardo Pereira intercepts it, and now a chance for Leicester to counter-attack. Daka loses it briefly, they get it back again, and Dawson's headed down for West Ham. And possession here is swapping hands very rapidly at the King Power as Rice strongly holds off Daka to keep the ball in play. Both teams here, Clinton, believe they can go and win this. Nobody's shirking out of challenges at the moment.
No, and West Ham know they need to win it to keep that top 4 Champions League push, you know, because the results this weekend have gone for them.
Daka beaten to the ball by Diop. Strong sliding tackle from the West Ham central defender, who's a late addition to the team after Kurt Zouma, a player who's been right at the heart of controversy all week, pulled out in the warm-up feeling unwell. Here's Cresswell for West Ham, crossing from the left-hand side. Amartey's header is straight to Lanzini. He gives it back to Cresswell. They've worked it cleverly here to Fornals. Crossing position on the left-hand side. And Ricardo Pereira, who's so good at that, makes another block, prevents a cross at source, and it goes out for a West Ham throw down by the corner flag. They attack on the left-hand side. 1-1 on 5 Live in the World Service.
Yeah, you're right. Good defending from Ricardo, but Fornals has not been good this evening. Had a quiet game. He gave him time to get that block in, but good defending.
Right, this is it for West Ham. Are they good enough for a top 4 place? It is games like this. It's the next 45 minutes that are going to tell us whether or not they are up for this, whether they really want that Champions League place. Dawson plays it forward down the right hand side, cut out by Thomas. His header is not held on to by Barnes. West Ham hungry at the moment. Sofal has got it 10 yards to the byline on the right hand side. That rain has got, if anything, stronger here. Maddison and Dewsbury Hall try to put pressure on Sofal, and too much pressure, and it's a foul and a free kick to West Ham midway inside the Leicester half.
Yeah, and the fans are playing a part now. The West Ham away fans have been brilliant. The Leicester home fans have been brilliant as well. So it's a great atmosphere at the moment. And this can go either way as well, Connor.
You know, that blanket's so big, I would have thought you'd have shared a bit of it with me, actually. He's got it tucked in under the thighs at both sides.
If you'd asked, I would have done it. I would have definitely, but I was hiding it in the first half because I didn't want no one to see. But, you know, you caught me. You and Rob caught me.
Selfish. It's a free kick taken by Sofal, but easily dealt with by Leicester. Maddison a bit casual in his control, and Lanzini will nip in and win it back for West Ham. 1-1 and 5 live. Declan Rice midway into Leicester territory. West Ham played from right to left as we look down. Good ball from Lanzini to Antonio. Low cross. Amarty misses it. Bowen is in. His shot is well blocked by Soyuncu, and Leicester were able to clear it away. But that was dangerous from West Ham.
It's a good opportunity. I don't think Jarrod Bowen connects with it right. Good play from Antonio, and it manages to get through to Bowen. It's a good block from Thomas, but I don't think he hits it cleanly. If he hit it like he scored his first goal, he definitely scores there.
Earlier on today, wins for Liverpool and Newcastle and Wolves in the Premier League. You can watch all the highlights on Match of the Day 2 this evening, BBC One at 10:30. England winning in Rome in the Six Nations today. The Rugby Union Daily will be live on 5 Live at 8 o'clock after 6:06. This is Sofal back to Declan Rice in the midfield. West Ham seeing a little bit more of the possession now as Lanzini has it, and he plays it right foot into the feet of Aaron Cresswell. Bit of room on the left-hand side. Maddison comes to try and close him down. Lanzini keeps it moving to Fornals, level with the edge of the penalty area. Poor pass back to Cresswell, and West Ham have worked themselves into a muddle there and given possession back to Leicester and a throw-in to the home side.
Yeah, I think he struggled. He's a good player, Fornals, but he hasn't really had the impact that you thought he would have this afternoon so far. I'll be looking at someone like a Ben Rama to come on, because you know what he can do.
Fornals has got a good record against Leicester, scored against them last season, the last time these sides met, actually, sorry, the start of this season, and he scored against them home and away 2 seasons ago as well, Fornals. The goal that West Ham has scored today, well taken by Jarrod Bowen in the first half here. This is Ricardo Pereira, back in the team today for Leicester, into Amarty, and now across to Soyuncu. Leicester just sitting a little bit deeper here, allowing Leicester to have possession inside their own half. Soyuncu goes long and searching, looking for Harvey Barnes. He's turned Sofal. Good ball from Soyuncu, that one. It's picked out Barnes, a few step overs, gives it into the penalty area. Thomas arriving, down goes the defender Dawson. West Ham are going to they're going to lose the ball again inside their own penalty area, and eventually the whistle is blown. It had been a foul on Craig Dawson. There was no advantage for his teammates, and it's a free kick to West Ham.
Just blow it early then, Michael Oliver. There's no advantage.
There's no advantage back there.
Yeah, blow it early.
Agreed. 1-1. Free kick to West Ham. Fabianski, who's been beaten from the penalty spot by Yuri Tielemans. Wearing all green, the Polish international keeper. Sends it, right-footed, up over the halfway line. Soyuncu rises, clean for it on it, descended back into the West Ham half. Vincent Daka beaten in the air by Craig Dawson. Back down on the deck for Tielemans. To the feet of Ricardo Pereira. Back to Daniel Amarty, and under pressure from Mikel Antonio, he'll turn and roll it back to Kasper Schmeichel, wearing all yellow to our left-hand side. Soyuncu powers it forward, this time straight at Dawson, who wins a clean header. Ndidi gets control inside the centre circle. Tielemans to his right-hand side. Leicester playing left to right as we look down. Chance here, Dewsbury Hall, tackled well by Bowen on the edge of the penalty area. Dewsbury Hall fell in a heap inside the penalty area, and he has stayed down. Referee Michael Oliver didn't give it a second glance. He said it was a good challenge. Dewsbury Hall slowly back up to his feet. It's a nutmeg by Bowen on the far side, and he ran onto the other side of it before being tackled by Soyuncu. He's had a very good game, Jarrod Bowen.
He's been excellent, to be fair. If he had got on the end of that just before Soyuncu, he was clean through there. So yeah, he's been excellent, Jarrod Bowen.
1-1. Good game now. Dewsbury Hall out to Harvey Barnes. Strong challenge by Sofal. Took no prisoners there. Free kick to Leicester midway inside the West Ham half.
It's a game. It's got a bit feisty now, Connor. I'm going to definitely say the next goal is the winner.
Fighting talk from Clinton. We haven't played 10 minutes in the second half yet. But Leicester, who've had to come from 1-0 down to make it 1-1. We're seeing replays on our monitors here of the good challenge by Bowen right on the edge of the penalty area. I think even if that had been a foul, it began outside the box, it wouldn't have been a penalty anyway. But regardless of that, free kick to Leicester now. which is a good 15 yards outside the box, wide out on the left-hand side. But a good angle here for either Dewsbury Hall or Madison to swing it in. It will be Dewsbury Hall. Outswinger. Daka throws his head at it. Kaka the clean connection. Harvey Barnes swings a boot, and his shot is charged down. Comes back out to Dewsbury Hall. Leicester hold on to possession. The players are all still up for the free kick. Daka back to Soyuncu. He into the Leicester half again, picks out Ricardo Pereira. Leicester holding on to possession, but they're not going anywhere. And now Tielemans has possession just inside his own half. Good pressure from West Ham forces Leicester back. 1-1. Rain continues to fall heavily. Tielemans, what a ball that is from Tielemans. Wow. Out to the other side of the pitch, it went 60 yards. Barnes accelerates around the defender. Daka should have scored. What a goal that would have been. Two passes from their own half to the 6-yard box. Daka a whisker away. Harvey Barnes did brilliantly there, but it flashes in front of Patson Daka, and it's out for a goal kick to West Ham.
The pass from Tielemans was brilliant. You know, one of those passes where he just cuts across it, and Harvey Barnes has got to beat in a foul because it's caused him problems. It's a great ball in, but Daka can't just get there. He's done everything right there, Daka. He just can't get there, but brilliant play from Harvey Barnes and Tielemans.
3 goals in his last 4 Premier League appearances for Patson Daka. That was an opportunity, his best chance of the game so far. Fabianski relieved to see it squirt through, and out for a goal kick to West Ham. 1-1 it remains here. Back to the Scottish Cup at Celtic Park. Celtic against Wraith Rovers, ready for side.
The kick awarded for a handball that remains mysterious to most of us who were watching. It was taken by Beaton. McDonald saved his first effort, and the ball bobbled away from the goalkeeper for a rebound into the net. It's 4-0.
Thanks very much, Ronnie. So all going to plan for Celtic there. Here 1-1 in the Premier League between Leicester and West Ham. And this is Tielemans to Ricardo Pereira. Leicester on the attack, played from left to right as we look down. Tielemans, another glorious ball. He's really finding his range now, Tielemans. He's pulling the strings in the midfield. Ball back in, brilliant goal! Ricardo Pereira makes it 2-1 to Leicester. Having been 1-0 down in the first half, Brendan Rodgers' team have turned this around, and in some style too. It's a different game now. Leicester 2, West Ham 1. It's Ricardo Pereira's first goal of the season.
Yeah, it's brilliant again. It's Tielemans again to Harvey Barnes. The ball from Tielemans is brilliant to Harvey Barnes. And Harvey Barnes, he stands it up. Sufal doesn't get close enough. But you know what? The run from Ricardo Pereira is brilliant. And Cresswell cannot get back in. He does get back in, and he doesn't match the runner. So it's not good defending from Cresswell. Brilliant header from Pereira, but outstanding team goal from Leicester.
Well, he's just decided, Yuri Tielemans, that he's going to be world class. You know, it's stars in your eyes. Tonight I'm going to be Zinedine Zidane. He has played 2 world class passes in the space of the last 5 minutes, and they both arguably should have set up goals. The second one has. I mean, look, it's a great header by Pereira. That is unstoppable midfield play, though, from Yuri Tielemans.
Yeah, and that's what he's got, and that's why a lot of the top teams want him. He's got unbelievable talent and vision, and it was a great ball, but now West Ham need a response.
2-1 Leicester, alarm bells ringing for West Ham's Champions League ambitions. Manchester United fans will be delighted to hear how this is progressing now as the ball is cleared away at the back from Leicester. 2-1 Leicester lead. We still have over half an hour to play here. This is going to be good. Fornals on the halfway line for West Ham in their claret and blue. Declan Rice to his right-hand side, and Thomas Souček. West Ham, who enjoyed the run of the King Power Stadium for the opening 25 minutes of this match. Leicester weren't at the races at all, but that penalty just before half-time changed the mood, and Leicester have really stepped up. Here they come again. Harvey Barnes to the edge of the penalty area to Patson Daka. Good challenge by Issa Diop. West Ham get it back again, but they need to get it down the other end. They need to apply some pressure on Kasper Schmeichel's goal, which they've not done for some time.
Yeah, and Harvey Barnes is causing them all kinds of problems. Sufal, he can't handle him. None of the defenders can handle him. Every time he gets the ball, he's positive and he's making things happen. And West Ham haven't really got going. They don't look like they were in the first half. So I'm thinking they're going to make changes. I can see them getting Fredericks in because maybe they put him right back to deal with Harvey Barnes. But that's not what they need. They need a goal now.
Ricardo Pereira's first goal of this season. He didn't score it all last season. His last Premier League goal was just over 2 years ago against West Ham United here at the King Power Stadium. He's done well here again, Ricardo Pereira, to keep the ball in play. Up to Patson Daka, fouled by Aaron Cresswell, and West Ham are rattled here. That second goal for Leicester has caused big problems for David Moyes' team. Yellow card for Cresswell, and they need a big deep breath here, West Ham. They've got time to get back in this, but they need to steady themselves.
No, they do. They're rattled, to be fair. They are. And you got to credit Leicester. Whatever Brendan Rodgers has said, everyone will question Brendan Rodgers, but whatever he said at half-time, he's had a response from his team, because in the second half, they've been brilliant. And now West Ham need a response. And David Moyes is talking to his coaching staff. He needs to make changes for West Ham to get back in it, because second half, they've been flat.
Yeah, it has been a really good improvement in the game from Leicester. Now they've got the lead, and they have possession with Soyuncu inside his own half. Gives it to Tielemans, who has had a brilliant second half period here. Rolls it back to Amartey again. West Ham do appear rattled. Can they steady the ship? That's a terrible challenge. Declan Rice has come in really late on Ndidi there, and the referee shows the yellow card. The ball was gone a long time before Rice came bundling into the back of him, and that is some West Ham frustration pent up by Declan. Do you know what?
He slipped.
Yeah, I'm taking it all back. We've seen the replay. He does slip. He didn't mean that.
He didn't mean it. No, he does. He slips, and that's the point he was making. He slips, and it is a yellow card because he does go into Didi, but he's trying to say he couldn't do anything about it. So I think Michael Oliver gets it right in the end, but he does slip.
So the yellow card has been shown to Declan Rice, but it wasn't as sinister as it appeared. He did slip on the way through. Full-time whistle is blown at Celtic. Roddy Forsyth.
Yes, indeed, a 4-0 victory for Celtic, and it was relatively easy in the end, although it was tricky in the first half. Liam Scales, the goal dividing the sides at half-time, but then Giacomakis, having hit the crossbar, managed to find the net at another attempt. A beat-on penalty saved by McDonald, but the rebound fell to him. Then a Giacomakis strike late on made it 4-0 for Celtic, and they go into tomorrow's quarter-final draw, which will be made after the Peterhead-Dundee tie.
Thanks very much, everybody. Hibs will be in that draw. They beat Arbroath 3-1 earlier on today. Here at the King Power Stadium, this is the Premier League. Dewsbury Hall for Leicester, who've come from 1-0 down to lead 2-1 here. He crosses from the left-hand side. He had no one at the back post. All his teammates had run closer to him, and that will be cleared away by Fornals to West Ham. On their left-hand side. This is Cresswell. Look at the hunger from Leicester players now. They're suddenly sprinting towards every West Ham player in possession. West Ham have done really well to play through that high press. Antonio won't pick up the pass from Lanzini though, and a big cheer from the Leicester fans who sense that their team is on top now.
They are on top, to be fair. And West Ham, I said it, they're struggling at the moment, and I don't understand the substitution of if they are going to bring Fredericks on, because you're chasing. I understand when it's 1-1, Barnes is causing problems, but he is more attacking than Soufal. But I think Soufal's a good fullback, but he's just up against Harvey Barnes, who's got the better of him so far.
Leicester could be moving up into the Premier League's top 10 if it stays this way. They started the day in 13th. It is 4 years since Leicester have been below 13th place in the Premier League, and they do have games in hand on some of the teams around them. This recent blip that they've been suffering may only be temporary. 2-1 they lead, but they're playing really well. Dewsbury Hall out to Harvey Barnes, who's been a revelation in this second half. Here he is, slaloming into the penalty area. Shoots right-footed. Dawson did well to get his body in the way, and West Ham are hanging on here. They're in big danger of going 3-1 down.
Yeah, they are. And Harvey Barnes, you know what he's doing? Con, I said it in the first half, he's just giving him width. He's staying wide. He's not coming in congesting the pitch. Staying wide, and he's causing Soufal all kinds of problems, and West Ham.
This is Lanzini into Fornals, bang on the halfway line. And again, the pressure from Ndidi forces Fornals to run the ball out of play. And Brendan Rodgers will be loving this. His team have just clenched the reins of this game, and they are in steady control of it at the moment. Of course, in the very recent past, Leicester have harsh memories of games slipping away from them later on. Do you remember the 2 goals from Stephen Bergwijn for Tottenham?
I was here, Connor.
They won't count any chickens.
Yeah, you're right. I was here, and that was in stoppage time that they conceded 2 goals. So yeah, they will still be nervous, and there's still a long way to go in this football match.
Bergwijn scored in the 95th and then the 97th minute. So this ain't over yet. But in terms of a turnaround from a very limp performance in the opening quarter of this match, Leicester have improved dramatically, and West Ham have not been able to click up a gear themselves to match that improvement. Soyuncu with another one of these searching passes. They're trying to bring Harvey Barnes into it as much as possible, because in terms of the battle with Vladimir Sofal, Barnes has got him on toast at the moment. Here come West Ham. Surely they've got a second wind in them somewhere. Cresswell comes over the halfway line, nudges it on to Fornals, level with the edge of the penalty area now. Comes in field at Tielemans. It's a good run. Good recovery though from Ricardo Pereira. He gave him a little nudge. He just stayed on the right side of the law, and he put the player off balance, and he lost possession. Here come Leicester. It's a great game now, end to end. Dewsbury Hall into the penalty area. Harvey Barnes gets ready to pull it back onto his right boot, tries to shoot, deflects off the shins of Sofal, and it's like basketball now. It's West Ham's chance to attack.
Yeah, Harvey Barnes, he didn't do nothing there. It was predictable coming in on your right foot. There's good defending there from Sofal, but you're right, this is end to end, and I said that goal might be the winning goal, Connor. I think I got that wrong. There could be more goals.
He's taking it back. Here we go.
There could be more goals in this game, the way it's a basketball match, end to end.
Mr. Speaker, I would like to correct the record. I take it back. 2-1 Leicester lead. And it does feel there's going to be another goal or two in this one. Maddison stretches, good close touch control, and a difficult height on the halfway. Look at the swagger, pass to the outside of the right boot to Dewsbury Hall. Magnetically out to Harvey Barnes. They want him on the ball at the moment. He's around the fullback again, Barnes to the byline. Chance to look up, two in the middle, pulls it back to Tielemans. Shot is just over the crossbar. Leicester are playing some lovely stuff at the moment.
No, they are excellent. And